Badlands. Explain those Badlands.
Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/Badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply.
Good morning. Good morning. With me here today, I have our great Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, Representative Laurel Libby of the Maine State House, Linnea Saltz of IWF Women's Sports Advocate, Stephanie Turner, a fencer, Zoe Hutchison, a Maine athlete, Cassidy Carlisle, a Maine athlete, and my dear friend, you all know Riley Gaines, who has been a champion on this issue for women. Today, the Department of Justice is announcing a civil lawsuit against the Maine Department of Education. The state of Maine is discriminating against women by failing to protect women in women's sports. Pretty basic stuff. This is a violation of Title IX. The Department of Justice will not sit by when women are discriminated against in sports. This is about sports. This is also about these young women's personal safety. I've met many of these women throughout the past weeks and months, and what they have been through is horrific. We have exhausted every other remedy. We tried to get Maine to comply. We don't like standing up here and filing lawsuits. We want to get states to comply with us. That's what this is about. We have repeatedly notified Maine of its infractions and urged them to remedy the situation to protect women. We've stripped grants from Maine through other departments, and we are going to continue to fight for women. Let me give you some examples. Let me give you a timeline. This timeline, I think, is pretty important. So in February 2024, these are just a few examples. A biological boy started competing in women's ski races and cross-country races in Maine. He came in first in the 5K with a time that would have been 43rd among men. In February 2025, a biological boy won first place in the pole vaulting competition in Maine's indoor track and field meet. He beat every other girl by a significant margin. That qualified him for regional championships. That took a spot away from a young woman in women's sports. Shame on him. February 21st, 2025, President Trump has the governors at the White House. President Trump has the exchange with Janet Mills. He asked her about the issue. Her response, "We'll see you in court." Well, we still didn't sue. HHS and the Department of Ed opened investigations in an attempt to get them to comply. They both found violations. And in March, Maine refused to comply. I want to read you this letter. This is from the Maine Attorney General to the Department of Education. We will not sign the resolution agreement. We do not have revisions or a counterproposal. We agree we are at an impasse. Nothing in Title IX or its implementing regulations prohibits schools from allowing transgender girls and women to participate on girls' and women's sports teams. Well, they must not be reading the same Title IX that we're reading. We believe they are failing to protect women, and it's not only an issue in sports, it is a public safety issue. These boys are allowed to go in women's restrooms. They are allowed to go in the women's dressing rooms and get fully naked and change in biological boys and change clothes in front of these young women. Maine's leadership has refused to comply at every turn. So now we have no other choice. We are taking them to court. What we are seeking an injunction to get them to stop this, stop what they're doing. That's pretty simple. And we are seeking to have the titles returned to the young women who rightfully won these sports. And we are also considering whether to retroactively pull all the funding that they have received for not complying in the past. And I'm so proud of these brave young women standing behind me. I see and lots of parents in the front too, and I've met you. Thank you to the parents for supporting your daughters and telling them it's okay to fight back and stand up for what they believe in. Some of these young women have endured vicious injuries too as a result of boys playing in their sports. It's my honor now to introduce to you our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon.
Good morning, everyone. I don't think our case could have been stated any better than it was just presented by our Attorney General, Pam Bondi. And I thank you very much for your participation this morning. And I will echo Attorney General's comments about how brave these women are, these young women. And of course, Riley Gaines has been a staunch advocate for the Title IX infractions, since she came on board. And we're so proud to have Riley out there as such a prominent spokesperson. So today we're announcing a weighty development in the Title IX investigation into the Maine Department of Education. The Department of Education, analyzed Maine's Education Department for compliance with Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972, which prohibits sex-based discrimination in any school or education program that receives federal funding. Unfortunately, our investigation has found that Maine continues to willfully violate Title IX and to strip the civil rights of female athletes in the state. And as Pam alluded as well, it's not just about their civil rights, it's about their safety. And we, after our investigation, we found we really had no other choice. We thought the infractions warranted turning them over to the Justice Department for their further investigation. So how do we get here? On February 5th, President Trump signed the executive order keeping men out of women's sports, which directed all states and educational programs receiving federal funds to cease the practice of allowing males to compete in sports programs for women. They didn't make this up. This is the law. This is Title IX. This executive order was aimed at protecting women like fencer Stephanie Turner or volleyball player Peyton McNabb from being injured and unfairly outmatched by male athletes. President Trump didn't pull any punches. He explicitly warned Maine and Governor Janet Mills that Maine would risk losing federal funding if it continued to allow males to participate in women's sports. Governor Mills chose to openly flout Title IX compliance, telling President Trump, and I'll repeat what the general said, "We'll see you in court," and obviously we are going to. That same day, our Office for Civil Rights opened an investigation into the Maine Department of Education and Maine School Administrative District number 51 for permitting males and girls sports and denying female-only intimate facilities. The department's investigation confirmed Maine's Title IX violations, and we offered Maine leaders multiple opportunities to change their policy and to protect women in sports, and they have refused. So now as DOJ begins their enforcement actions, I hope Governor Mills will recognize that her political feud with the president will deprive the students in her state of much more than the right to fair sporting events. After all, compliance with federal civil rights law is a universal prerequisite for receiving federal funding. The Trump administration could not be any clearer to all states, sports leagues, and educational institutions. We take the violations of women's civil rights very seriously. I have 3 granddaughters, and I want to make sure that they are treated fairly and that they aren't exposed, in dressing rooms. We want to make sure that if you open women's sports or intimate facilities to males, you expose yourself to federal civil rights investigations. Governor Mills will definitely get her wish. We thank you all for being here this morning. Look forward to seeing you later.
Thank you, Secretary. I'd now like to introduce to you State Rep Laurel Libby from Maine, who has been a champion for these young women in the state of Maine. And thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. It's unfortunate that we have to be here today because Governor Mills and legislative Democrats, along with the Maine Principals Association, continue to persist in discriminating against Maine women and girls. They are out of alignment with 2/3 of Mainers who believe that biological males have no place in girls' sports. Earlier this week, MSAD 70 School Board voted unanimously to align with Title IX. They're in alignment with 2/3 of my fellow Mainers. And I would encourage other school boards throughout Maine, I would exhort you to speak up for Maine girls similarly and vote to align with Title IX. I thank you to the Trump administration and AG Bondi for taking action on behalf of our girls and helping to ensure a safe, fair, and level playing field in Maine.
Thank you. President Trump, before he was elected, this has been a huge issue for him. Pretty simple. Girls play in girls' sports, boys play in boys' sports. Men play in men's sports, women play in women's sports. And he got to know a great young woman during that time named Riley Gaines. And we are all so proud and honored to have her here with us. Riley has been a champion nationally for this issue. Riley, please join us.
Thank you. Well, goodness gracious, it's an honor to be here, to stand beside, of course, Secretary McMahon, Attorney General Bondi, these amazingly brave athletes, Representative Libby. But truthfully, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated that we have to be here, that we as women have to stand before you all on national television demanding equal opportunities, demanding privacy in areas of undressing, demanding safety in our sports. Amazing to me that we are still here fighting this fight, that the Democratic Party has really doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down on their ridiculous stance, but that's exactly what they've done. Let me tell you what sports has done in my life. Of course, in terms of athletic achievement, I very proudly finished my career as a 12-time NCAA All-American, a 5-time SEC champion, actually the SEC record holder in the 200 butterfly, making me one of the fastest Americans of all time, a 2-time Olympic trial qualifier, SEC Scholar Athlete of the Year, SEC Community Service Leader of the Year. The list goes on, but again, just to really reiterate, it's a lifelong journey. It's how I met my husband. It's what gave me my lifelong friends. It taught me how to be a leader. It taught me how to set goals and work to achieve those goals. All things that, of course, I'm utilizing in my life now beyond sports, that leadership in Maine, Governor Mills, Democratic leadership really across the nation, that's what they're denying girls and women of. I'm sure you guys saw the clips and the visuals that surfaced following President Trump's executive order signing of this EO, barring men from participating in women's sports within any educational program that receives federal funding. And it was the most amazing thing to be there. And you have all of these young girls. I'm talking 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. They've got their jerseys on, their sports uniforms, their big bows in their hair that they wear on the soccer field. That visual means more to me than I could possibly put into words. And that is what is at stake here. That is who Governor Mills is fighting, not Donald Trump. It's those little girls. And I believe that's sick. It's regressive is what it is. They do this under the guise of progress, indicating we are moving in the positive forward direction. No, what Governor Mills is doing, and again, Democratic governors across the nation, is deeply regressive and utterly misogynistic. Over the past 3 years, I've had the opportunity to speak to countless girls in Maine and again across the country, countless parents, coaches who all virtually say the same thing. Why wouldn't anyone protect my athlete? Why wouldn't anyone protect my daughter? Why wouldn't anyone protect me? I've talked to girls who have lost roster spots, of course, podium finishes. I've talked to girls who have been exploited and simultaneously exposed to naked men in intimate areas of undressing. I've talked to girls who have been severely injured in their sports due to a male player on the opposing team. For crying out loud, we have a female representative from Maine, Laura Libby, you just heard from her. She didn't tell you what happened to her. She lost her ability to vote and to speak on the House floor for defending girls and women, for posting about what was happening in Maine. No, this type of oppression didn't happen in Afghanistan. No, this type of censorship didn't happen in England. It happened right here in America under Democratic leadership. Again, this isn't progress. I would describe this as betrayal. Let this be a notice, these actions that we have seen put forward today by the Department of Justice, by the Department of Education, to all other states who are not willing to comply with federal law, that federal law being Title IX, which is very clear in how it was originally implemented, or at least it should be. We never knew we had to define this word sex until these both elected and unelected bureaucrats started to go through the back door and reinterpret this word to mean what they want it to mean. Originally implemented in 1972, it was only 37 words, very brief. Ultimately, of course, preventing sex-based discrimination. Let this be a notice. California, Minnesota, the likes thereof. If you do not comply with federal law, you do not get to reap the benefits of complying with federal law. Of course, one of those benefits being receiving federal funds. Women are protected and recognized under federal law, again, that law being Title IX. The US government under President Trump, including the Department of Justice, including the Department of Education, will not stand by and ignore when the federally protected rights of women and girls are being violated. Again, that encounter between Governor Mills and President Trump went viral for really all of the right reasons. I think she thought she had this mic drop moment when she said, "I'll see you in court." Guess what? You will, because President Trump is a man of his promises. That was his campaign slogan. That's what we've seen delivered. Promises made, promises kept. This is another one. People, the American people, girls, women, boys, men, old, young, white, black, gay, straight, none of those identity factors matter. We want transparency and we want accountability. Again, we voted overwhelmingly in favor of that on November 5th. And accountability is back in the White House. So I stand before you all today, and I thank you, again, Secretary McMahon, Attorney General Bondi. I thank you on behalf of course, myself, but I think more importantly, my younger sister, of all the women and girls who have dreams, like I did when I was young, to achieve, to succeed in my sport and beyond. So thank you.
Riley, thank you. And Zoe would now like to say something. Tell us about your sport too, Zoe.
So I compete in soccer and indoor track and outdoor track. And like was mentioned previously today, I had to watch at the Maine Class B State Indoor Track Championship as my close friend and my teammate and other female competitors lost the state championship to a biological male. And this was heartbreaking for me to have to watch. And Riley said that it's betrayal, and that's what it is. It is the job of our elected officials to protect our young female athletes, and they have failed to do that. You know, we walk into sports expecting to have a level playing field, and to walk into the state championship to see a biological male there and to lose to a biological male, that's betrayal. And so I am extremely grateful to AG Bondi for standing up for us when our elected officials aren't doing that. And on behalf of the girl athletes in Maine, I just want to say thank you all, and I look forward to having a level playing field back after this fight. So thank you.
And Cassidy wants to say a few words.
My first experience was when I was 13 years old. I was going to change for gym, and I walked into the locker room and there was a biological male there. From that point on, my junior year, I competed in Nordic skiing and lost to a biological male numerous of times. I am fighting this fight for generations to come. And the fact that our governor can look the women of our state in the eyes and say, I'm not going to fight for you, is heartbreaking, and it's betrayal, like Riley said. I just want to thank all these women standing behind me and President Trump for fighting for us, because even though my own governor isn't fighting for me, I know there are people out there fighting for me.
It takes a lot for these young women to be standing up here saying this too. And again, I'm looking at their amazing parents in the front row who have supported them, who I've gotten to know, who are protecting them every step of the way and telling them that they have a voice to stand up for themselves and future generations of young women to come and many athletes. Gates, should we take some questions? Questions?
Mary Margaret, Daily Wire.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I wanted to ask if there's other states that you're focused on. Which ones are next for these types of abuses, including men and women's prisons?
Well, first we're looking at, for this, we're looking at Minnesota. We're looking at California. We're looking at many, many states, but they are the top two that should be on notice because we've been communicating with them. And just like Maine, we're not going out there. We don't want to be suing people. We want them to comply with the law. And that's what we're doing. We have given them opportunity, Maine, an opportunity over and over again. The Department of Education, HHS, they went and sat down with them in person, multiple meetings, and got nowhere. So now this is where we are because they refuse to protect young women in their state. So yes, Minnesota, California, multiple states. As far as prisons, had nothing to do with Title IX. We took away funding from Maine as well. We decided to go a different direction in our grants, because we saw one reason they allowed a 6'1", 245 giant man who had violently, no murders, nice, but he had violently murdered his parents with a knife and the family dog, serving life in prison, and he chose to identify as a woman. So guess where he's being housed? In a female prison in Maine. So therefore, my office, we don't want to give any more money to the Department of Corrections in Maine if that's how they're going to act. We're going a different direction in our funding.
Sadie with the Journal.
Hi there. So Maine's governor yesterday said there were maybe at most 2 trans athletes in Maine schools right now. I just was hoping you could talk a little bit about the sort of amount of federal resources that you're putting into this, and why that's worth it given the small impact in Maine. And I have a second off-topic question too. Given that it has some of the same elements as the fire bombings of Tesla dealerships that you've charged federally and called domestic terrorism, I'm wondering if you would say the arson at Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's house would also be domestic terrorism and something you would investigate federally, and if not, what constitutes domestic terrorism?
Okay, so first the on-topic question about the, I haven't heard Janet Mills' comment. Governor Mills said it's only a couple trans athletes. Well, I think those are boys who identify as girls wanting to beat girls in girls' sports. Well, if one young woman is in jeopardy, one, that's enough for us to be standing up here. One, no boy will be undressing in a girl's locker room. No boy will be walking in a woman's restroom. And no boy, when we're finished with this, will be beating young girls in sports. These young women have, many of them have trained, what, since you were in elementary school for your sport? Riley, when did you start swimming? 4 years old. They have trained their entire lives. Some of them have lost scholarships. They have lost regionals. They have lost state because of boys. I don't care if it's one. I don't care if it's two. I don't care if it's 100. It's going to stop, and it's going to stop in every single state. Tesla. You ask about, yes, Tesla. You ask about, so I spoke to Governor Shapiro. I think you're referring to his governor's mansion. I spoke to him. It is absolutely horrific what happened to him. Kash Patel also spoke to him. We have been praying for Josh, for his family. Those photos, it was horrible. I firmly believe they wanted to kill him. The defendant allegedly said he was going to use a hammer if he could have gotten to the governor. I've known the governor many, many years. It is horrible. And yes, we are working with state authorities to do, it's now a pending investigation, anything we can to help convict the person that did this and keep them behind bars as long as possible.
David?
Two questions, one on topic and one off topic. I'll start with the on topic. Minnesota and California, you mentioned you're looking at them. Are there active investigations into those states? Are there conversations? In which state do you expect to be next based on those conversations?
Both. We have reached out to them. We have sent them letters. We're in the same posture we were in the beginning here with Maine. So let's see what they do. Let's hope they comply. Again, we don't want to sue anyone. We just want you to comply with federal law and protect girls, period. But yes, we are fully prepared to sue them and others that we will be looking at as well.
And then my off topic, big topic over the past few weeks, Kilmar Abrego Garcia in Maryland. He's in a prison now in El Salvador. He was sent there. You insist, the president, everybody in the administration insists that he is MS-13. It appears that there's not going to be any sort of trial. He's not going to come back. DHS said he would be arrested and redeported if he comes back. Why not show the American people the evidence that he's MS-13 so they can make an informed decision? And that goes the same with this Henry Josue Santos, who was picked up in Virginia, who is now presumably going to be deported as well. Why not show the public the evidence?
Well, he is an illegal alien who has been living illegally in our country from El Salvador. ICE testified, an immigration judge ruled he was a member of MS-13. An appellate judge ruled he was a member of MS-13. Hard stop. He should not be in our country. He was deported. They needed one additional step in paperwork, but now MS-13 is characterized as they should be, as an FTO, as a foreign terrorist organization. So he is not coming back to our country. President Bukele said he was not sending him back. That's the end of the story. If he wanted to send him back, we would give him a plane ride back. There was no situation ever where he was going to stay in this country. None. He would have come back, had one extra step of paperwork, and gone back again. But he's from El Salvador, he's in El Salvador, and that's where the president plans on keeping him.
The evidence, we're not going to see the evidence.
We have the transcripts from the court hearings. I'll be glad to give you the court hearings from 2019, what we have, sure. With the rulings from the judges, gladly.
All right, last one, Reagan.
Reagan Reese, Daily Caller. Madam Attorney General, there's a Maine School Board MSA
D number 70, which voted unanimously on Monday to defy the governor and to comply with Title IX. With the action you're taking today, will it be possible to exempt schools that comply from any future punishment?
Yes. And I think that was very brave and bold of that school board. We just saw that as well. The question was one school board in Maine voted to comply. And again, that's all we wanted was compliance. So yes, we will not be going after them, looking at them in this lawsuit because they are complying and they're protecting women in women's sports. That it? Thank you.
Mr. Homan, Mr. Homan, do you have any questions? Sir, when will you deport all the migrants at the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City?
Why would I tell you that? When we're going to do something?
Yeah, come to the microphone, please, sir. Step right up there. We go. Thank you.
Mr. Homan,
Roosevelt Hotel is not, it's on the table, leave it out. I'm certainly not going to forecast when we're going to do an operation on anything.
thank you, Mr. Homan. You're the immigration expert here. The president is now floating this idea of sending American prisoners to a prison in El Salvador. Do you believe that that would be legal?
You know, someone mentioned that to me this morning. I haven't yet talked to the president. I just got back in town yesterday. So I haven't had that conversation, what that conversation was about, where it come from. But, so I'm not going to comment on that until I speak to the president directly.
But do you know off the top of your head if that's legal? Or what would your, I mean, you have obviously worked in immigration under President Obama, now under President Trump. Do you believe that it would be legal to send American?
I don't know. Again, I didn't see it. I didn't hear it. I said, well, I mentioned this morning. I don't know the context of the question was. I don't know the context of what response or what he meant by response. I'd be opining on something I really don't have the information on. I'll get briefed on it and I'll respond to you later about it, but I'm just unfamiliar with it.
Mr. Homan, does the administration expect that those migrants that have been sent to that prison in El Salvador will remain there?
You mean the terrorists that were removed?
Will they remain in that prison in El Salvador for the rest of their lives?
This administration will obey court orders, unlike the last administration. But if you ask me if I'm in favor of returning terrorists in the United States that are gang members that have, murdered and raped young women in this country, no, I'm not in favor of that at all.
Mr. Homan, increased border apprehensions by 95% since last March. Can you describe maybe some of the success behind these numbers?
Because I worked for the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald Trump. Trump 45 is successful, unprecedented. And we're even doing better this time. President Trump, I give him all the credit because he put executive actions in place day one. He re-implemented the policies that we proved were effective. Right now, as we speak today, because of President Trump, the men and women of ICE and the men and women of the Border Patrol who stand on that line every day, today we have the most secure border in the history of this nation. No one can argue it. The data's clear on that. I started in 1984. I've never seen the numbers this low. So again, the most secure border in the history of this nation, President Trump was able to do that in a matter of weeks, something that Biden administration didn't do in 4 years. Either wouldn't or couldn't, but we proved it didn't need legislation, didn't need all this other stuff that the last administration talked about. We needed a strong president who took America first and cared about American safety and securing that border. Securing the border at this level means we have a lot stronger national security because of the border.
Mr. Homan, there are laws on the books that make it a criminal offense to shield or harbor illegal immigrants, like the sanctuary states that you leaders have been doing. Do you think they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and possibly put in prison?
Absolutely. And hold tight on that one. Because it's coming. It's coming. I've been clear on that since day one. The sanctuary city can sit by and watch their communities get ravaged by illegal aliens. They can watch young women get raped and murdered. Trump administration not going to stand for that. So look, they can stand by and watch. And the Trump administration will secure their communities. The Trump administration will drive down illegal alien crime in this country. If they don't do it, we'll do it for them. But they can't. They can sit aside and watch, but they can't cross that line. When they cross the line of harboring concealment, that's a felony. And we got Pam Bondi now who won't hesitate to take action. When they can't impede in our enforcement efforts to make this country safe again, that's a felony. So President Trump's got his cabinet in place now. We got a strong AG. We got a strong Secretary of Homeland Security. We got a great group here. We got, Steve Miller, one of the most brilliant men I ever worked with when it comes to border security and interior enforcement. You're going to see a lot of things happen next few months that people should expect. Many don't, but watch what comes in their future.
Mr. Homan, you got Democrats that are headed down to El Salvador. What's your message to them?
We're not going to change anything. We remove terrorists from this country. They're where they should be, and then we're going to knock them off. What y'all be doing, y'all be in sanctuary cities in this country, taking action against the Maryland father, the Maryland illegal alien, not a father, Maryland illegal alien was arrested in the country, illegally arrested for murder and released to the public. And it took ICE to go find him. If the Democrats will spend some time in Boston and in Los Angeles and Portland and Maryland, they go to these sanctuary cities. I don't care what party you're affiliated with, Republican, Democrat, Independent, we all should want secure communities. We all should want public safety to be number one on their agenda. I can't believe there's any Democrat politician who does not want public safety threats out of the community. Their number one responsibility is protection of the communities. But they'd rather go to El Salvador than fix the problem we just talked about in Maryland, fix the problem of Boston, fix the problem that just happened in Washington State. 2 illegal aliens tortured a woman, left her for dead by drilling on her to give her money, access to ATM stuff. But they're going to go to El Salvador. Makes zero sense, and that just shows how out of touch with reality the Democratic Party is.
Mr. Homan, the deadline for real ID is coming up next month. Critics like Thomas say this is irrelevant to Patriot Act.
I hear every day about the products you all wish MyPillow carried. Well, guess what? We probably do. Slippers, bathrobes, pet beds, blankets, mattresses, sleepwear, loungewear, duvets, comforters, pot holders, aprons, oven mitts, and so much more. And they're all on sale. For example, get our best-selling standard MyPillows for only $14.98. Body pillows, $29.98. 6-piece bath towels or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And I've never done this before. When you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Please. Good to be with you. Good-looking people behind me. Too many good-looking people. Never like that many. You look great. We had a wonderful team here yesterday, Ohio State. They also had an incredible season, as you know. Then we had the Dodgers here. They just won the World Series last year, World Series. So we have a lot of people celebrating at the White House. There's no place like it. Very special, very, very special. And it's an honor to have you all. And I want to say, number one, at ease. Just enjoy yourself. You can take it. I'm the boss here. You can take it. So you don't have to listen to them for that. Just you're going to have a good day. And if it's okay, I'm going to invite you over to the Oval Office when we're finished and present you with a little something special. Okay? Let's finish up and we'll head over to the Oval Office together. Okay. Today, it's a great honor to officially present the Commander-in-Chief's Trophy to the 2024 Navy Midshipmen football team. A great team, really great team, great people. Congratulations. And we're thrilled to be joined by a proud Marine Corps veteran Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D.? Where's J.D.? What the hell happened to J.D.? Because he was just here. He must have gotten a call from China. He'll be here. Along with Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Thank you, Pete, very much. You're doing a great job, too. The Houthis aren't doing very well, but you're doing well, aren't you? Huh? Secretary of the Navy, John Phelan, friend of mine, great guy, very successful person, by the way. Our new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Raisin-Cane. Where is he? There he is. I talked about him in my speeches for years. Who knew I was going to be appointing him to be the top? And it's an honor. It's a real honor. Everything you did with me was perfect. I said, what happened to that guy Raisin-Cane? I want him. Yeah, that's what happened. And so you're going to do a great job. I have no doubt about it. Thanks, Dan. Acting Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral James Kilby. Admiral, thank you. Congratulations. And Superintendent of the Naval Academy, Vice Admiral Yvette Davids. Yvette? Oh, hello, Yvette. How are you, Yvette? But I especially want to thank and congratulate Athletic Director Chet Gladchuk, who will soon retire after 24 years. I looked at him and I said, this is a young-looking guy. I don't like this retirement stuff. But after 24 years, and he's going to do other things, I guarantee you that'll also be incredible. But it's going to be very hard to top what he's done as athletic director. He's had the honor of 4 national championships, 251 conference titles, and 352 All-American athletes. That's not bad. Where are you? Where are you? That is not bad. So you had all of these All-American athletes. Any name athlete that really stands out, or were they just all great athletes? Everyone, as far as you're concerned, they're all the same, right? Great job you've done. What a record that is. Who has a record like that? I also want to thank some of the newly appointed members of the Naval Academy's Board of Visitors. Sean Spicer is here, and Walt Nauta. Now, Walt could be, he's thinking about going to Guam someday, and he'll be taking over as governor, but we won't mention that right now, Walt, will we? Huh? He's fantastic. He's been with me for a long time, and he's great. And Sean, where's Sean Spicer? Sean, congratulations. It's a great honor. I can tell you, a lot of people wanted that position. So you guys are going to do it well. I have no doubt about it. The story of this incredible season began last February when the Navy football team entered the weight room for the winter workouts. I wish I could have joined you, but I was never too much into lifting weights. I should have done it. I could have been president someday if I did. After 4 disappointing seasons, it was so disappointed. Your coach, Brian Newberry, plastered pictures of this magnificent trophy on every wall to remind you of the ultimate prize. And in 2024, you lived up to Coach Newberry's vision, and you showed the world, the midshipmen, and that you know how to fight, and win, right? And that's what you did. That's what you did. Wow. That's a hell of a trophy. How much does that weigh? I don't know. Am I supposed to carry that? I don't think it can be done. I hear it's quite heavy, actually. You won 10 of 13 games, including 9 by double digits. You beat Air Force, you beat Army, and now this 170-pound trophy, that's what it is yours once again. And I have to tell you, you had some brilliant players. On offense, you were led by an incredible fullback, team co-captain, Daba Fofana. Where is Daba? Where are you? Come on. Is he hard, Coach? Is he a hard guy to tackle? Could I tackle him running full speed? You don't suggest it, right? You want to say something? Come on.
I'm just going to say we couldn't have done it without Brian Newberry here, my co-captain here, Colin Ramos, and just everyone buying into the mission. And I'm excited. Praise the Lord.
Thank you. That's a great player, huh? That's great. Thank you very much. It's really beautiful. We have on offense, we have a quarterback who is also very, very special. I hear he's great. Blake Horvath. Blake, where are you, Blake? Where are you? Come on up here. Both. You said both, strong and accurate arm, please.
Oh, appreciate it. Appreciate it. No, it's an honor, right, to share this stage with President Trump. And, you know, I speak for the team when I say that. So thank you for having us. And, you know, it's all about the team. Trophy's a team. So, you know, great honor. Thank you, sir.
Are you being back or are you?
Yes, sir. I'll be back next year.
Oh, I'm going to be watching. I hear you. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Blake. We're going to all be watching. This year, Blake tied the school record for touchdown passes in a single season, rushed for more than 1,200 yards. Wow, that's pretty good. And set a new school record for the longest rushing touchdown when he faked a handoff during a read option, carrying the ball 95 yards into the end zone to help beat Oklahoma. That's a serious team. We're not playing games here, Coach. Wow, is he a pretty good runner? Is he fast? That's amazing. 195 yards for a quarterback. I'd say that's pretty good. But because of your teamwork, the Midshipmen had the 6th best rushing offense and the #1 red zone touchdown offense. That's a big deal in all of college football. A truly amazing achievement. But to succeed, you have to excel on both sides of the ball. And the Midshipmen had the #4 ranked red zone defense, led by one of the best tacklers in college football, linebacker and defensive captain, Colin Ramos. Where is Colin?
It's an absolute honor to be here. It was an amazing season. I'm so proud of these guys. And thank you, President Trump, for having us. Really an honor. Thank you.
I bet you're a tough guy. Huh? You gotta, to do that, you got to be tough. Congratulations. That's beautiful. Great, huh? Opposing teams feared your secondary, especially the first ever midshipman with 2 pick sixes in a single game. Comeback. It was a big comeback to Sean Peel.
Yeah, we're just very grateful to be here. Yeah, that's it, really.
It's called the strong silent type, right? Thank you very much, Deshaun. And no one can forget contributions of the All-Star Safety Special Teams Player of the Year, and I guess an NFL prospect. A number of them are Ray Lane. Ray?
Yeah, I just want to say it's an honor to be here. Thank you for the support. You know, go Navy, beat Army.
In December, I was honored to personally attend the 125th Army-Navy game in a battle that would be one of the best ever between the schools. It really went down in the history books, Coach. After you held the lead all game, the fourth quarter Army offense prepared to tie it up. They were getting right down there. I was there to watch, and you showed something that was amazing. You showed a very brilliant game time coach IQ, I guess you'd call that, huh? Were you happy with the end? Yes, you were very happy. Did you think you were going to win the game at that point? Okay, he's got to say that, but it was pretty amazing, actually. You faked the 4th down punt and gave the ball to the 6-foot-tall, 285-pound nose guard, Landon Robinson, who found the seam and rumbled 29 yards down the field to clinch the victory and to beat Army. Okay, where are you now? Where are you? Come on. Wow. I wouldn't want to tackle him.
Thank you, sir. First off, I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. President for inviting us. Super thankful. Wouldn't be here without my teammates, without my coaches for, calling the play and making sure that it was open for us to run it. So super thankful and excited for years to come. So
great job.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Got to be a hard guy to tackle, wouldn't it, Coach? It's painful. It's called painful. Great job. With the win, this trophy, you secure your spot as one of the greatest teams in Navy football history. That's a tremendous honor. You've had some great teams. As president, I've no higher honor than serving as the commander-in-chief of the America's Armed Forces. And I have to tell you that I've gotten to know so many of the people at the academy, not only football players, just people generally. Roger Starbuck is a friend of mine and a great person. Played golf with him. And the last time I played with him, he hit a shot, looked like we were in trouble. And he came out from behind a tree from about 130 yards away. He had no shot to the green, and it ended up about 6 inches from the hole. And I said, well, that's Roger Starbuck, right? That's him. He was great. I tell you, when he played, he'd drop back, and he was in a different league. He was really amazing. What a player. What a player. What a great guy he is. But he loves your place. Since I took the oath of office, the spirit of our military has soared to new heights. Today, I'm proud to announce that in February, the U.S. Navy had its best recruiting numbers since 2002. That's a long time ago. And under my administration, the Navy is on track to have the best recruiting year since the start of the war and the war on terror. But going back further than that, probably 25 to 30 years. So I can say this strongly. About 7 months ago, Pete, they were having numbers that were a disaster. And over the last 2 months, 2.5 months, the numbers have gone through the roof. So it's great. Michael, same thing. And the numbers went through the roof. And it's also true with all of the armed forces, and it's true with our police, with our firemen. There's a lot of spirit right now in the country that we didn't have 6 months ago. So that's an honor. But you have your highest recruiting numbers in about 20 years, and that's fantastic. That's pretty good, Sean, when you hear that, right? Pretty good. You can be proud. Within this amazing group of young men are 23 seniors who will graduate next month, including 13 Navy ensigns and 10 Marine Corps second lieutenants. Over the past 4 years, they've grown morally, mentally, and physically in preparation for their service to our nation. They're not just great football players, and you can see this, that they are just amazing people. They're true American warriors and future submarine captains and fighter pilots and Marine infantry and Navy SEALs. And we have I shouldn't say this too loud because some people aren't thrilled, but I'm thrilled. We have the largest budget we've ever had. We're buying gorgeous new ships, gorgeous new. And John, you're going to be working on that. He's a great, John Phelan's a great businessman, one of the best. And you're going to get that job done. And we're going to make them beautiful looking ships too. The look is very important to me, John. You know, a lot of times they'll show me a ship or a plane and I say, that doesn't look good. They say, well, it's stealth. I said, I don't care if it's stealth or not. We're going to change it if we have to. I'm not sure I believe so much in the stealth thing, but we want the most beautiful equipment, the best equipment. That's what we're going to get. And you're going to lead the way, and I'll help you too, because I like doing that stuff. And we're going to get a lot of ships, a lot of planes, and for all of the armed services. So I appreciate it, John. Do a job. And I just say to the gentleman behind me, your commitment is something very special. And as long as I'm commander-in-chief, the United States will always have the strongest, fiercest, and most powerful Navy on the sea. And again, we're going to restock it like it hasn't been restocked before. We're going to have $1 trillion budget. Think of it. You know, it's like crazy. It's crazy, but more than anybody else by double. And we're going to be in a league. I rebuilt our armed forces in my first term, got them almost entirely rebuilt. Then we had a catastrophe known as Biden, and in Afghanistan, he gave so much of the equipment away, but still it was only a small fraction of what we had done. And we're restocking it now, and we're going to have something that nobody's ever had before. So I'm counting on all of you people in the front to get out there, and we got to get the best equipment in the world. And we're going to pay the price, but we're going to get the best equipment in the world. We have to have it. Lots of ammunition too. We get a little low on ammunition. I came into office and they said, sir, we're very low on ammunition. I said, don't say that to the enemy. I don't want the enemy to hear that. And I came in this time and they said, sir, you're low on ammunition again. We gave a lot of it away, you know that, but we have to keep a lot of it. We have to keep it for ourselves also. So we're going to work together and we're going to do something great, Pete. And you're going to do a fantastic job doing the job you're already doing. You've made a big impact. So I'd like to now introduce a very special man, a great coach. You would rate him great, right? Good or great? Good. Oh boy, am I glad you said that. Would I be in trouble if he said anything? But there's nothing much you can say because we see his record. So, Coach, could you say a couple of words, please? Brian Newbrough. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
And many thanks to your staff for taking care of us today and herding us around the building. Appreciate that. And many thanks to everyone here in attendance to honor these special young men here today. We're humbled and grateful to be here. The highest honor and the most important tangible goal in our program is to be standing here in the White House with our Commander-in-Chief and all of you here today, proudly representing the United States Naval Academy, the entire brigade of midshipmen, and all the men and women serving in our Navy and our Marine Corps, both past and present. The young men here on the stage and some of them out here in the audience are some of the best and the brightest that our country has to offer. In a little over a month, these 23 seniors, these incredible young men standing behind me, will graduate and commission as officers in the United States Navy and Marine Corps under your command, Mr. President. And they will do so with tremendous character and the core values of duty, honor, courage, and commitment. I know there have been a lot of great teams. You mentioned some of those earlier, come through here, collegiate, professional, world champions, national champions that have been honored here at the White House. But Mr. President, this is your team. This is America's team. And the CIC trophy is the most coveted and honorable trophy in all of college sports. And it's our objective to come back here and get to know you a little bit better over the course of your tenure. This time, I'd like to bring up our two captains, Daba Fafana and Colin Ramos, to present you, Mr. President, with a couple of nice gifts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Go Navy. Beat everyone.
That's a beauty. That's fantastic. Let me do this. Come on up. Yes, you come on over. Come on over, Coach. Thank you very, very much. And we're going to bring the team and a few of your special friends down to the Oval Office. And we're going to have some fun. So I'll see you down there. And I'll carry this with me and I'll pretend I'm a great football player. Okay? Thank you all very much.
Can I take this off? Oh, this is wired, okay. Well, welcome everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you to our great police officers. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my town hall. This is a town hall. This is not a political rally. This is not a protest. If you stand up and want to protest, if you want to shout and chant, we will have you removed just like that man was thrown out. We will not tolerate it. This is, let me tell you, this is funded. The Democrats have been rioting. They are the party of violence. They are the party that, go. 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 If you want to listen, you're welcome to listen. Everyone across the aisle, Democrats, Independents, Republicans. This is a good place. You have a lot to learn. And with that, I'll start with our first video. Kayla? My mic needs to be turned on. Okay.
Everyone knows that getting rid of the deficit will require some tough decisions. And that includes cutting back on billions of dollars in programs that a lot of people care about. But what should be easy is getting rid of the pointless waste and stupid spending that doesn't benefit anybody. Waste we should be getting rid of, even if we didn't have a deficit. Sure, some of these cuts aren't that big, but no amount of waste is acceptable. Not when it's your money. Not at a time when so many Americans are already cutting back. Just as families are living within their means, government should too. Did you know the federal government pays for a website devoted to a folk music ensemble made up of forest rangers? They're called the Fiddlin' Foresters. But no amount of waste is acceptable. Not when it's your money. Not at a time when so many Americans are already cutting back. Just as families are living within their means, government should too. Did you know the federal government pays for a website devoted to a folk music ensemble made up of forest rangers? They're called the Fiddlin' Foresters. I'll put their music on my iPod, but I'm not paying for their website. And there are hundreds of similar sites that we should consolidate or just get rid of. By the way, you're not only paying for websites no one needs, you're paying for thousands of buildings all across the country no one uses. For the last decade, the government's owned a massive
$1 trillion is no laughing matter. This is something that should pull all of us together as Americans, because Americans have been defrauded for decades. And that's a crime against you, the American people, that has been committed against you by our government. And this is not anything to protest against. This isn't anything to be angry about, but stopping your money from being stolen by criminals all around the world, think about this, dead people's social security numbers being used to get your money. This is something that we should all fight against. And I think it's extremely important. I'm proud to say that as chair of the DOGE committee. Now, let's talk about how this has affected our economy. Kayla, you can pull the next slide. So just recently, you were told that President Trump is crashing the market with tariffs. That is absolutely not true. The media and the Democrat Party will try to fool you and think that President Trump is hurting America. He's actually defending America. And for the first time, we have a president that is saying he's going to level the people, American companies, and the American world, because you're February 20th. We aren't even 3 full months into President Trump's presidency, into his administration. We aren't even 3 full months into Republicans controlling the House and the Senate, and the economy is already improving. This is the real economy. You're seeing inflation going down by 2.4%. You're seeing energy going down by 20%. Eggs are down by 59%, and chickens are not being killed all over the country. You're seeing gas down at 59%. Airfare is down at 9%, and jobs up by 228,000. This is the real economy, ladies and gentlemen, that affects you every single day in your life. And it's only been less than 3 months. We look forward to seeing more of this. Now, this is one of the things that I think is absolutely shocking and shameful. DOJ has marked now 9.9 million dead people. They are now marked deceased. 9.9 million people of the age 120 and older had Social Security numbers. This should anger you, should upset you. As we talk about Social Security, we are protecting Social Security. We are not cutting Social Security, but what we're doing is we're getting rid of the criminals and the fraudsters that are using these Social Security numbers to steal your money. And I think this is one of the best things that we are seeing happen. I don't know about you, yes. I don't know about you guys. I don't know anyone 120 years old. We'll go to the next one. Thank you, Kayla. Kelly, you're doing a great job there.
Well, I got to salute President Trump. He's been around for less than a month. I said from day one in your show, Sean, he's a game changer. He proves to the American people every day why I consider him the greatest president of my lifetime. No one's had success like this. But I said it. I'm happy the numbers are up. I'm happy with the results so far. I am not satisfied. I will not be satisfied till every gang member, every illegal alien gang member, every illegal alien public safety threat and national security threat to eradicate in this country. So we're expanding the amount of teams now. We got Bondi suing the sanctuary cities. We got Christy Nolan now. She's been out the border patrol. She's been out ICYMI more enforcement operations in a week than my organization has done in 4 years. Our team's coming together because Dr. Steve, we're all working together to increase those numbers until we can eradicate once and for all every illegal gang member and public safety threat and national security threat to this country. It's all on, foot on the gas, and God bless President Trump for giving us the authorities, the resources to do this job. It's his vision, and it's all possible.
And because of the great work of Tom Homan and Christy Noem, look at these border statistics here. This is all because of President Trump, his agenda, and what he has put his team to work to do. The great men and women of ICE, the great men and women of Border Patrol, they are making America safe. These statistics are undeniable. Look at that, March of 2024. I serve on the Homeland Security Committee, and what we have seen over the past 4 years is astounding. March of 2024, 107,473 crossings in 1 month. Here we are 1 year later in March of 2025, we've got 7,181, a decrease of 95%. That's the difference in an election. You know, Democrats under the Biden administration and Secretary of New York would tell us they needed more money and they needed more resources. And that was always a lie. What they needed to do was actually care about this country and secure the border because they had the means to do it then. And I praise President Trump and thank Tom Homan and Christy Noem for doing this important work because I want to tell you something. I have talked to too many parents who have lost their children to illegal alien crime, murder, and fentanyl and other drugs coming across our border. This should never happen to any American, and they are doing a great job of securing our border. So we're so thankful for them. And Congress is riding alongside of them. Now, we all know the name Laken Riley. This was a young lady that never wanted her name famous, not the way that it is famous. The man that murdered Laken Riley was an illegal alien that came across our border, was released into the interior of the United States, made his way to New York, committed crime in New York, was arrested, and they refused to prosecute him. They released him back to the streets where he traveled his way down to Georgia and made it to Athens. This is where he murdered Laken Riley, a beautiful young woman that was just starting out as a young adult, enjoying her time at UGA, and I can only imagine because I myself am a UGA graduate. And this young lady was brutally murdered. She fought for her life. I know the details of her death. She fought, but she lost her life to a criminal, an animal, a murderer that should have never been in our country. And because of the Biden administration, she's dead today. Well, I have to let you know, in the House, we passed that bill, the Laken Riley Act. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I certainly hope we do open as many prisons as possible to round up as many illegal aliens that have invaded our country and those that are breaking our laws. Monster was arrested for committing crimes. The Democrat state of New York let him go. And that's how he came down to Georgia and murdered our Laken Riley. This is a bill that cannot get passed enough. And I'm so thankful that the American people overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump so that we can sign this bill into law, and it can't happen fast enough. Thank God. But listening to my colleagues, the Democrats on the other side of the aisle, complain and whine and defend illegal aliens that break the law the minute they cross our border is pathetic. The American people are so sick and tired of it. They cannot believe what our country has gone through. And it is enough. It is absolutely enough. But they will go on to defend
an illegal alien that is a member of MS-13 that was deported to his home country, El Salvador. That is shameful, and that should never happen. What is wrong with our American media that they aren't defending Americans? That's the only people they should be defending. Yeah, bye. Just like that illegal alien. Bye. Alrighty, let's talk about some great work we're doing. As the chair of the DOJ committee, we've had a lot of great hearings. The first hearing was on Medicare. Guess what? No one is taking away anyone's Medicare. That's a lie that is being told by the Democrats, and unfortunately the media is helping them tell it. No one is losing Medicare. No one is losing Social Security. No one's benefits are being taken away. And I can tell you for a fact, no one has lost their Social Security or Medicare. I have checked with these agencies, then that no one has lost it. This is a fear that is being spread, and it shouldn't be spread. Here's what is happening. We are stopping fraud. We are stopping waste. We are stopping people from stealing your money, stealing benefits. That was the first hearing. The second hearing that we did, I'm going to let a little video play if it works. We're having a little trouble here. This is the hearing on USAID.
What we have learned here today is that USAID has been used as a tool by Democrats to brainwash the world with globalist propaganda to force regime changes around the world. But if USAID funded terrorism that resulted in the death of Americans, then this committee will be making criminal referrals. Lastly, if this is the funding that has come from the USAID, the United States Agency for International Development, needs to be abolished.
Now, USAID is going to be abolished. And thanks to President Trump and thanks to his administration for that great work. Thanks to Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State, it will be abolished. You see, USAID is not aid. It's not aid. It's been used and abused, and this money has gone into places it should have never gone to. And so we're thankful to know that that is going to be a big part of the rescission package that the White House is going to be recommending. We can't wait to get to work on that. Now, the hearing I'd like to talk about was NPR and PBS. And as chair of the DOJ, we looked into NPR and PBS. And we had them come before us in our committee as witnesses. And we can go ahead and play that clip, Kayla.
The Corporation for Public Broadcasting is using taxpayer dollars to actively suppress the truth, suppress diverse viewpoints, and produce some of the most outlandish, ludicrous content. After listening to what we've heard today, we will be calling for the complete and total defund and dismantling of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Here's how it works in America every single day, private businesses operate on their own without government funding. We believe that you all can hate us on your own dime.
You can hate us on your own dime, but the American people don't have to pay for it. Another thing I'd like to talk about is something that is very important piece of legislation that I'm working on called Protect Children's Innocence Act. This is a bill that will criminalize sex changes in children. Go ahead and play that clip, Kayla.
And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you.
This is a fundamental truth. This is fundamental. God made us in his image, male and female. We are made. This is a basic founding of who we are. Children have to be left alone. They have to grow up. And my bill, the Protect Innocence Act, will criminalize sex changes on children, hormone therapies, all the drugs being used on these kids. Think about it. These kids aren't old enough to get a tattoo. They aren't old enough to buy cigarettes, alcohol, join the military. Some of these kids aren't even old enough to get a driver's license and drive a car. There should be no way that any adult is brainwashing a child with a lie. And it is a lie. I want you to think about this. The Biden administration declared Trans Visibility Day on Easter. On Easter. This year, President Trump is celebrating Holy Week, and we will be celebrating the real meaning of Easter, the resurrection of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. This is a war of good versus evil, and when they are going after our kids, you better bet that we will stand up and not let you come after our kids. This was one of the biggest in the election. It's across the aisle. It's a more than 80% issue. More than 80%. Democrats and Republicans agree that we got to protect our kids. And for long enough, that lie has been told. And it's disgusting. It's repulsive. Look, adults can do whatever they want, but leave our kids alone. Now, I want to talk to you. You've got a packet of information that has a lot of details. And instead of me going through it all, I'm not going to waste our time doing that. Before I wrap up, I want to talk about what happened in the past 4 years under the Biden administration that should have never happened. The government was weaponized against the American people. And after January 6th, many people were arrested. Now, I want you to know, serving in Congress, I have not watched the pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian, pro-Gaza protesters. I have not watched them be prosecuted like the DOJ went after January 6th protesters. So I want to thank President Trump. I want to thank President Trump for what he did for January 6th defendants. Kayla, you can go ahead and pull that up. The J6 pardons were answer to prayers, and the pro-lifers too. Biden's DOJ went after people that peacefully protested abortions, and he pardoned them as well, and he said it was an easy one. That was a note, a personal note to me with President Trump. So I wanted to share that with you. In our country is being returned to law and order. That's right. Under the last administration, the scales had fallen off. It was completely tipped the wrong way. And this administration is dedicated to removing the real criminals, which are the cartels. These are terrorists that came across our border. Terrorists came across our border, are here within the United States. I had a great meeting with Homeland Security yesterday in my office in Dalton. And I can't tell you, I was overjoyed at what he was telling me is happening. Now, you're not seeing this on the news, which you were, and maybe we will see more of it. But because of Secretary Homan, Tom Homan's incredible work, and all the people that are working with them, there's a completely different approach. He told me these agencies are working together like he's never seen before in over decades of his career. FBI, ATF, Border Patrol, ICE, and many local law enforcement, all the way from states, all across the country are working together to track down illegal alien criminals, cartels, and terrorists that are not just living at the border. Ladies and gentlemen, they're all inside the interior of the United States.
How about the KKK?
All inside the interior of the United States. You can head out. The protest is outside. Thank you very much. Protest is outside. Protest is outside. Bye. Have fun out there. City of Ackworth is doing a great job. They have an area for protest outside. Thank you. And we're having a good time on the inside. Thank you. And here's what else I want to tell you about. As we've gone through these issues, here's some important work that my office can do for you. Now, in my district office, I love these ladies. I think they are incredible. And they're sitting over here at this table. Yeah, my camera's pointing in. Wave at everybody. There you go. Now, this is our constituent services work. This is the most important work that my office does for our district. And I'm so proud to brag on them. They can help you with tax problems you have, Social Security, Medicare, any problem, veterans issues. They work all of the cases. And let me tell you guys, they do a great job. They do such a great job that our office gets calls from all over the country from people begging them to take their cases. But we can't take cases from across the country. We only take your cases. and we serve all of you. So if you have any issues tonight, please make your way over to the table. They are there, they are ready. They're staying here the whole time so that they can help anyone with any specific issues. So I just wanted to let you know that's available to you. And now just to get into it, I think I'd rather take your questions, and they gave me a full list here of the questions that we've got. So we'll go ahead and start with the first one. How can we stop rogue judges? That's a very important question. We just passed a bill in the House that addresses this very issue and reins in rogue judges from being able to completely undo the will of the American people. Now, when you, the American people, elected President Trump, and he is following through on the agenda that he promised you. But when a single judge comes in and uses the power of his bench and rules against the president's agenda, he's ruling against the American people. And so we passed that bill in the House to stop judges from doing that, and we look forward to seeing it go through the Senate and making it to President Trump's desk. This is a good question, Cindy. Will members of Congress who took taxpayer dollars through NGOs and other illegal means be held accountable and charged with crimes? I think NGOs are so interesting. As a matter of fact, my team on the DOJ committee and the oversight staff, we are heavily investigating NGOs. And I'll be holding a hearing on our investigation into NGOs, and look forward to having some great witnesses that come before us. Now, if there is true evidence of members of Congress or their family receiving money directly from NGOs, I look forward to sending criminal referrals to the Department of Justice. Great question. When will we start seeing voting on legislation to support President Trump's executive orders? Irvin, thank you for that question. I can tell you, not soon enough. I wish we were passing them every single week. That's something that I've expressed to our leadership, is we want to see those bills coming, but I have some really good news for you. I have several bills that actually are President Trump's executive orders. One of them is the Gulf of America Act. And that will be coming to the House floor actually really soon. So we're looking forward to that. Protect Children's Innocence Act is another one of President Trump's executive orders. He's serious about protecting children from the trans agenda. We also have one more, before I get to the next question, is we have the Make English the official language of the United States. It's a no-brainer. Over 170 countries around the world have an official language. America should have one too, and that's English. Okay. Oh, yep. Why is MTG supporting Musk and Doge and the slashing of Medicaid, Social Security offices, libraries, and more? This is outrageous from Sarah. Well, Sarah, unfortunately, you're being brainwashed by the news that you're watching. And, you know, a lot of Democrats pride themselves on being educated, and I suggest they educate themselves better. Because I showed you a video in the beginning. I wish you could have seen the whole clip of Barack Obama literally talking about what we call today Doge. And so, Sarah, if you supported Barack Obama as your president, which I'm sure you did, then I'm sure you support Elon Musk and Doge as well. Now, as far as Medicaid, Social Security, libraries, and more, what we're doing is we're removing waste, fraud, and abuse, and there's nothing more important we can do for you as Americans to protect your Social Security than get rid of the criminals that are stealing it. We have to make sure that we protect Social Security. We're not cutting Social Security. We're not cutting Medicare. This is a promise from President Trump and Republicans like myself on the campaign trail, and we will live up to that promise, and no one has lost their benefits. When is the House going to get the tax cuts bill finished so the Senate can pass it too, so Trump can sign it? This is more important than any other issue at this time. Thank you. Melanie. Melanie, I fully agree with you. I think we've got to get the tax bill and the law passed as soon as possible. So before Congress, I was a business owner, and this is my 5th year in Congress that I just started. So that was just a little more than 4 years ago. Business owners, regular Americans are not able to plan until we have a tax law that they know they can count on and they know is not going to change on them. So Congress, we're supposed to be working on that tax law in May, and I look forward to getting that done as soon as possible. I also stand by President Trump's campaign promises of no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and no tax on overtime. I'm also a co-sponsor of the fair tax, so if it were up to me, I would really put that tax law in the paper shredder. All right, let's see, what do we have now? How is Congress working to make DOGE cuts permanent from Rich? We will be doing that mostly in our reconciliation bill. And a lot of that will happen in the month of May. Hopefully we get that done quickly. That is also going to be about border, energy, and the tax law. As the chair of DOGE committee, I can tell you guys, I want all the DOGE cuts permanent. I want to save you as much money as possible and reduce the scope and size of the federal government. And on that note, I have to give President Trump a lot of credit. He, more than anyone else, is reducing the size and scope of the federal government. And so this is a really good thing. What plans do you have to continue to grow the MAGA movement after Trump? From Marcus. Well, Marcus, you know what? I think MAGA is already on its way. It's not anything I have to do. MAGA proved that this movement is not only just a movement, it is the American people. Because the American people overwhelmingly voted for MAGA in November of 2024. That's exactly what the American people voted for. So I'd say it's up to the American people to make sure we keep it going. Do you think President Trump will lose support from voters who are not willing to wait and see the end results of the tariffs? In other words, know that the tariffs will give him bargaining power and in the end, more business and jobs back in America. But some seem to be frightened of his aggressive moves. Sandra, that's a very good thought, but I'm going to tell you right now, don't be a panicking. That's a new word President Trump came up with. You see, look, it took us decades to get here, decades to get to $36 trillion in debt. It took decades for our factories to shut down and our jobs sent overseas. It took decades for us to all fall into this terrible, it's basically a grave that America has been put in and dug by our federal government. So I support President Trump so much. And you know who he's standing up against? China. That is exactly who he's standing up against. China has stolen our intellectual property. China has stolen so much of our trade. China has spied on the United States and Americans. And President Trump is standing up for us and American companies, and he is stopping it. I don't know about you guys. I don't want a war with China, but we can beat them economically. And that's exactly what President Trump's doing. Do you see an even role for DOGE at the federal and state level, Larry? Absolutely. I think reducing waste, fraud, and abuse should be in every part of government. Yeah, it should. And I encourage you all to push to make that happen. Oh, and I think it is happening in Georgia. I've heard there's over 70 counties that are creating DOGE groups. So I think it's already on its way. What are you doing to reduce national debt, not just slow its growth, Patricia? Patricia, this is a great question. So reducing our national debt is going to happen in multiple ways. Here's how it's working. President Trump is growing our economy. I think he has around $7 trillion of commitments from companies that are bringing that money, $7 trillion into our economy by bringing their companies here, manufacturing and creating jobs. Another way that we can do that is, of course, reduce the size and scope of the federal government. President Trump is already starting that by getting rid of the Department of Education, getting rid of USAID, NPR, PBS, and many other waste and fraud. He's also cutting contracts, useless contracts, things that you all would never pay for yourself if you knew what they were. And also stopping ridiculous grants funding things that we should never fund, not just here in America, but in countries all over the world. So that's a part of reducing the spending. But it's very important not only to reduce spending, but to grow our economy. And that's how we can rein in national debt. What are you doing to protect us in the 14th district from the damage and extreme hardship of Trump's tariffs? Of Social Security and Medicaid. Wow. Doge gutting our government with a chainsaw approach and utter destruction and ignoring of our Constitution and rule of law. He is not well physically or mentally, and he's making nonsensical orders based on his whim of the day. How are you going to rein him in to protect us? Oh, poor Christina. Poor Christina. Well, I'm sure, Christina, you think that you're pretty smart, but the reality is you are being completely brainwashed by whatever source of news you listen to. The facts are this: no one has lost their Social Security. No one has lost their benefits. Criminals have lost it, yes. Fraudsters have lost it, yes. And illegal aliens have lost it, yep. And if you want to defend those people where you hate our country and you hate America, what am I going to do? I am going to stand by my president. I am going to support my president. And I am going to fight for his agenda with everything I have in Congress. And that's what I'm going to do for 14th, because I know the fact you are going to have more money in your pocket. You're going to have more jobs available. You're going to have a stronger economy, and you're going to have safe cities and communities to live in, and you'll be safe from terrorists, cartels, and criminals. And God bless President Trump for that. Trump's pledge for no income tax on Social Security be part of the final reconciliation this year. I think this is extremely important. Your money in Social Security has been taxed. It should have never been taxed. I don't know how we got in this place, but it must be undone. Senior citizens have suffered more than any group that I've talked to. It's been tragic and heartbreaking talking to many seniors over the past 4 years, because many of them I talked to could hardly pay their rent, had to choose between medication and groceries, told me how they couldn't afford to buy gifts for their grandchildren because they had to figure out how to afford to pay rent and figure out how to live. This is a tragedy, and because of inflation brought on this country from the Biden administration, and I'll add onto this, reckless spending for decades by both Republicans and Democrats. I'm going to say both. Inflation has gotten to a point where life is unaffordable and people's Social Security is hardly a drop in the bucket. It shouldn't ever be that way. It shouldn't be that way. When can arrests start being made for elected politicians who have committed acts of treason? Glenda. Okay, your people are ready to round them up. Well, sadly, they don't let me arrest anybody, guys. I just have a voting card. I can do legislation and I can hold hearings. Members of Congress, we don't have that power, but our Department of Justice does. And if there is evidence of politicians or anyone committing such crimes, then I'm sure the President Trump's Department of Justice will follow through. What can Congress do to rein in the hate and lies of elected officials who are spewing that endanger the lives of innocent people? Rep. Proctor is one example. Those inciting the vandalism and domestic terrorism against Tesla and Tesla owners are another example. Kathleen, thank you for that question. And I first want to start with recognizing Governor Shapiro and his family and say that I truly pray for them. And it was shocking to see that attack of arson on the governor's mansion. And I completely denounce that type of political violence. I denounce all political violence. Now, I can tell you that because I also live in a place where I am one of the members of Congress that usually has the highest amount of death threats. As a matter of fact, there's an active death threat that Capitol Police have been dealing with on me, but this is a routine thing that happens. And Capitol Police does a great job. So does the FBI, and so does all of my local law enforcement. I'm very thankful for them. Now, so I can't control anyone else that I serve with in Congress, but I can tell you my stance is no one should be calling and threatening our staff. I don't care, Democrats or Republicans. No one should be cussing at them, telling them to kill them, because my staff gets death threats too. Saying, you know, when I get them, and that just shouldn't happen. And again, I'll just say this, we have bigger problems in America. We really do. Problems that should bring us together as Americans and not divide us to the point where they're talking about killing people. Let's just remember this, that it has not been a year. It hasn't been a year since President Trump was shot in Butler, Pennsylvania. Almost assassinated on the world stage for everyone to see. Hasn't even been a year. I would hope, and you know, here's another thing that I can't let go, is the poll that I saw where over half of Democrats support assassinating President Trump. That is absolutely disgusting and shameful. And if it doesn't matter who the president is, no one should support assassinating the president. You know what you do? You vote. You want to change your leaders, you vote. And that's how America should handle it. Why do you support a president adding the largest tax on people ever through executive orders with tariffs? Samira, inflation is coming down, gas is coming down, airline tickets are coming down, your energy costs are coming down, the price of eggs are coming down because Democrats are not killing them all over the country. The reality is tariffs are not a massive tax on the American people. The tax on the American people that you've been suffering with is the inflation that Biden Democrats put on the American people from their absolute reckless spending for the past 4 years. How do they get rid of in a practical way? Kathleen, great question. Well, we've been discussing that, cutting spending, growing our economy, and guys, this isn't going to happen in 2 years, and it isn't going to happen in 4 years, probably 6 years. I think this has to be steady work by every single Congress and every single administration. Here's what I'm counting on you all, the American people, to make sure that not only myself, but all leaders know that this is a top issue for you and hold us accountable for that. Does Representative Greene in Texas outline how impeachment works? I watched the Democratic Congress members spouting rhetoric all weekend about Trump. And these voted for the Inflation Reduction Act, Green New Deal scam, but contributed to an approximate 16 to 18 table, and they pull out their budget, they look at their credit card statements, they look at their checking account statements, and they go through spending and go line by line and say, I can't afford to pay for this anymore. I got to drop my Netflix. I got to drop this. I got to drop that. And that's what the American people know how to do. And so, in my opinion, because All my friends and family are normal people. The people that I like to spend my time with are normal people that understand this. I don't think the American people are the problems, the patience that it's going to take. I think the American people have the patience and desperately want to fix the problem. So actually, I think you guys get it probably more than Washington does. And I think you're more committed maybe than many of my colleagues. And that I have a lot of respect for you guys for. And I thank you for that. But I'm committed to it. Because our kids, my children, they're not going to have a future. Your children, your grandchildren, what kind of future are they going to have if we don't, in our time, fix these problems? Why are you such a coward in the face of an obvious fascist takeover, Andrew? Oh, scary. That's scary. You know, I've yet to see a fascist gathering. That doesn't exist in the Republican Party. As a matter of fact, President Trump is the most transparent president in history. The man literally talks to the press every single day. It's amazing. Not only that, he takes them on Air Force One and takes them to UFC fights. He talks to them and gaggles on the
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So good to be here. Who deserve help and paid for most of it. You know, my great friend, he is a great friend, Governor O'Malley. He, my dad, the Biden family started off in Baltimore. They don't say Baltimore, it's Baltimore, in Baltimore. And, but we've been friends for a long time. And I just want to say at the outset, if you ever want anybody on your team, whether it's an athletic team, whether you're in a battle, whether it's a political team, whether it's a team just trying to help, you want O'Malley. The guy has guts. No, I mean this sincerely. He not only has, political courage, he has physical courage. He's across the board. If ever want anybody standing next to me, I want O'Malley there with me. And I mean that sincerely. It really matters. You know, I always kid Maryland because Delaware, the second smallest state, we share the eastern shore of Maryland with Maryland, but we're close friends. And folks, you know, it's no surprise that he did a hell of a job when I asked him to be commissioner of Social Security. And the reason I did that, it was not an ordinary transition for a governor, but I knew, I mean this from the bottom of my heart, I knew we needed someone with some guts, some toughness, who'd fight for every single penny that it needed, that would try to restore the integrity of the system. And to everyone here today, I want to thank you, all of you, very much for this award. It means a great deal to me coming from you. And I mean that sincerely. It means a great deal. You're in the front lines every single day. You're helping, you're advocating for your fellow Americans, Americans with disability. It's a big deal. We talk about what happened to the physical side of it if we didn't have Social Security. Think of what the psychic calm gives so many people who just don't know where to go, don't know how to traverse what needs to be done, or alone. Last fall on the White House lawn, we celebrated the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. As a United States Senator 400 years ago, I was looking back on it. God almighty, I've been doing this 50 years. It's hell turning 40 years old anyway. But back in the year 1990, I was the co-sponsor of the Americans with Disabilities Act as a United States Senator. In my view, That is
and I
a
suspect
crime.
many of
People
you,
should be arrested.
it was one of the most consequential civil rights laws in American history. That's what got me involved in politics in the first place. Delaware, like Maryland, was one of those states, was a slave state. We had all the vestiges of what was going on back in the day. We were one of those states that still, I remember moving from Scranton, Pennsylvania down to Wilmington, Delaware, and Cole died. My dad moved back to where we could get a job. I remember I pulled into, my mom would drive us on the Philadelphia Pike connecting Wilmington and Philadelphia. And we lived in an apartment complex. And she'd drive us it was only about a half a mile to Holy Rosary School in Claremont. But it was so dangerous, she wouldn't let us walk up because of access road. I remember pulling into the parking lot. And I had never seen
I'd never seen hardly any black people in Scranton at the time and I was only going in 4th grade. And I remember seeing the kids going by at the time called colored kids on a bus going by. They never turned right to go to Claymont High School. I wondered why. Asked my mom, why? So in Delaware, they're not allowed to go to school, in public school, with white kids, honey. That sparked my sense of outrage as a kid, just like it does. I mean, and these young kids right here can tell you things affect them when they learn about something that's really just unfair and unjust. You know, my dad was an honorable man. And my dad used to have an expression. He said, Joey, your job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. Well, that's what you're all about. That's what the legislation is about. It's about dignity. Simple dignity. Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity, regardless of their standing, regardless of economic position, regardless of who they are. Making sure that more than 60 million Americans who are living with disabilities are treated with dignity is who we are as Americans. That's what it's about.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
Dignity at work, at school, in their communities, in every corner of American life. Laws like the ADA need advocates like you. You're the ones that keep it going, God love you. You fight like hell every single day to make sure the law is respected and your clients' rights are protected. So from the bottom of my heart, I mean this. I give you my word as a Biden. From the bottom of my heart, I say thank you. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for your commitment to the dignity of all Americans, because that's what ultimately this is about. Folks, today I want to talk to you about an issue that's front and center right now for millions of Americans. Social Security. You know, some of you may know the Democrats have declared today the Save Social Security National Action Day. National Day of Action, I should say. We know just how much Social Security matters to people's lives. Everyone in this room fights for people with disabilities who rely on Social Security to survive. To survive. Not just the physical side, it's the mental side. It's the mental side. You make sure folks get the benefits they earn after a lifetime of hard work. The work they do is more than just a profession. What you do, it's a calling. It's not just a profession. And Social Security is more than a government program. It's a sacred promise. We made it today, a sacred promise. 73 million Americans receive Social Security. From the first paycheck for their entire life, they pay into Social Security. And in return, they count on Social Security to be for them when they're going to need it. Folks, must never, ever betray that trust or turn our backs on that obligation. That's why during my presidency, we protected Social Security and made it stronger. Martin, the governor, can tell you. We came into office, Social Security Administration had its lowest staffing, she referenced it, lowest staffing levels in 50 years. And demand is going through the roof because of my generation and the baby boom generation, reaching the retirement age. So the demands on Social Security increased significantly. Our administration secured nearly $2 billion to reduce the backlogs and improve customer service. We slashed wait times for folks in need who are calling the 1-800 number. We got it down to under 13 minutes. It used to be 3 times that long when we took office. We made it easier for people to get help with their claims online. We reduced how long it takes to review a case. We fixed the appeal system to make it uniform in all 50 states, which made a difference. We strengthened the anti-fraud measures to protect people's identities and to make sure benefits are going to people who actually they belong to. By the way, those 300-year-old folk getting that Social Security, I want to meet them because I like to figure out how they live that. Hell of a thing, man. I'm looking for longevity because it's hell when you turn 40 years old. But as a result, by the time we left office, we had improved every single line of customer service, from applying for disability to filing an appeal to reporting fraud. It all became more efficient and more effective. And I'll bet it made your jobs easier too in the process. Now these achievements may not sound so glamorous to most people, but you know, they're absolutely essential. In my view, one of the most important jobs of any elected official is to make sure the government works for the people, works for all people. It's understandable. They can understand what it is. And then we keep our promises to the people, to all the people. That's exactly what we did, thanks to all of you. I also signed into law the Social Security Fairness Act. That act eliminated 2 unfair rules, so public employees wouldn't get shortchanged. The government pension offset and the windfall elimination provision can never come in ever again. But as a result, more than 2 million people are now finally receiving the full benefits they earned. And remember, we also faced a constant threat by some members, Republican members of the Congress, to cut and gut Social Security, period. Cut and gut it, period. They wanted to let Social Security expire every 5 years. That was the proposal. Let it expire every 5 years unless reauthorized by the Congress. Who in the hell do they think they are? Every 5 years and then wait around and be, no. I will not go further or get in trouble, but look, folks, you can imagine the chaos it would have charged. Every 5 years, Congress is going to step up. You imagine this Congress stepping up? They threatened to raise the retirement age as well. Now, that might not be a hardship.
That is a crime. People should be arrested.
But if you're on your feet all day, you're doing manual labor all day, you're working with a disability, it's a very different matter. And then they even tried to face cuts, force cuts on Social Security during the negotiation of the debt ceiling. These are wonderful guys. Last time this guy had the job, he raised the debt ceiling because of an enormous and profligate tax cut to the super wealthy. And then he said, look, then they started talking to us, his colleagues. Well, maybe we can do something about Social Security, but we got to do something about the debt ceiling. How are we going to, we can find the money in Social Security. Unless we do what they wanted to cut Social Security. Not on my watch. We refused to go along with any of that. Look, Americans have always been able to count on these benefits. And let me pause a second here and say this. We talk about the physical needs that Social Security provides for people, particularly people, hardworking people, people retired, people on the edge. But the psychological impact is profound. Profound. You're a man or a woman, you're 70s, 80 years old, you're not in good shape, you have a disability, and you hear the check may not come. How do you sleep at night? How do you sleep at night? We lived up in Wilmington in a 3-bedroom split-level home in a new development, 40 homes, with 4 kids and a grandpa living with us. And I remember our headboard was near my dad's and mom's room. And you could tell when Dad was restless. I remember asking one night my mom, what's the matter with Dad? The next morning, she just found out that we're not going to provide insurance anymore where he works. Well, imagine if you're somebody who's been struggling your whole life. You're literally counting on Social Security to buy your
Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution, and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our all-natural, time-tested solution and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/Pet Club now. That's badlandsmedia.tv/.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling Sci-War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
Thank you for joining us today for our first press conference since Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was confirmed as the 26th Secretary of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Welcome to the press and the supporters of the MAHA movement who are here today to listen to Secretary Kennedy and Walter Zaharadny's remarks regarding the CDC's latest Autism and Developmental Disabilities Monitoring Network survey that was published yesterday in the CDC's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report. I am honored to introduce to you Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I'm going to go over some of the key numbers from the ADDM report. Overall, the autism is increasing in prevalence at an alarming rate. The study tests 8-year-olds who were born in 2014. And by the way, these studies are 2 years later than they should be. And one of the things that we're going to do as we move this function to the Administration for a Healthy America, to the chronic disease, the new chronic disease division, is we are going to have updated real-time data so that people can look at this, so Americans can understand what is happening with chronic disease in this country in real time, and not have to wait 2 years to react. We don't wait 2 years to react to a measles epidemic, and we should not, or any kind of infectious disease. We shouldn't have to do that for diabetes or autism. The ASD prevalence rate in 8-year-olds is now 1 in 31. Shocking. There's an extreme risk for boys. Overall, the risk for boys of getting an autism diagnosis in this country is now 1 in 20. And as high in California, which has the best data collection. So it probably also reflects the national trend, 1 in 12.5 boys. This is part of an unrelenting upward trend. The prevalence 2 years ago was 1 in 36. Since the first ADDM report in 1990, which was 1992 births, autism has increased by a factor of 4.8. That's 480%, I believe. The first ADDM survey was 22 years ago when prevalence was 1 in 150 children. In all the core states, the trend is consistently upward, and most cases now are severe. So about 25% of the kids who are diagnosed with autism are nonverbal, non-toilet trained, and have other stereotypical features, head banging, tactile and light sensitivities, stimming, toe walking, etc. One of the things that I think that we need to move away from today is this ideology that the autism diagnosis, that the autism prevalence increases, the relentless increases, are simply artifacts of better diagnoses, better recognition, or changing diagnostic criteria. If you look at Table 3 of the ADDM report, it's clear that the rates are real, that they are increasing in the last 10 years, which is beginning with the first one, year by year, there is a steady, relentless increase. I want to, because this epidemic denial has become a feature in the mainstream media, and it's based on an industry canard. And obviously, there are people who don't want us to look at environmental exposures. And so I want to just read you some of a little excerpts from some of the older studies. The baseline for autism in this country was established with the biggest, largest epidemiological study in history, a study of all 900,000 children in the state of Wisconsin, children under the age of 12. They found 0.7 children had autism in every 10,000. That's less than 1 in 10,000. Today we're at 1 in 31. That study also confirmed the 4-to-1 male to female ratio. There were at that time just over 60 children in Wisconsin with autism. And today it's around 20,000. In 1987, there was another exhaustive study, a peer-reviewed study in North Dakota, set out to count every child in the state with a pervasive developmental disorder, including autism. That study meticulously combed through every record, every diagnosis, and he even conducted in-person assessments of the entire population of 180,000 children under 18. The autism rate they found was 3.3 per 10,000. So that's in line with the 1 in 10,000 that was found in Wisconsin 17 years earlier. For context, today, the last number of 1 in 36 is 83 times higher. In 1987, out of 1 million, every 1 million kids, 330 were diagnosed with autism. Today, there are 27,777 for every million. If you accept the epidemic deniers narrative, you have to believe that researchers in North Dakota missed 98.8% of the children with autism. That thousands of profoundly disabled children were somehow invisible to doctors, teachers, parents, and even their own study. The same researchers who followed the original cohort for 12 years to double check their number, they went back in 2000 and found that they had missed exactly 1 child. So doctors and therapists in the past were not stupid. They weren't missing all these cases. The epidemic is real. Between 1959 and 1965, researchers from 14 hospitals associated with major universities undertook the National Collaborative Perinatal Project, tracking 30,000 children from birth to age 8. This was no half-baked survey-based analysis. The study conducted 9 separate screenings covering neurology, psychology, speech, language, hearing, and visual function. Every developmental quirk, anomaly, and disorder was logged with painstaking detail. Autism, a condition characterized by profound impairments in social communication and behavior, would have stood out like a neon sign. There were 14 cases. That's 4.7 per 10,000. So we know what the historic numbers are, and we know what the numbers are today. And it's time for everybody to stop attributing this to this ideology of epidemic denial. In 2009, the California State Legislature charged the Mind Institute at UC Davis because this myth was already becoming pervasive, the myth of epidemic denial was already becoming pervasive in the mainstream media. The California legislature directed the Mind Institute at UC Davis to answer the question. And Irva Hertz-Pichotto is a highly esteemed, revered scientist, neurology, and epidemiologist, came back with a definitive answer: the epidemic is real. only a very, very small portion of it can be changed to can be charged to better recognition or better diagnostic criteria. I want to say a couple of other things. There are many, many other studies that affirm this. And instead of listening to this canard of epidemic denial, all you have to do is start reading a little science, because the answer is very clear. And this is catastrophic for our country. There's a recent study by Blacksell et al. And a team of other researchers that said that the cost of treating autism in this country by 2035, so within 10 years, will be $1 trillion a year. This is added to already astronomical healthcare costs. And then there's an individual injury. These are kids that this is a preventable disease. We know it's an environmental exposure. It has to be. Genes do not cause epidemics. They can provide a vulnerability. You need an environmental toxin. And Irva Hertz-Pachoda pointed out that because of this mythology, that the amount of money and resources put into studying genetic causes, which is a dead end, has been historically 10 to 20 times the amount spent by NIH and other agencies to study environmental factors, to study exposures, to study external factors, and that's where we're going to find the answer. This is an individual tragedy as well. Autism destroys families. More importantly, it destroys our greatest resource, which are our children. These are children who should not be suffering like this. These are kids who, many of them were fully functional and regressed because of some environmental exposure into autism when they're 2 years old. And these are kids who will never pay taxes. They'll never hold a job. They'll never play baseball. They'll never write a poem. They'll never go out on a date. Many of them will never use a toilet unassisted. And we have to recognize we are doing this to our children, and we need to put an end to it. And I think I'm going to have Walter Zaharodny, who is the most senior researcher for this project for ADDM, and who's been doing this for many years, to come up and say a little.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm here as a long-term autism researcher and a clinical psychologist. I get to wear two hats, one with patients and families, trying to help them get to a diagnosis and to interventions and treatments, but also for the last 20 plus years as the director of the New Jersey Autism Study, which is a CDC-sponsored autism surveillance system. We've monitored autism in New Jersey in concert with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention since 2000. When we began our endeavor with CDC, we expected to do maybe 2 or 3 baseline studies to establish how many children have autism, because it was not expected that autism prevalence would increase. Other childhood disabilities, neurologic disorders do not increase or change over time. But somehow, for some reason, with autism, everything was different. Autism went from being a very unusual, rare disability, which affected, as the Secretary said, 1 child in maybe 10,000, to being known in every community, every school district, every center that cares for children with disabilities. Autism is real. It's a true disability. It's not a personality quirky issue. Everything has changed for the individual with autism. And while there's a wide range of expression, it does change the family, and it does inevitably change the community and the society in which we find it. Autism prevalence has increased very dramatically. It's increased in New Jersey, where we have excellent resources and access to services, and it's increased in all the states in the network. It's increased not only by the CDC, ATOM network, active surveillance activities, but it's increased according to federal IDEA statistics and information from a multitude of surveys. It is a true increase. There is better awareness of autism, but better awareness of autism cannot be driving disability like autism to increase by 300% in 20 years. That's what we saw in New Jersey. That's what the CDC report of yesterday indicates. And that's what, in my opinion, future reports from epidemiologists will show. The data provided in yesterday's report strongly suggests that not only is this a high point of autism prevalence, but in the future, rates can only be higher. Autism deserves to be treated as a real public health phenomenon, and I would say is an urgent public health crisis. It's not just that we're more astute or perceptive. It's not like 2 or 3 children out of for every one with autism has remained invisible. Autism is striking, and the consequences are lifelong. So I would urge everyone to consider the likelihood that autism, whether you call it an epidemic, a tsunami, or a surge of autism, is a real thing that we don't understand, and it must be triggered or caused by environmental or risk factors. We need to address this question seriously because, in my opinion, for the last 20 years, we've collected data but not made real progress in understanding what causes autism or how to effectively prevent it or treat it effectively. So I urge you to read the report very carefully. I urge you to do something that nobody does and go into the many supplemental tables and see that autism is a true phenomenon and that we need a correct perception, not a perception that allows us to just provide services without understanding the root causes or the true factors at play. So thank you for your attention. I wish we could answer questions.
I think we can. Let me just say one other thing. I referred to a number of studies. There are many, many, many others in the scientific literature that absolutely explode this mythology that this is, that the autism epidemic is not real. If you read the literature, it is absolutely indefensible to continue to promote this. But it doesn't take you to read the literature. It just takes a little common sense. If the epidemic is an artifact, a better diagnostic criteria or better recognition, then why are we not seeing it in older people? Why is this only happening in young people? I asked Walter before we came out here, I said, have you ever seen anybody our age? I'm 71 years old with full-blown autism, head banging, nonverbal, non-toilet trained, stimming, toe walking, these other stereotypical features. Where are these people walking around the mall? You can't find them. They're not in homes. There are no homes for them. There are no institutions for them. Why are we seeing them on the street? Anybody can look around and see that this is a canard. And then you have to ask yourself, why is it so pervasive? Why has it been thrown up against us for so many years? And clearly there are industries. This is coming from an environmental toxin. And somebody made a profit by putting that environmental toxin into our air, our water, our medicines, our food. And it's to their benefit to say, oh, to normalize it, to say, oh, this is all normal. It's always been here. But that's not good for our country. And it's not good for the press to not be more inquisitive, to not be more skeptical. And within 3 weeks, and probably we're hoping in 2 weeks, we're going to announce a series of new studies to identify precisely what the environmental toxins are that are causing it. This has not been done before. And we're going to do it in a thorough and comprehensive way. And we're going to get back to with an answer to the American people very, very quickly.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Secretary Kennedy, I was not diagnosed with autism in 1984 when I initially did it. It took me 5 years to get diagnosed later. You also talked about the fact that the numbers increase with Black and Latino people, but your own study says these findings may indicate that improvements in ASD awareness, identification, and access to services in communities among Black and Latino, Hispanic, and API children have improved. Do you think that, are you denying that in the past, Black, Latino, and AAPI people had not been diagnosed, they've been diagnosed with behavioral disorders, they've been disciplined, they've been incarcerated, and now they're finally getting the services that they need?
Oh yeah, and there are small slivers of the autism epidemic, maybe 10% to 25% according to the studies. Highest studies are around 25%. That can be attributed to better recognition and better diagnosis. That means 85% are still, or 75% to 80% are part of an epidemic, and that's too many. And that is what we need to redress.
Walter, do you have something you'd like to add?
There's better recognition of autism and better awareness because there are more children with autism, and the professionals have greater reason to learn from what their experience and to diagnose. I wish the contrary was true, but it's not like better awareness pushes something that's not there. Rather, something that's there is being recognized.
Can you please say your first and last name and outlet before asking a question? Thank you.
Secretary Kennedy, Amanda Seitz with the Associated Press. Some of the CDC's own research has concluded that there's a genetic link at play with autism. Are you saying today that you don't trust that research or that it was wrong? Could you expand a little bit more on that?
No, there is, we have really good genetic markers now, and they provide a vulnerability. But those genetic markers alone are not going to dictate your destiny. You need an environmental toxin. I mean, there are many genetic markers that dictate the methylation capacity of the human body. Those contribute to, those dictate, listen, with many people smoke cigarettes and only 1 in 5 died from lung cancer. There were 4 of them that didn't. And those were the ones that had some circumstances, probably genetic, that made them more susceptible to it. And the same is true. We know that that glutathione production, and glutathione is an enzyme that helps the human body excrete metals and toxins. People with low glutathione production are more vulnerable. People with the MTHFR gene, which dictates methylation, are more vulnerable. People with high testosterone are more vulnerable. So there are a lot of genetic vulnerabilities. You need an environmental toxin.
Alex at Fox. Alex.
Hi, Alex Hoff, Fox News. In seeking out an environmental toxin, do you feel that if one or several are detected or put on your radar, do you think it would be the same one causing issues at both ends of the spectrum? Children who struggle with, let's say, sensory issues, all the way to those who are fully care dependent, unable to speak. Would it be the same catalyst in all of those varying conditions, you think?
Well, those are the kind of studies that we're going to do. And you're right, there's a spectrum of injuries, and we don't know. There are studies that, that look at maternal activation so that, something happens in the womb. There are studies that, that look at other genetic cause. The issue that we know is genes don't cause epidemics. You need an environmental toxin. And we're going to look at all the potential culprits. We're going to look at mold. We're going to look at food additives. We're going to look at pesticides. We're going to look at air and water and medicines. So, we're going to look at ultrasound because there's a timeline that, something happened. In fact, Congress said to EPA, ordered EPA to tell us what year the autism epidemic began. The EPA scientists came back and said it happened in 1989. Oh, you have to find a toxin that became ubiquitous around that time period. And that affected every demographic from Cubans in Key Biscayne to Inuit in Alaska. And that affects boys at a 4-to-1 ratio as girls. There's a limited universe of those, but actually it's quite large. And, Eberhard-Spichota was the one who suggested that, one of the things we have to look at is ultrasound. I don't think that that's probably a factor, but it's one of the exposures that became ubiquitous during that period. And we're going to look at all of them agnostically. We're going to find the potential exposures that increased during that time period. And then we're going to, we're going to see if there is a link to this injury.
Thank you. Nathan at Epic Times.
I'm sorry. Sure.
No, Nathan. Nathan.
Yes, Nathan Worcester with Epic Times. During that same time period of increasing autism prevalence or diagnoses, there's also been a significant increase in maternal and paternal age. Couldn't that be a significant contributor
With what?
beyond maternal and paternal age?
Yeah, we're going to look at all of that. We're going to look at obesity in the parents. We're going to look at the age of the parents. We're going to look at diabetes in the parents. We're going to look at all of these potential exposures. And because of AI and because of the digitalization of health records and the mass of health records that are now available to us, we can do this much more quickly than has ever been done in the past.
Cheyenne. This is our last question. Thank you.
Do you still pledge to have answers by September, or is that going to be the beginning of this process? And are you open to following the science regardless of whether it confirms some of your expectations or not?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna follow the science no matter what it says, and we will have some of the answers by September. It's going to be an evolving process. We're going to involve, we're going to issue grants the way that it's always done to university researchers and others. We're going to remove the taboo. People will know they can research and they can follow the science no matter what it says without any kind of fear that they're going to be censored, that they're going to be gaslighted, that they're going to be silenced, they're going to be defunded, delicensed, and we're going to give them permission to do this research. And then we're going to open it up to the research community, and we're going to task them with certain outcomes, and we're going to have them come and bid on how to do the research. This is all being run by Jay Bhattacharya and I think Martin Koldorf may be also working on this on designing the grant proposals. So it's going to be done by credible scientists, by the most credible scientists from all over the world, and we're going to do it very, very quickly. Yeah, one more question. You identify yourself. I think we're going to figure out a way to make pressure on them to remove it. And I think also, there will be market forces that also exert pressure on them to remove it. And I want to say that I'm very grateful President Trump because he tasked me on day one of this job with making this a priority of finding out what's causing the autism epidemic, and we are going to do it for him. Thank you all very much.
River announces Bitcoin interest on cash. Now, US dollars in your River account will earn you high-yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on cash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on cash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river.
With constituents this afternoon. Live coverage on C-SPAN.
And we have a lot of media, I see. I've been doing this for 45 years and haven't had this much media at most of my meetings. So I'm really thrilled that you're paying attention to it. I had 396 county meetings during the 4 years of the Biden administration, and none of you showed up. But, I'm glad you're showing up now. Yeah.
Thank you for showing up.
Yeah. I'm glad to be here. This is what it takes to, this is the best way to get your opinions because I can see you and you can see me. But, you know, I only see a few thousand people a year face to face. So I rely an awful lot on email and postal mail and telephone calls. And if you communicate with me that way, you should expect an answer. Right now, I think our number of being behind is about 35,000 because now normally, you know, during the last 4 years it was more like 3,000 or 4,000 behind, but there's a lot more interest now. So we keep track of those answers that are more than 30 days old, and that would be about 3,000 or 4,000. So normally that would be zero the last several years. So I just want to tell you, you should expect an answer and get an answer, but right now you may not get it as fast as you'd like. Let's see. Now I learned something from the meeting we had in Hampton, that we have these big turnouts because a lot of people want to bring up things that are new because of Trump being president. And that's perfectly all right. And we're going to cover those as well. But after that meeting, I got criticized because I was just listening to the people that wanted to complain about things that Trump were doing. So I'm got a list of things here that I'm not going to speak about unless anybody wants to ask about it. But because I was criticized before, I want to go down this list. And if anybody's got a question like about the Farm Bill, raise your hand, or prescription drugs or tax bill. And then when we're through this list, I'll open it up for questions from anybody. So has anybody come to talk about the Farm Bill? Okay, nobody wants.
I have a farm question.
Go ahead.
Okay, my son has cattle.
Yes.
And he works a regular job and then he has cow-calf pairs.
Sure.
And so I just wonder how the tariffs will affect someone like him. So if market-wise
Yeah,
and long.
From this standpoint, it could affect, it's too early to make a judgment if what I'm going to say will happen. But for instance, one benefit might be from the fact that Australia today doesn't take our beef. So if Australia is one of those 100 countries that have come to Washington now to negotiate because Trump put the tariffs on, and we can get our beef into Australia, that would be to his benefit. But it could also be negative from the standpoint that if people don't negotiate, because there's a lot more countries than the 100 that have so far come to the table, then we know from past years, not just under Trump, but under other presidents, that when you put something negative like a tariff on some country, they seem to retaliate against agriculture issues. Now, I think it's probably more grain than it is livestock, as an example. Okay, then prescript. Go ahead.
Well, I have a live question from a colleague in Fairfield. This is Senator Grassley. Thank you for co-sponsoring the Trade with You Act 2025, which would restore congressional oversight of President Trump's tariffs. Given the uncertain fate of that bill in the House, what additional measures are you taking to protect your constituents and other Americans from the risks of inflation and recession likely to result from President Trump's tariffs and from his lack of consistency, which undermines agriculture and business plan?
Excellent. Okay. First of all, since you ask a question about my bill,
yes,
it's prospective, not retroactive. And the reason it's raised now is if I'd raised this bill a year or two ago when nobody was talking about tariffs, who would care what Grassley wants to do about recapturing the constitutional power of Congress to regulate interstate and foreign commerce? And but now Trump has raised the issue of tariffs. It gives me a chance to make up for the mistakes that were done in 63 and 74. And remember, from 1954 until 1981, Democrats controlled both houses of Congress for all those years. And they passed tariff bills in 63 and 74 that basically gave away Congress's power to regulate interstate and foreign commerce to a president, whoever he is. And both Republicans and Democrats have exercised some of that power. So this is my attempt to recapture that power for the Congress of the United States, where it shouldn't have been given up in the first place. Now, okay. Now, anybody interested in prescription drug prices?
You're going to have to use a microphone because people can't
Farm
hear.
bill?
I'm sorry, microphone can't hear you.
That's not on PA.
Well, you,
That's just media.
well, I got to stand here.
No, that's just for C-SPAN. We don't have a microphone. So they're saying they're having trouble hearing you, so just
Oh.
speak up.
Yes. Oh, listen, thank you for saying that, and I'll try to talk louder. Okay, maybe I better stand over here a little bit because I'm not in the middle there. Okay, prescription drugs.
Yeah, why haven't you done more to get the price of all drugs down? You've introduced a lot of legislation over the years regarding medicine, but none of those bills have brought the price of meds down substantially, with the exception of the EpiPen.
You're right, and you know the answer to it because it's hard to defeat the pharmaceutical company. But what we're up now on prescription drugs is this: we're taking on the pharmacy benefit managers. They're the middle people between you and the company. Nobody knows what they do, and they would argue you shouldn't know what we do because we're negotiating. But it affects the price, it affects the rebates, and it affects the formula. And we don't know what they're doing benefits the insurance companies or the pharmaceutical companies or you as a consumer or the local pharmacists, which is they're a real problem for the local pharmacists. And then themselves, they benefit, the PBMs benefit from it. And three big companies have 85% of all of it. And some of them are controlled by insurance companies. And you got, we have a bipartisan bill, Cantwell of Washington and me, that got out of committee last year. And I thought there was a good chance of getting passed because Schumer called, and there's two other bills. So those two other bills and us were invited to Schumer's office to talk about moving the bill. And I thought there was good hope of getting it done. And I can't give you a reason why he didn't call it up for, but he sets the agenda of the Senate. Now we have Thune, a new Republican, new leader and the Republican majority. So I'm hoping to get something moving now on PBMs, and I'm hoping that that Thune will bring it up because the president talked about doing something about PBM. So we ought to even have White House support. And more ridiculous, why it didn't come up in the last Congress is between the Cantwell-Grassley bill and between the other two bills that are in, there was about 65 or 70 senators co-sponsoring one or the other. And so there's plenty of votes to get the 60 vote margin that it takes to stop debate to move a bill. By the way, I'm chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and 4 or 5 bills, I think 5 bills was 2 weeks ago voted out of committee. Now they're not as impressive on possibly bringing drugs down like the PBM bill would, but I'll give you one example of one of the bills. It's a Klobuchar-Grassley bill. It's called pay for delay. So let's say you were taking Eliquis your life for the heart and blood pressure, stuff like that. Okay, the patent runs out on 2022. They make a deal with the generic company. They pay the generic company to keep the drug off of the market until 2028. So you're paying the same high price you paid during the 12 years of patent protection. Just as one example.
I'm aware of that. You're right.
Okay. Let's tax anybody interested in a tax. Well, I'm going to call on everybody, but I'm going to go through this list of people that were complaining to me in Hampton. You didn't discuss any of these things. Anything interested in the tax bill? Yes, the tax bill.
You're talking about the Senate budget resolution and reconciliation, is that what you're referring to?
But before you ask your question, let me explain that the budget just passed last week, and then the budget does not go to the president. That's just an internal congressional document that sets the stage for what you're going to ask me about.
Right. I mean, it sets amounts that each committee is supposed to cut or budget. Am I correct?
Yeah. Now, if you're like a House member and you look at the Senate, and we only have $1 billion for each committee, that doesn't mean we aren't going to cut more than $1 billion, but we just want to leave maximum leeway to the committee to decide how they're going to spend it. So go ahead with your question.
The resolution basically supports, that you supported, extends and expands the tax cuts from the 2017 tax bill, and to extend those cuts, which largely go to the top 5% or so of people. They get something like 50% of the benefits from that tax bill. The resolution allows deficits to increase by 1.5 trillion under the Finance Committee's calculations, but that doesn't account for 4 trillion in costs of extending the tax cuts, bringing the actual cost around 5.3 billion. This bipartisan policy center, trillion, 5.3 trillion over 10 years. And this is from the Bipartisan Policy Center. And meanwhile, like the House resolution, the Senate resolution calls for $880 billion in cuts over 10 years from the Energy and Commerce Committee, which includes Medicare and Medicaid. And it also orders the Agriculture Committee to cut $230 billion, among cuts from other committees while increasing funds and for defense in other areas. And yet, after all those cuts, we still end up with trillions in deficits. How is this fiscally responsible, Senator, to extend these tax cuts when they're raising deficits and resulting in cuts to services that people need and giving benefits to the top 5% or so of taxpayers?
Okay. Well, first of all, the last two items you mentioned are in the House part of it, not the Senate part of it. So I'm not going, you'll have to talk to your Congress people about that. But I can answer the tax part of it very easily, because if we, the way the 2017 tax bill was passed, it was passed under this process of reconciliation, and you can't pass a tax bill, either increase or decrease, for more than 10 years unless you get 60 votes to do it. So we only had 51 or 52 votes in 2017. So it sunsets. It could go for 2 more years, but we sunset it December 31st, 2025. So here's what's going to happen if we don't continue that tax policy into the future. You're going to have the biggest tax increase in the history of the country without even a vote of Congress, because it sunsets, and so you just automatically go back to the tax levels prior to 2017. We can't let that happen because it would be the biggest tax increase on the middle class in the history of America, and it wouldn't give any more benefits to anybody than what they had in the 2017 tax bill. So it's very important that we keep the tax level where it is, which has been historically about 17% of all the gross national product of this country, coming to the Congress of the United States at about 17 to 18% of all the activity, economic activity in this country. So it keeps a tax policy that we've had in place for decades. Okay, now the next one would be.
What do you mean?
The next one
Same
would,
tax policy we've
the
had
next
for
one would be border security.
He asked a question.
Can I ask a quick question? I understand holding that tax at what you're saying, but why aren't we doing more to make the billionaires pay more?
Yeah.
It might surprise you this. It might surprise you that the list of possibilities we have on our working sheet that the members of the Finance Committee, and I'm a member of that committee, are going to discuss is raising from 30. Border security.
He asked a question.
Can I ask a quick question? I understand holding that tax at what you're saying, but why aren't we doing more to make the billionaires pay more?
Yeah.
Republicans.
And a new Republican, new leader, and the Republican majority. So I'm hoping to get something moving now on PBMs, and I'm hoping that that soon will bring it up because the president talked about doing something about PBM. So we ought to even have White House support. And more ridiculous, why it didn't come up in the last Congress is between the Cantwell-Grassley bill and between the other two bills that are in, there was about 65 or 70 senators co-sponsoring one or the other. And so there's plenty of votes to get the 60 vote margin that it takes to stop debate to move a bill. By the way, I'm chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and 4 or 5 bills, I think 5 bills was 2 weeks ago voted out of committee. Now they're not as impressive on possibly bringing drugs down like the PBM bill would, but I'll give you one example of one of the bills. It's a Klobuchar-Grassley bill. It's called Pay.
And yet, after all those cuts, we still end up with trillions of deficits. How is this fiscally responsible, Senator, to extend these tax cuts when they're raising deficits and resulting in cuts to services that people need and giving benefits to the top 5% or so of taxpayers?
Okay. Well, first of all, the last 2 items you mentioned are in the House part of it, not the Senate part of it. So I'm not going, you'll have to talk to your Congress people about that. But I can answer the tax part of it very easily, because if the way the 2017 tax bill was passed, it was passed under this process of reconciliation, and you can't pass a tax bill, either increase or decrease, for more than 10 years unless you get 60 votes to do it. So we only had 51 or 52 votes in 2017. So it sunsets. It could go for 2 more years, but we sunset it December 31st, 2025. So here's what's going to happen if we don't continue that tax policy into the future. You're going to have the biggest tax increase in the history of the country without even a vote of Congress, because it sunsets, and so you just automatically go back to the tax levels prior to 2017. We can't let that happen because it would be the biggest tax increase on the middle class in the history of America, and it wouldn't give any more benefits to anybody than what they had in the 2017 tax bill. So it's very important that we keep the tax level where it is, which has been historically about 17% of all the gross national product of this country coming to the Congress of the United States at about 17 to 18% of all the activity, economic activity in this country. So it keeps a tax policy that we've had in place for decades. Okay, now the next one would be.
What do you mean?
The next one
Same
would,
tax policy we've
the
had
next
for
one would be border security.
He asked a question.
Can I ask a quick question? I understand holding that tax at what you're saying, but why aren't we doing more to make the billionaires pay more?
Yeah.
It might surprise you this. It might surprise you that the list of possibilities we have on our working sheet that the members of the Finance Committee, and I'm a member of that committee, are going to discuss is raising from 37 to 39.6 on the very group of people you talk about. Now that doesn't mean it's going to happen, but that means it's that, and the rationale for it is that we can take that money and use it for child increase in child tax credit.
Well,
So-
you gotta take care of the tax loops
Okay.
too.
Now, anybody interested in border security? If there's not, we'll go on. You're interested in border security?
Yes, I'm believe very strongly in my Christian faith. I preach on Sundays, and I believe very strongly in we welcome the stranger. Because anybody, the least of these we do to Jesus. And that is what we've been taught, and that is what the gospel tells us. And I think turning away people who have come here for asylum is one of the most shameful things we are doing right now.
Yep.
I just want to know, for you as a senator, as my elected senator, is there anything you can do so that we can follow international law better, or just the ideals of our country, to be a place of hope for others, where they can come when they are searching for a home because they have no place else to go.
Take down the Statue of Liberty.
Everything that we can do legally under our laws, we can. We welcome refugees. That's legal status. You read that. Until it's quiet, so I can hear you.
Oh, Senator Grassley, right now we're not. I mean, that right now we're not. These changes have been taking place, and that's what concerns me
There's
so
no
much.
process.
It hurts. Yeah.
Okay.
So with laws.
I would welcome refugees, and I would welcome people that need asylum.
Are you gonna bring that guy back from El Salvador? Are you?
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, because that's not a power of Congress.
Supreme Court said to bring him back.
He's defined the
You're on the
Constitution.
Judiciary
Committee.
Trump don't care.
If I get an order, pay a ticket for $1,200 and I just say no, does that stand up? Because he's got an order from the Supreme Court and he's just said no.
Yeah. Screw it.
I'll be able to answer your question.
You ignored my letter.
Guatemala, Maine too, or El Salvador is an independent country. The president
Speak
of
up,
that
please.
country,
We can't hear you.
the president of that country is not subject to our U.S. Supreme Court.
We're paying him to keep him down there. We don't have to pay him.
Why are we paying them the houses so we don't have control?
The next subject here.
Excuse me, Senator. Senator, excuse me, on that same subject. Hey, excuse me, Senator Grassley, on that same subject. The Constitution, the framers of the Constitution said that every person, not citizen, every person within the jurisdiction of the United States has due process. And we would like to know what you, as the people, the Congress, who are supposed to rein in this dictator, what are you going to do about it? These people have been sentenced to life imprisonment in a foreign country with no due process. Our government cannot do anything. Why won't you do your job, Senator?
Yes, why? Obeying the Supreme Court. Trump's not obeying the Supreme Court. He just ignores them.
Yeah, screw it.
Be okay with that. He's rolling around allowing it to happen.
Let Senator answer.
What is a constitutional crisis? What does that consist of? A constitutional crisis exists when you have a president who ignores the Supreme Court. You have a Congress who fails to rein in a third branch of our government.
That's right.
Who is now violating our Constitution. You took an oath. I do solemnly swear or affirm. Do you remember that, sir? Yes, sir. That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of office of which I am about to enter. So help me God. Sir, will you act upon your oath?
Yeah, I thought that I was, when I answered, I'll wait till the clapping's done. I thought when I answered this guy's question, I was doing what the Constitution requires. I'm trying to recapture the constitutional authority of Article 1, Section 8, one of the 18 powers of Congress to regulate interstate and foreign commerce by introducing the bill, which is a bipartisan bill.
Yes.
To make some of the mistakes that Democratic Congresses made in 1963. That's
Congress as a whole.
That's what I'm doing.
Congress as a whole.
Yeah.
Bipartisan has the power to act, to bring.
Can you wait till they be quiet?
Congress as a whole, bipartisan, has the power to act, to bring the
And just to make we're going to save Medicare if there's any Medicaid if there's any doubt about Medicaid, which was the point of his question. But also it gives me a chance to say that we'd have a lot less rural health care if I hadn't got adopted 25 years ago, the critical access hospital program. Yeah, okay. Okay, now any questions on veterans? Any questions on?
Yes.
Where's the vet?
Back here, I have a question on
Go ahead.
the healthcare. Okay, I was really sad to hear that it's gonna take, what, 2 years for you to just to get my email and what I sent you. Darn it. What'd you say about a year for something, for people to?
Would you say that, would you start over again?
I'm
please?
sorry. I have let me back up. About 2 days ago, I sent you a short email, but I put 3 attachments with it. I write for an online site. My 3 were managed healthcare, and then care facilities, not anymore, and then the fiasco of the health and insurance industry. And there is so much fraud and abuse in there that I had to write those things. So that, and there's a lot of things that are going on in this part of the state even. And if they're going on here, I know they're going on other places in care facilities because I know people that work there, and I've done that kind of work myself. One gentleman, I called him gentleman, picked a lady up that had tried to get out of bed. She'd fallen. He picks her up and slams her in the bed and he says, "Stay there." My goodness. And did he get fired for that or even say, oh no, they wrote a glowing report on him when he went to another facility because that's what they do. They just pass them around. Instead, maybe she doesn't have family that can help her, can come in there and talk to her. She can't say to somebody that she's being mistreated, abused. So we've got to find a way. I know you care about that. I follow you closely in what you do. But is there anything that Congress can do about this? About all the states?
Sure. Some of the things that you have brought up, I brought up in my open hearings that we've had before the committee on that very subject. And we have federal laws guaranteeing quality care. It's administered by the 50 states separately. The federal government can step in and chastise the states if they aren't doing a good job of it.
Do they get federal money or are they privately owned or?
Most, well, a lot of them are owned by hedge funds, which is a problem that I find.
Yes, I think so because Congress is at power of the purse.
People in it just to make a profit.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all
See,
the problem.
But I would guess between Medicaid and Medicare, about 70%, maybe 80% of the average nursing home comes from those federal funds. So that, and
That
that's,
could be one thing you could do.
well, that's the lever for the laws that are on the books were passed during the Clinton administration. So it's just a case of Republican, Democrat presidents since then, and their Secretary of HHS enforcing the law.
Exactly, that's
Yeah.
the problem, because
Yeah.
at one of these facilities, my daughter was taking her clinicals as a nurse. She fixed this woman's arm up, cleaned the wound, wrote her name and the time and date on the wound, on the bandage. When she came back, it was still there a month later. So she called the woman's son and the EMTs to come and get her because she was out of it. And so they took her to Iowa City where they amputated her arm and then she died later. That was a $2 million lawsuit. So did they fire the director? No, not at all. They didn't fire her until she came in drunk one night because somebody didn't show up. Yeah.
Where's the law in all this? Senator Grassley, I would like to ask about the cuts in SNAP benefits on the Farm Bill.
You start over again.
Yes. Senator Grassley, I would like to ask about any reduction in SNAP benefits that are going to be attached to the Farm Bill. I've heard there's been talk about them going back to pre-pandemic levels. I'd also like to know if you're planning on protecting the expansion of Medicaid benefits for Iowans under the ACA, the vouchers.
If your answer is that possible that could happen, the answer is yes, because it's one of the things that's listed on the agenda as a possibility of saving money, but there's no certainty at this point that that's what's going to happen. And it's going to be part of the Farm Bill, and we haven't even started on the Farm Bill yet.
I think she was asking if you were going to stand up for it.
Are you going to support the cuts to the SNAP?
Would you consider having, for able-bodied people, having work
Sir,
requirements?
I work at a grocery store.
I'd like to,
and
I'm
have
asking you,
people.
would you give me your opinion on a question I have that'd be important
Yes,
for me
Senator.
to hear your opinion? Would you consider a work requirement for able-bodied people 30 to 59 years old to be, and that would save money? Would you consider that?
No, that
wrong?
sounds like waste, fraud, and abuse.
No. Okay,
That
well,
sounds like waste for sure.
I'm glad to hear that.
Disabled body.
That you-
Yeah. They said it was going to cost more to oversee that program.
Are you going to increase childcare so they can afford to go to work?
Okay, the next thing here is national security. Anybody? No, I've called on you.
I've got questions.
There's one thing I think that you could do without having to introduce a bill or do anything else is to stand up for the people in this country.
Yes.
We all paid into our Social Security.
Yes.
Our employers paid into it. We paid into Medicare. Stop the use of the word entitlement. That would be one step that if you just use the right language, this is not an entitlement. We're not getting this because we exist. We're getting it because of the faith we put in the country, the treasury, every legislator, that we would pay into our Social Security. We would have it when we retired. We paid into Medicare. All of our employers and self-employed people paid double. They paid the employer part. So farmers, anybody who did this. So stop the use of the word entitlement because it's insulting to all of us.
Earned
Every
benefit.
single person elected to Congress should stop the use of that word and insist that it not be used.
It's an earned
And
benefit.
yeah. 30 years old to 59 has to prove that they're working, that they're worth the benefits they get, but we can't talk about taxing the ultra rich because we might be losing money on somebody that's getting food stamps in a town like this. Where are they going to work? How are they going to prove
You gotta have jobs.
that they have a job or the transportation to go get their job? So I mean,
Childcare.
I think the general population is sick and tired of hearing about the tax cuts for the wealthy,
Yes.
the ultra wealthy, the uber rich, whatever you want to call them. when you start nitpicking about whether some single mom or single dad or somebody with somebody in prison is getting $70 too much food stamps, it doesn't even buy you anything at the grocery store.
If you're asking me if we're going to cut Social Security, no. And I wouldn't hope that you'd even worry about that when you have both Biden and Trump running the campaign that we're not going to cut Social Security.
I asked if you could stop using the word entitlement, admit that we paid into it, and just fund it fully. And do whatever taxing you have to do at the top.
Exactly.
Yes. Why should somebody reach 200,000, 250,000 a year and say, I don't have to pay Social Security taxes on that anymore, when I have to pay it for every dime I ever earned because I never earned over that amount? So fund Social Security.
Related, Senator?
Stop using it as a
She's asking me to not use the word entitlement. That's a pretty good request from any constituent. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Take Social Security or how that works?
Anybody here, I suppose if you aren't agriculture people, you wouldn't be interested in this, but biofuels, anybody interested in biofuels? Okay.
I'm interested in reconciliation and solar.
Okay. Now,
Senator,
reconciliation. Now it's open for questions. Who that hasn't, you've asked a question, you've asked a question. Who hasn't asked a question? You haven't asked.
Senator, my wife is the record keeper and the check writer and the bill payer, and she's concerned about the increased costs on credit cards. Everything seems to be jumping up, and I understand that we have something coming up that has to do with that, the overcharging on credit cards and bill paying and that sort of thing.
Overdraft.
I'm not sure I can answer your question because I'm not on the banking committee.
Okay.
But there is, there's bills in on putting limit on credit cards. There's bills in on some of these charges that banks put on, and things of that nature, but I couldn't even give you a prospect.
Has to do with bipartisan supported credit card competition act about swipe fees to reduce. Okay, so and those are the things
That's more prominent.
Okay,
I can give you an answer on that. So the KCs, the high Bs, and stuff like that take a lot of credit cards, they want that bill passed. And the credit unions and the banks do not want it passed. Okay. And all this would basically do this. Now there's two companies that have most of the business, and this would just allow people that accept credit cards to seek 2 or 3 or 4 other places that maybe they could get it done cheaper. And but the problem with that bill moving is this, that it's not talked about very often, and the banking committee's really divided on it. I don't know whether it'll get out of the committee or not.
Do you support it?
But I'm going to wait until a bill gets out of committee because I don't have any way of knowing what it looks like before it gets out.
Gotcha.
What about the theoretically, what would you support on that?
Yeah.
You haven't asked the question, have you?
All right, given that during the confirmation hearings, Kennedy, who is in charge of our Medicare and Medicaid, made the statement that everybody wants Medicare privatized, which is a lie. Where do you stand on this?
We aren't going to. You can
No,
stop
but
there.
you
We
now
are not.
are giving money, there's money gonna go out to the people that are doing Medicare Advantage. That is privatization of Medicare.
Yes.
That's right.
And we don't want it.
No,
Okay.
they take advantage of people all the
But
time.
50% of the seniors do want it because of.
No, they don't want
Okay, let me explain why I said 50%. 50% of the seniors are enrolled in Medicare Advantage.
Because, no, that doesn't mean they want it.
They got a choice.
It's insurance companies that are, of course, insurance companies are then controlling you, and they'll tell you that you must call in every year because they can change the rules whatever they want to do. And they get X amount of dollars, and when your dollars are used up, you're done with your Medicare. I want it the way it is, and so do most of the people. And the SHIP people that help people get their Medicare are rightfully telling them, stay away from Medicare Advantage. It's a privatization, it's a ripoff, and we don't want it. And not 50% of the people want it. And Kennedy's saying that.
If 50% of the people that are over 65 don't want it, why do they enroll in it? They don't.
Because the insurance companies slap me 3 and 4 times a day to try and sell it to you and say that they are actually Medicare calling you, and they're not.
They don't want to pay.
Medicare Advantage has nothing to do with the federal government, is that correct?
You have your hand up, sir.
Iowa says if you're not.
You're not gonna answer him? You're not gonna answer him?
He's asked questions 3, 4 times. I have other people that don't ask questions.
Yeah.
I just want to know
Be safe.
if you're proud of voting for Trump and what he's doing in office. Are you proud of everything he's doing right now?
There's no president that I've agreed with 100%.
I didn't say that. I said, are you proud that he's in?
Well, first of all, Senator Grassley, I want to thank you for coming today because our Representative Miller Meeks seems to be hiding in a closet.
Yeah.
I have concerns about veterans. I have a concern about the veterans and the cuts that they are proposing to do. One of which is destaffing the crisis hotline for veterans. 18 veterans commit suicide every single day in this country. My husband is a veteran. He has been exposed to Agent Orange, and his health is very poor because of that. And he has actually said out loud he wished he could die at times, and he has had to go through PTSD counseling. I cannot tell you how many times. So I do not understand how the Republican Party can say we're support our veterans when they are going to do something like cut the crisis hotline. That is unacceptable. That is just, it's unbelievable to even think that they would do that. This is something that veterans rely on. They are cutting staff, and a lot of that staff that is being cut is PTSD counselors. So my question is, what is your plan to assure that the veteran hotline remains staffed adequately and that veterans are supported rather than harmed by Republican legislation?
When Congressman Boswell was in Congress from Southwest Iowa, and this would go back to about 2008 or 9, I believe. He and I sponsored the first 800 number for veterans to call, and the reason we did it was because of the person in Grundy Center, Iowa, that committed suicide in front of his mother in the kitchens. And we named the bill after that veteran, as an example. So that ought to tell you that I'm for maintaining.
But what are you going to do about that with, as far as, proposing legislation or talking to the other members of Congress or the president and saying this is wrong? These cuts are wrong. We have to support our veterans. They need more help rather than they want to cut 83,000 employees.
Yeah.
And they cut in the first 5 weeks of Trump when he fired all those federal employees. 6,000 of those employees that were fired were veterans. And a lot of the veterans, many veterans are the ones that manage those hotline calls. And so are they getting fired too? Who's gonna answer these calls? These men and women serve our country. They put their lives on the line.
Question in reference
I hope I answered your question by saying it.
We appreciate your support, but we wanna know what you can do to stop this legislation.
I can do everything you suggested in your question. Yeah, next.
Senator.
Say, I talk about the SAVE Act.
Have you had a question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was gonna ask about the SAVE Act.
Yeah.
What's your opinion, and do you support it or you're against it?
Which one?
The SAVE Act?
Well, first
Where it won't allow me to vote, I'll have to go get a passport because I have to, because my birth name is not my current name, last name. You have not heard of that?
Yes, I have heard of it, and every lawyer I've talked to that's been involved with that legislation says it'd be ridiculous to think that you can't, that women can't vote. So obviously, I would want you to be able to vote, and before the bill passes the United States Senate, we'll guarantee you that that's not part of it. I don't expect this bill to come up in the United States Senate because it's going to require 60 votes to bring it up. But if it does come up, I would see that my wife would be able to vote just like you want to vote.
When it passed in the House, though.
It did pass.
It passed.
It already passed.
By 216 to 230. Senator, I have one other question. Can I finish?
I'm a rarity here. I'm a happy Republican. I want to thank you personally for something you did for my father. My father was a World War II veteran from the Navy, and he was a Korean War decorated Marine veteran. And about 20 years ago, he had shrapnel still in his knee, and it was causing him trouble. He wanted to get surgery, and the Veterans Administration wouldn't give him coverage. We applied and applied and applied and applied, and we couldn't get it. So I contacted your office, and they told me that you would look into the matter personally. And I got a letter back saying that you had looked into the matter personally and that my father would be covered. And we've had the greatest benefits for the last 20 years that a person could ask for. He got all the coverage he needed, got everything, ramps, the equipment for handles, and passed away 3 weeks ago at 97. And I wanted you to know he was a strong supporter of you, and he lived long enough to vote for you again. So,
I ought to tell all of you something that would help veterans in the future. The Senate just set up a program for each senator to be able to have what we call a veteran fellow. So I have hired Clayton Brown to do that. He works out of my Des Moines office. Of course, you can go to any of my offices and get help like you got for your dad, but this guy is concentrating just on veterans issues. So if you know somebody that needs some help.
Veterans need the hospital's valve to be staffed.
If you,
Brown.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody that needs help from the VA, it'd be nice if you direct them to
Okay, we'll do so. Thank you.
Senator, I have emailed you and sent several messages. My name is Teresa Potter. We've got to do something about the toxic chemical drift overspray. 18 horses, dead horses. It's up to 21. Today, I live out in the country, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. By law, Iowa law, they're supposed to not spray over 7 miles per hour. I have got serious heart issues. Our farm dog had a huge tumor, and to lose all these horses, and I've got very few left. Why is law enforcement? They're told, law enforcement is told they're responsible. I have called Gretchen Bullock. She knows my name by heart. Everybody up there I've called, and they came down. They tested it. Tested positive. Beltamar is one of them. One of the most worst things you can have. I won't live another 5 years to talk about some of these, and all those dead horses, and to watch them die a cruel, painful death. Kidneys, liver, lung, brain. They're laying on their sides, running and bleeding. And there is laws there, but they're not being enforced. At state level, they're blaming the sheriff. And I don't feel it's his, it's not his fault. Who is responsible to enforce these laws? All they have to do is shut down spraying for a while because we gotta live too. And I understand farmers, I lived out by them forever. But this is ridiculous. 18 horses and they're still breaking the law. It is sad. I want help. I've got grandkids. You know what one farmer told me? He's got grandkids. I have a little 15-acre farm in the middle of prime farm ground. He told me there's lots of nice parks around. I've lived there 21 years by myself as a widow. And I want my grandkids to play where I've worked my tail off and had some of the finest horses that you've ever seen. 5 are world record miniature horses. And they still won't obey the law. And I can't get anybody to enforce the law. I called the governor's office, I get thrown in jail. Now, grandma, I had my autistic grandson that day, but that wasn't fun. I'm tired of my rights being, I have no civil rights. I'm scared to call the sheriff's office, I'll get arrested. And I like these guys, they're friendly. But this has got to stop. And it involves everybody, not just me. I don't think people realize what chemicals are doing and how bad they are.
And our water
Yes,
as
it's,
well.
yeah. Yep, it's awful. And the state has tested, when the state comes down, they're not time orderly, you know, it's a joke is what it is. And I'll tell you one thing, when Gretchen had the state investigator come down, they said it tested negative for anything. The state climatologist had another report. He pegged each farmer and he said what they sprayed, and the spraying company, they held him responsible, got slapped on the hand, no fine, no nothing. They didn't have to pay $35. It's up to my job to get a lawyer to sue them. I've been sick with my heart, and I just want us to be safe. I want this for everybody. I want everybody safe. And these chemicals are bad. So I would like something done. Put me in a safe house. I begged. I called up there just to get my horses safe. I traveled all over, and that was expensive. It took every dime I had. I've got 2 horses that went to Ames twice. That was $5,000 each time, each horse, but they lived. Thank God. But then today they're out there with that spray going again, just going real fast. I got notified, and I asked, I said, would you please let me know before you spray so I can put the horses away and put the kids and myself. These are from chemicals that burn. One little horse lost his eye. It shriveled up from those chemicals. And he's still alive. But I don't know. I just would like something done. I've had horses my entire life. I don't want to have to get rid of them. I shouldn't have to. And I shouldn't have to go to a public park when I have a nice little farm myself. I work too hard to have it. So I don't know what to do. I'm going to say one thing. This wouldn't happen to a man. And I know.
The EPA.
If they do, yeah. Somebody needs to get
But they're being cut.
They're being cut.
Be around next year.
They're blaming the sheriff, and it's not the sheriff's responsibility. He's got enough stuff to do. They need to take over and do their job.
Hey, hang on. He's got a question right here.
EPA oversees the state enforcement of it. So if the state isn't doing it, the EPA can step in.
Right.
Will they step in?
Yeah, they have.
I'm gonna throw one more thing. 18 dead horses and no news media picked this up. Isn't that a little odd? It was all set up. I know. He knows your name. Come on out. I'll tell you on the horse.
Veteran right here.
Oh, there's a veteran. Senator Grassley, thank you for taking the time to come to Southeast Iowa today. One of the very few Republicans currently in the room here. Listen, I know your roots in Iowa run deep, and I'm proud to be from a state that values justice, common sense, and the Constitution. But today I'm here to talk about something happening just across the border in Wisconsin. Something that should concern every American who believes in due process, free speech, and the Second Amendment. Matthew Hoover, a husband, a father, and a YouTuber known as CRS Firearms, was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison, not for building or selling a machine gun, but for talking about a piece of metal with a design on it. Let me be clear. He didn't manufacture a weapon. He didn't sell a functioning part. He didn't incite violence. He shared a drawing on a YouTube channel. Let me repeat that. He shared a drawing on a YouTube channel. and he got 5 years in federal prison. The item, an auto key card, is a novelty. A protest item, it's not functional. You cannot use it as a weapon unless you intentionally modify it. And even then, it's been proven unreliable and ineffective. Honestly, it just doesn't work, and the ATF tested the hell out of it. To prove it didn't work, they put him in prison anyway. But the ATF and the Biden DOJ didn't care. They made an example out of him. They didn't prosecute a crime, they prosecuted a man who criticized them. And because he dared to use his platform to speak out, he's now in federal prison, separated from his wife and children. Senator, we've seen this movie before. Vague laws weaponized by unelected bureaucrats to target political dissent. We've seen what happens when agencies like the ATF are allowed to reinterpret the law on a whim. Senator Grassley, you've always stood up for the Constitution, gun owners' rights, and most importantly, due process. But this case isn't just about policy, it's about precedent. If a man can go to prison for sharing a drawing, where does it stop? What happens when any of us What happens when any of us say something the government doesn't like?
I was in jail today.
This isn't justice, it's retribution. And the damage it's done to Mr. Hoover's family, to his wife and his children, is something the Constitution was written to prevent. Senator, I am not here asking for curiosity. I don't want you to ask questions about it. I'm not asking you to even look into it. I'm asking you to use your influence, work with the president and his administration, and get this man out of prison.
Well, let's get a lot of people out of prison. This is one example. And you made an example of him. What about women having been made examples of all kinds of
This
things?
is your moment. I'm almost done. This is your moment to take a stand. Not just to question what happened, but to demand that it be made right. Matt Hoover does not belong in prison. If this case is allowed to stand, we're all one step closer to a country where dissent is criminal.
Amen.
You know that?
And you can thank Trump.
They're living it now.
And where speech is punished. I'd ask you to use your voice and your reputation to demand justice for Matt Hoover, CRS Firearms, as he was known on YouTube, before he was sentenced to 5 years for sharing a drawing. The country needs it, his children need it, and the Constitution demands it. Thank you for your time, Senator.
Senator, you got time for one more quick question.
Answer in the back. Hey, answer in the back.
But before I ask my question, just understand the importance, or at least my view of the importance of asking this question, because I've asked your office this question and I've gotten a response, but I didn't actually get an answer. I went to your last town hall, but I only showed up an hour early, and the venue didn't have enough people. I drove 2.5 hours to get there and didn't get in. And I also understand I took a day of leave that day because you don't have town halls during times when people are at home. You have them when we're at work, during the work week. And I had to take leave today in order to get the answer, or at least pose the question to you. So that to me is my criticism of your venues that you choose, because you choose small venues like this. And I do thank you for actually having a town hall. Don't misunderstand it. But I do criticize your venues and your choice of time. Because to me, you have them during the day when either A, you get people that are unemployed, or B, people that are retired, people with day jobs, maybe people that work the night shift. But my question is in reference to this, sir, is understand I'm a U.S. Army retired officer. And I retired in 2017, and I started working at the VA. And this year, after the inauguration, thus far, I've seen our president. He's put forth executive orders. The first one being I telework. And without reason or cause, he abolished all teleworking. That adds either a half an hour or an hour, because I work in Iowa City at the VA hospital. That hour adds an hour to my day going, because driving there takes a half an hour because I live a half an hour away, and then another half an hour to take a bus to get to the hospital. Because if you've ever been to Iowa City, I went to the University of Iowa and graduated. It takes a half an hour to get from your parking place to the location where you're either working or if you're taking classes. And that would add 2 hours every day for me. I would work 4 days every week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at home, and I would work in the hospital Friday. So now, because no reason that I know of other than your fellow Iowa senator who pushed the narrative that the people that work for the government are lazy and are sucking the tax dollars from the American people, and it pisses me off as a veteran and as an employee of the VA at the hospital there. But after that, we got an email from OPM, Office of Professional Management, or whatever it calls it. We got an email very similar to the email that Musk sent Twitter, the fork in the road. And it said, you can resign now and get paid till September, or you can just keep working, but we can't guarantee your job here. And that went out to every single federal employee in the executive branch. I know it went out to some of the judicial branch people, but it didn't apply because they don't fall underneath it. And how many staffers do you have here? I'm sure they didn't get it because they're not in the executive branch, but all of us GS and wage grade employees that work in the federal government, we got that. So I could have resigned. I didn't see a lot of intelligence being put into that, because basically we did have people resign because some of them were probationary employees. And the probationary employees, if you remember, were the first ones to get fired for cause, but it was done illegally. And they got fired. One of my fellow workers, she resigned so she could get paid till September, which doesn't make sense to me. How are you being efficient, you know, when you're letting all these people go home and they don't work, they stay on the books, so we can't hire anybody to replace them. And there's a hiring freeze, so we can't hire anybody for 90 days after that. But also after that, they did fire the probationary employees, which I found to be very troubling, because as my understanding, it's illegal because they fired them for cause. The AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees, the union for the employees at the hospital here at the VA in Iowa City, they took them to court and they won. But shortly after that win, they had to hire those people back, is my understanding, because even at the hospital here, they got fired. They got let go, which decreased the staffing there. And as a veteran, it pissed me off. But after that, the president put out an executive order nullifying the collective bargaining agreement, basically the contract that the federal workers have, protecting them from being summarily fired for no reason whatsoever, which I find, to me, I'm like, you just dissolved my protections as a federal employee, and you're dissolving it for all the people that are working at the VA hospital there. I'm a veteran. I go there for medical service. I find it highly suspect, and I believe it's illegal, but I haven't heard anything from any of my senators, my 2 senators, and any of the House reps, the 4 that are here in Iowa, the one that works for me, because I've asked all their offices, both you, Ernst, and Miller Meeks, and heard nothing from them. I understand impeachment, but impeachment not just of the president and power of the purse is one of the other things that Congress can do. But you don't have to impeach the president. You can impeach others. You can impeach any of the people within the cabinet, is my understanding. Maybe I haven't read the Constitution as much as you have, and maybe I don't understand it because I don't speak the old stuff. But when you have a president who puts an executive order and somebody removes my working privileges as a labor union employee, and he does it under the auspice of national security, because when you read the executive order, it says national security. And I mean, I'm just a retired major from the US Army with a master's in Homeland Security. I don't think my job as a clerk in the business office of the VA constitutes something that needs to not have protections as a labor person because of national security. I used to work in a vault, but maybe I don't understand it. I'm not the president. But my question to you is, what do you think is, because I see it as illegal, and I see my representatives, the people that are paid to represent all of these people, because Iowa, as a senator, the majority of people here are not registered Democrats. The majority is not registered Republicans. The majority is not registered anything else. They're Iowans, and your job is to represent all of them. And I'm getting sick and tired. Because, like I said, to me, I'm like, I hear calm zero, as they say on the altar, or nothing from any of them. They're willing to let him do it, whatever he wants as POTUS. But some of the things he's doing are illegal. Yes. They're illegal. In the past, I try to make myself understanding of what's going on, and I engage with the politicians that are elected to represent me. I don't want the job, but I do engage with them because, to me, they need to be held accountable. And right now, I don't see them being held accountable because they seem to represent the party more and the president. And the way our system of government, as the Constitution says, there's 3 branches of government: judicial, legislative, and executive branch. And your job is not to make sure he gets everything in his agenda done, whether or not he's a Republican or he's a Democrat. Your job is to represent every Iowan in here. If they're not Iowans, I don't know. But
do your job.
And I say that my question was basically, what are you going to do about it? Because I find it to be illegal, an illegal executive order. And I've heard people say, well, that's for the courts to decide. The problem being, though, is that he fired people. That didn't work. So he got rid of the collective bargaining agreement that protected those people that he fired. So now where's my course of action? If he gets rid of the union, which is the group that took him to court, I don't have a lot of money. I can't take him to court if I lose my job because he wants to fire me for cause, even if I don't have cause. So what are you doing about it? That's my question. I know it took a long time and we're past our time here, and I apologize, but I took the whole day off.
I'm going to answer your question, then I want to answer this criticism you gave about how I hold these meetings.
I don't need an answer on that because I've complained about it before. I've complained about it to all my representatives, and that's how they do business.
The courts are the arbiter in this, and some of them have stood against the president, and some of them have stood with the president. But in one case that you brought up about probationary, the Supreme Court made a decision that he had the constitutional authority or the power to do that under the law or under the Constitution.
He has the power to do that, sir, but what the courts didn't address is the fact that
let me.
Can I rebut though? What they didn't address is that he fired them for cause, which it was not untrue.
Okay. For 45 years, I've been doing my town meetings, county meetings this way. Some open town meetings like this. Last year, there were 33 of the counties had open town meetings. I went to about 10 high schools because kids under 18 years of age never come to a meeting like this. For the people that work, I go to either businesses or factories, and in the factories, if they'll shut down their assembly line and let people gather around me on the floor, I have a Q&A with those employees. I go to 2 or 3 hospitals a year for the reason that hospital people can't come. And I've been doing it this way for 45 years. And over the course of going to high schools, open town meetings, yesterday there was a Farm Bureau county had me in for their members, and hospitals and all those things. I hope I get a cross section of the population. But if I don't get a cross section of the population, when you add it to the emails I get. Already in 3 months, we got more emails than all of last year, as an example. As an example. And that's the way we do it. Now, I thank all of you for coming. I'm on my next meeting up to Burlington. You and the media are going to come back here.
The last 4 years have put so much stress on American family finances. Help end the stress now and celebrate the golden age with President Trump by diversifying with gold and silver. Remember President Trump's first term? Gold increased by 55%. Don't wait. Diversify your hard-earned assets and buy your gold from Goldco. Now, with no purchase minimums. Goldco has been established as a top-rated precious metals company and a leader in the gold industry, providing white glove treatment for over 10 years. Their buyback guarantee assures you that if your situation changes, they will repurchase your metals at the best price, providing you with peace of mind. You may even qualify for up to 10% back on bonus silver. Visit badlandsgold.com to claim your free information and instantsilver.com/badlands to see how much free silver you can get. Find out the relationship between gold, silver, Trump, and you with the free report focused on Trump and your financial future. That's badlandsgold.com and instantsilver.com/badlands to take control of your financial destiny.
Subcommittee on Crime and Counterterrorism is called to order. I want to welcome everybody to today's hearing, the title of which is A Time for Truth, Oversight of Meta's Foreign Relations and Representations to the United States Congress. Let me just say as we begin, this is a hearing that Facebook has tried desperately to prevent. Facebook is one of the most powerful companies in the world. It is one of the most powerful companies in the history of the world, and they have stopped at absolutely nothing to prevent today's testimony. They've absolutely gone to war to try to prevent it. Our witness today is a whistleblower, and not just a whistleblower, but a longtime executive at Facebook. She worked directly with Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sanders and the Facebook brass. She was a part of the Facebook brass, and they have gone scorched earth to prevent her from telling what she knows. They've sued her. They have sought a gag order against her. They have begged courts to take her book off of the shelves. They tried to get it stopped from being printed in the first place. They have threatened her, get this, with $50,000 in punitive damages every time she mentions Facebook in public. $50,000 every time she mentions Facebook in public, even if the statements that she is making are true. And even as we sit here today, Facebook is attempting her total and complete financial ruin. They are attempting to destroy her personally. They are attempting to destroy her reputation. And I think the question is why? Why is it that Facebook is so desperate to prevent this witness from telling what she knows? What is it that they are so afraid of? Well, we're going to find out today. And I think that we've already got a sense of it. Sarah Wynne Williams knows the truth about Facebook. That's what they fear. She knows that while Mark Zuckerberg now claims to be a champion of the United States and claims to be a free speech warrior, he in fact worked hand in glove with the Chinese Communist Party for years. He in fact made censorship his business model. He in fact developed censorship tools for the Chinese Communist Party to use against its own people. He in fact made Americans' own user data available, was willing to make it available to Beijing. The truth is, Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg have lied to the American people repeatedly. And I think as we'll see today, they have lied to Congress as well. It's time for this to stop. That's why this committee has launched a full-scale investigation into the potential illegal behavior of Facebook. Today's hearing is one step in that investigation. Ms. Wynne Williams' testimony is absolutely essential to that investigation. That's why we invited her to be here today, and it is why she accepted. Facebook does not want you to hear what she has to say. I dare say China probably doesn't want you to hear what she has to say, but we are going to get the truth. and we're going to get the truth starting now. I'm delighted to have with me the ranking member, both for the subcommittee and for the full Judiciary Committee, Senator Durbin, and I'll turn it over to him.
Thanks, Chairman Hawley, for holding this hearing. Thank you, Ms. Wynne Williams, for agreeing to testify, particularly under these circumstances. You join other whistleblowers, including Francis Haugen and Arturo Behar, who have bravely come before Congress to detail how Meta, aka Facebook, one of the biggest companies in the world, consistently chooses profits and growth over people and safety. Meta chooses to target vulnerable teenagers to drive engagement and increase ad spending, knowing the risk it poses to teen mental health. Meta chooses to feed its users inflammatory content to drive engagement and increase ad spending, knowing the harm it can cause. Meta chooses to put human rights concerns aside if it means access to more users, more growth, more dollars. During the time frame that Ms. Wynne Williams documents in her book, I was pressing Facebook on its potential cooperation with the Chinese government. I was chair in this room of the Human Rights and Law Subcommittee, working with a staunch Republican conservative, the late Tom Coburn. We held hearings on the human rights implications of big tech operating in countries with repressive governments and sent interrogatories to Facebook on the issue. The company flatly declined to appear, claiming they had nothing to say on the issue. Here's what I said in the hearing room at the time, quote, "We asked Facebook to testify and they said, we have no business operations in China and for that matter in most of the countries of the world," end quote. In retrospect, these comments from Facebook were disingenuous at best. In one chapter, Ms. Wynne Williams describes a board meeting where the company discussed ways to head off regulation and change the narrative surrounding Facebook. She writes that the board, quote, "gets into conversation about what other companies or industries have navigated with similar challenges, where they have to change a narrative that says they're a danger to society, extracting large profits, pushing all the negative externalities onto society and not giving back." Guess what model they chose? Big tobacco. That analogy is apt. Like big tobacco decades ago, big tech tells us their products do no harm. Like big tobacco, big tech tells us they can be trusted. And like big tobacco, they fight to prevent any regulation that might make them pay for the cost that their products impose on society. We have seen it time and time again in Congress. Any effort to regulate big tech is met with millions of dollars in ad campaigns, lobbying, and other opposition. But Congress has fought this battle before, and we have won. Almost 40 years ago, I was a member of the House of Representatives. I introduced legislation to ban smoking on airplanes. The tobacco industry fought it tooth and nail. Once that smoking ban went into effect, it wasn't long before smoking was banned in restaurants and public places. That one little law finally turned the tide against smoking in America, and it ultimately saved millions of lives. Thanks to people like Ms. Wynne Williams, I believe we're at a similar tipping point with big tech. The word is out. The shine is off. We can all see the harm big tech has caused, from enabling the spread of CSAM and harming teen mental health to facilitating repression in places like China and Myanmar. Last Congress, the Senate Judiciary Committee, which I chaired, unanimously, and that's a big deal in this committee, reported 5 bills to regulate big tech and require online platforms to protect kids. This is no easy feat in these polarized times. One of these bills was Stop CSAM, which I introduced with Chairman Hawley. We're reintroducing it very soon. We'll do what it takes to get this bill to the president's desk so he can sign it. But we can't stop here, as Ms. Wynne Williams makes clear in her books. Companies like Meta won't do the right thing unless they're compelled to do it. That's why I'll also join with Chairman Hawley, Senator Graham, and others to introduce a bill to sunset Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. For nearly 30 years, Section 230 has shielded big tech from liability for the harms they cause. Only by removing that liability shield will big tech finally have to take the steps companies in all other industries have to take to protect their customers. Unless and until Congress imposes accountability on these companies, nothing will change. Children and society will continue to pay a price. I hope this hearing and Ms. Wynne Williams' testimony can once again shine a spotlight on the need to regulate big tech and build momentum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're delighted to have the chairman of the full committee Senator Grassley with us. And so I'm going to turn to Senator Grassley for an opening statement. Thank you,
Thank
Senator.
you for exposing all this, or will be exposed. Thank you very much. In my 50 years as a member of the United States Congress, I've seen all kinds of whistleblower retaliation. I've seen it across all industries. The United States tech industry is no different. These tech companies sitting in those ivory towers in Silicon Valley look to silence whistleblowers. They want to keep these brave men and women from telling Congress, government regulators, and the entire American public about alleged wrongdoing at their companies. I've fought for whistleblowers my whole congressional career as authors of updates to the False Claims Act, the IRS whistleblower program, many other whistleblower laws. Whistleblowers are key to rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse, whether it's in government or in the private sector. Recently, I wrote to OpenAI about their efforts to silence whistleblowers. To address this, I'm working on bipartisan legislation to implement whistleblower protection in the artificial intelligence industry. Sadly, our witness, Ms. Sarah Wynne Williams, is facing down the barrel of a gun. Ms. Williams is a former employee, Facebook. According to her attorneys, Meta is threatening her with fines of $50,000 each time she makes a disparaging comment about the company. This can be easily abused to silence her for telling the truth. Thank you for bravely being here. This isn't the first time I've investigated a tech company for exposing America's data and sensitive technology to our adversaries. On September the 13th, 2022, as ranking member of this committee, I, along with Senator Durbin, held a hearing on those very issues. A Twitter whistleblower named Peter Zatko testified at that hearing. He disclosed to this committee that Twitter shared user information to foreign intelligence agencies, including the government of China. His disclosures made public that the FBI notified Twitter of at least one Chinese agent in the company. Now, what's different here now? Well, the Chinese didn't have to infiltrate Facebook. Facebook went to China. Ms. Williams has disclosed very troubling allegations. For example, she told my office that C-suite executives had Facebook rolled out the red carpet for the Chinese Communist government. According to our witness, Facebook executives agreed to provide the communists in China with access to user data and build data storage facilities in China. This would obviously involve America data. Allegedly, Facebook also built censorship tools to block certain content from Chinese users. According to Ms. Williams, Facebook also gave the ruling Communist Party and its People's Liberation Army briefings on artificial intelligence software. These briefings were done with the knowledge that they would assist the Chinese government in advancing its artificial intelligence program. These actions have and can have dire consequences. These disclosures to Congress are exactly how it ought to be done. This whistleblower, in my view, has absolutely done the right thing. Ms. Wynne Williams often say that whistleblowers are treated like skunks at a picnic. Unfortunately, you've experienced that already. Thank you for your courage and bravery for coming forward to Congress. We'll be conducting a thorough investigation and ask Meta to fully cooperate. I'll be in and out because of votes on the floor of the Senate, but I want to come back and ask a few questions.
You bet, Mr. Chairman. And now let me turn to my good friend and someone who has been a great friend of whistleblowers and also has been a champion in going after big tech, Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Senator Hawley, and thank you for your leadership on this subcommittee and having this hearing, and also on the subcommittee that we chaired together on technology and the law. And I'm still hoping we will continue our work on AI. But your experience as a former law enforcement official, as Attorney General of your state, as I was of mine, gives you a solid backing and interest. And I think it reflects the importance of this subcommittee's work, that both the chairman and the ranking member of the full committee are here, and that we have a bipartisan group determined to get the truth. And let me just say right at the start, I just so tremendously admire your courage, Ms. Wynne Williams, in standing up to Meta, a gigantic economic and political force, and to China that would like to see you silenced as well and is cheering from the sidelines, or maybe not even from the sidelines, what Meta is doing. And what it is doing is absolutely despicable. It is disgusting and the height of hypocrisy for a supposed free speech champion, Mark Zuckerberg and Meta, to use a campaign of threats and intimidation to try to silence you. But it is part of a pattern. Meta is trying to buy and even bribe and pander its way out of any accountability. It has donated $1 million to Trump's inaugural fund. It started ripping up its policies on hate speech and letting fraud and abuse run rampant on its platforms. And appallingly, according to the Wall Street Journal, Zuckerberg has recently visited the White House 3 times to get the president to order the Federal Trade Commission to drop its antitrust case. Meta will stop at nothing to dispel and disguise and deceive. And it has done it to Congress. It has done it to Congress and to the American people. Meta lied about the generational harm it was doing to young people, suicide, eating disorders, and depression. In fact, as we know from another brave whistleblower who came to the Commerce Committee, one document provided to us showed that it was part of the Facebook, Meta, business model to, in effect, addict kids to toxic content and destroy their lives. One document you provided to us shows that Facebook's advertising division was developing tools to target teens that were insecure and depressed. It was literally attempting.
And the timeliness of today's topics and speaker. Today, we have the great privilege of hearing from the Honorable Jerome Powell, Chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. Today's a little special, so out of respect for our speakers, and because we're broadcasting this program live, I would ask that you please remain seated and quiet during the program so that we all can gain the full benefit of Chair Powell's remarks. And now it's my pleasure to welcome my friend, Austin Goolsbee, the President and CEO of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago, a renowned economist and our fellow ECC member. Austin, take it away.
Attempting to profit from the pain of young people. When it was caught lying about these harms, Senator Blackburn and I introduced the Kids Online Safety Act, KOSA, a bill that passed the Senate on a 91-3 vote. We're hoping it will pass again, and this time pass the House. The American people ought to be asking, has Facebook done anything to clean up its act? And the answer is no. It actually diverted its millions of dollars to try to stop KOSA. and it spent millions of dollars in lobbying to argue that antitrust and AI regulations.
World expert on banking, corporate finance, economic development, author of numerous award-winning books, was himself as a scholar winner of the Fisher Black Prize, which goes to the greatest financial researcher under age 40. He's since over age 40, but he was the inaugural winner. He is a member of the Group of 30, and he was the 23rd governor of the Reserve Bank of India, and before that, chief economist and director of research at the International Monetary Fund. You probably know him as a regular contributor to the Financial Times. He speaks extensively on economic and financial issues. Please give a warm welcome to Professor Rajan. And then our featured speaker will be Jerome Powell, the 16th chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. As head of the U.S. Central Bank, as you know, Chair Powell plays a crucial role in the country's monetary policy, oversees major financial institutions, and maintains economic and financial stability in this country. He was first appointed as a board member of the Fed by President Obama in 2012. He was subsequently elevated to chair of the Fed by President Trump in 2018, and then renominated to his post by President Biden in 2021. He has the respect of members of both parties, and I believe that no one as Fed chair has ever had to deal with more and varied challenging issues than Chair Powell has had to deal with. From the pandemic to fighting inflation to bank runs and on, his leadership at the Fed has been a steady hand and one of the all-time greats. Before coming to the Fed, Chair Powell was a visiting scholar at the Bipartisan Policy Center in Washington, D.C. He first entered public service at the Treasury Department under President George H.W. Bush, with responsibility for financial institutions, the Treasury debt market, related areas. Outside of public service, Chair Powell has worked as a lawyer, an investment banker, and been a partner at the Carlyle Group. In addition to his service on corporate boards, he served on boards of charitable and educational institutions, including the Bendham Center for Finance at Princeton and the Nature Conservancy of Washington, D.C. and Maryland. He is a D.C. native, received a BA in politics from Princeton and a law degree from Georgetown University, where he was editor of the Georgetown Law Journal. Please welcome to the Economic Club of Chicago again, Chair Jerome Powell.
Thank you and good afternoon. It's great to be back in Chicago. And thanks for that kind introduction, Austin. So I'm looking forward to our conversation, my conversation with Professor Rajan Raghu. But first, I'll briefly discuss the outlook for the economy and monetary policy. So at the Fed, we are always focused on the dual mandate goals that Congress has given us: maximum employment and stable prices. Despite heightened uncertainty and downside risks, the U.S. economy is still in a solid position. The labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great deal, but is still running a bit above our 2% objective. Turning briefly to the incoming data, we'll get the initial reading on first quarter GDP in a couple of weeks. The data we have in hand so far suggests that growth has slowed in the first quarter of this year from last year's solid pace. Despite strong motor vehicle sales, overall consumer spending appears to have grown modestly. In addition, strong imports during the first quarter, reflecting attempts by businesses to get ahead of potential tariffs, are expected to weigh on GDP growth. Surveys of households and businesses report a sharp decline in sentiment and elevated uncertainty about the outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. Outside forecasts for the full year are coming down, and for the most part, point to continued slowing, but still positive growth. We are closely tracking incoming data as households and businesses continue to digest these developments. In the labor market, during the first 3 months of this year, non-farm payrolls grew by an average of 150,000 jobs per month. While job growth has slowed relative to last year, the combination of low layoffs and lower labor force growth has kept the unemployment rate in a low and stable range. Meanwhile, the ratio of job openings to unemployed job seekers has remained just above 1, near its pre-pandemic level. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, the labor market appears to be in solid condition and broadly in balance, and is not a significant source of inflationary pressure. As for our price stability mandate, inflation has significantly eased from its pandemic highs of mid-2022 without the kind of painful rise in unemployment that has frequently accompanied efforts to bring down high inflation. Progress on inflation continues at a gradual pace, and recent readings remain above our 2% objective. Estimates based on the most recent data from last week show that total headline PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in March, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core prices rose 2.6%. Looking ahead, looking forward, the new administration is in the process of implementing substantial policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. These policies are still evolving, and their effects on the economy remain highly uncertain. As we learn more, we will continue to update our assessment. The level of tariff increases announced so far is significantly larger than anticipated, and the same is likely to be true of the economic effects, which will include higher inflation and slower growth. Both survey and market-based measures of near-term inflation expectations have moved up significantly, with survey participants pointing to tariffs. Survey measures of longer-term inflation expectations, for the most part, appear to remain well anchored as well. Market-based break-evens continue to run close to 2%. So, as we gain a better understanding of the policy changes, we'll have a better sense of the implications for the economy and hence for monetary policy. Tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation. The inflationary effects could also be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully to prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to make certain that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. We may find ourselves in the challenging scenario in which our dual mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close. As that great Chicagoan Ferris Bueller once noted, life moves pretty fast. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. We continue to analyze the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We understand that elevated levels of unemployment or inflation can be damaging and painful for communities, families, and businesses. We will continue to do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much, Chair Powell, for those remarks. I look forward to your elaborating on them in the course of the next 40 minutes or so. I understand last time you were here, Melody Hobson interviewed you. Well, I'm a poor substitute, but I'll try and compensate in the quality of the questions. As you repeatedly emphasize, communication and transparency are very important for the Fed. I would like to get more from you on some of what you just said. As a former central banker, the only sort of caution I've been given by the Economic Club is to not lapse into central bank speak. So I'll try my best not to do that. Let me start by saying you've guided the Fed through some really difficult events, including the pandemic, the dash for cash in March 2020, the great inflation, the banking crisis centered around Silicon Valley Bank. And then over the course of the last year, we've seen a growing possibility of a Fed-engineered soft landing. And now it seems like everything has changed. In the course of a couple of months, JP Morgan has shifted to estimating the probability of a recession this year at around 60%. What do you think about all this?
Well, first of all, thank you for being here today. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Actually, the speech, or the appearance I did here was my very first appearance as chair 7.5 years ago. So it's great to be back. And I would agree with you that it's been an eventful 7 years. Putting it mildly, I keep waiting for the 3 months of calm, that never comes. But to your question, I guess to set the stage, let's look back at 2024. 2024 was a year where the economy grew 2.4%. Unemployment remained in the low fours, close to mainstream estimates of maximum employment. And inflation came down and was running at the end of the year around 2.5%. That's the economy that we had. And I won't decide how to characterize that, but that's where things were. Where we are now, again, to your question, is the administration is, as I mentioned in my remarks, is implementing significant policy changes, and particularly trade now is the focus. And the effects of that are likely to move us away from our goals. So unemployment is likely to go up as the economy slows in all likelihood, and inflation is likely to go up as tariffs find their way, and some part of those tariffs come to be paid by the public. So that's the strong likelihood. And my hope is that we'll get through this and get back. Well, we're always going to be aiming for maximum employment and price stability. That's what we do. I do think we'll be moving away from those goals probably for the balance of this year, and then, or at least not making any progress, and then we'll resume that progress as we can.
Let's talk a little more about tariffs. I mean, you recognize that some of the effects of the tariffs will be one-off, transitory, but you also have said that perhaps they will give room for a number of firms to raise prices. You mentioned dryers. When washing machine prices went up because of tariffs, dryer prices also went up in tandem, even though they weren't tariffed. What's your sense about the effects of tariffs on inflation? What would make them more persistent? And what would make them have effects on growth?
So in a kind of a simple starting point is one tariff comes in that gets passed along in prices and raises inflation, but it's just a one-time thing. So the price level goes up and that's it. But that can happen in some circumstances, but it depends on a number of things which we don't know yet. And I would point to a couple of them, or three of them actually. One is just the size of the effects. And as I mentioned, the tariffs are larger than forecasters had expected, certainly larger than we expected, even in our upside case. We looked at a range of cases. So that's one. The second one is how long does it take for the tariffs to have their effects on inflation? To the extent it takes longer and longer, that raises the risks that the public will begin to experience higher inflation. They'll come to expect it, and companies will come to expect it. So that risks higher inflation. And the third is just what I mentioned in my speech, which is my remarks, which is got to keep inflation expectations well anchored. So if we have those three things under control, that's what it will take. And indeed, our role is to make sure that this will be a one-time increase in prices and not something that turns into an ongoing inflation process. That's a big part of our job.
What about the effects of tariffs on quantities? With the level of tariffs that, for example, have been currently applied on China, there's a fear that the supply chain may get disrupted, that firms may not be able to import their relevant stuff from China given the level of prices. If it turns into a supply shock, would the Fed's response be different than if it was primarily something which affected just prices?
So I actually had dinner at the Chicago Fed last night and with a number of directors of various parts of the Chicago Fed, and many of them are CEOs of significant companies, and they this uncertainty that they're feeling and the issue with imported components to their products is just a huge issue. But with if you look back at the pandemic, if you remember, there was a shortage of semiconductors, and that led to a shortage of cars at a time of extremely high car demand. And it was a prolonged shortage because production couldn't keep up. And that led to an extended period, one of the things that led to an extended period of inflation. So when you think about supply disruptions, that is the kind of thing that can take time to resolve, and it can lead what would have been a one-time inflation shock to be extended, perhaps more persistent, and we would worry about that. In this case, you can look at the car companies, which their supply chains are likely seem to be on track to be disrupted significantly, and you would worry that that process will take some years and that the inflationary process might be extended. So these are all of this is highly uncertain. We're thinking now really before the tariffs have their effects, as how they might affect the economy, and that's why we're waiting really to see what the policies ultimately are, and then we can make a better assessment of what the economic effects will be.
Let's move to immigration. You talked about the labor markets being in reasonable equilibrium right now. Of course, what we've seen over the last few months, months of the previous administration continuing into this administration, is immigration has fallen off considerably. What's your sense on how that will affect the labor market?
So part of why growth was so strong in the last couple of years was just very high levels of immigration, and those people went to work. The economy hired them. There was a lot of demand. We were still working off the labor shortage. What's happened since the prior administration changed their policy, as you mentioned, immigration has fallen very sharply, and therefore the growth of workers has really stopped. It's really stagnant. But at the same time, demand has also fallen. And so demand for workers, so payroll job creation has also fallen, and they've kind of fallen in tandem, which is why the unemployment rate has been pretty stable for about a year. So in a way, demand and coincidentally, perhaps to some extent, demand and supply for workers has fallen. In terms of the effect on the labor market, right now we're still at full employment, and labor force participation is still strong. Wages have moved back down to levels that are now pretty sustainable, given an assumption about productivity. So the labor market's in a really good place. Longer term, the effects of immigration are not thought to matter much for inflation. The effects on demand and supply will more or less cancel each other out. So we wouldn't expect there to be a big impact on inflation.
You've seen in recent weeks substantial talk about layoffs in government, as well as freezes in research establishments and universities in jobs. How soon and how big will this be in its impact on labor markets?
So it's too soon to say, but what I can say is, of course, the people being laid off in government, this is highly significant to them. We don't know how big that's going to be. Right now, it's not big enough to affect a workforce of 170 million people materially. In terms of the cutbacks in funding and for science and things like that, we do see in areas, particularly in cities that have a lot of universities and research hospitals and research institutions, we're really hearing significant layoffs and significant impacts on employment. I don't know how much that will total up to. And of course, In addition, cutting back on scientific research may have implications for economic growth, for productivity, for health, for all kinds of things, but those are very difficult to estimate in real time.
Now, given that we're talking about the future, you may be confronted in the not so distant future with both higher levels of unemployment as well as potentially higher inflation. And of course, the policies that each one requires could be different. You talked a little bit at the podium about how the Fed would see these two and how it would address it. Just giving you a chance again to elaborate on that.
Right. So most of the time, when the economy is weak, inflation is low, and unemployment is high, and both of those call for lower interest rates to support activity, and vice versa. So most of the time, the two goals are not in tension, and they're not really in tension now. The labor market is still strong, but the shock that we're experiencing, the impulses we're feeling, are for higher unemployment and higher inflation, and our tool only does one of those two things at the same time. So it's a difficult place for central banks, to be in terms of what to do. And so the best we can do is we actually have a little provision in our consensus statement, which is the thing that we vote on to embody how we approach these questions. What we say is we will look at how far the economy is from each of those two goals, and then we'll ask, might there be different paces at which they would approach those goals? We'll look at those things and think about them, and we'll make what will no doubt be a very difficult judgment. Again, we're not experiencing that now, but we could well be in that situation, as I mentioned in my remarks.
Just want to pick up on a word that is often used today, uncertainty. As a respondent to a Dallas Fed survey said, I've never felt more uncertainty about my business in my entire 40-plus years career. The worry today is not just about immediate policy uncertainty, but an entire change in the US's economic philosophy. Not just policy uncertainty, so to speak, but structural uncertainty. One of the effects, as you've pointed out, of higher levels of uncertainty is that firms postpone investment. For instance, even after the tariffs stabilize, firms that contemplate reshoring production facilities will hesitate, not knowing if the tariffs will be reversed in the future, maybe by the next administration. How do you take such longer-term uncertainty into account in your policies?
So let me just agree that what comes back very strongly, and everyone will understand this. These are very fundamental changes in, long held in some cases, policies in the United States, and there's not any real experience. I mean, the Smoot-Hawley tariffs were actually not this large, and they were 95 years ago, so there isn't a modern experience of how to think about this. And businesses and households are saying in surveys that they are experiencing incredibly high uncertainty. There's a lot of research, some of it from the Fed, showing that does lead to businesses and households stepping back from decisions, which of course makes common sense. And you hope that that's something that you go through a phase, and then you know what things become more certain, and therefore people can resume normal economic activities given their understanding of what is the new normal. I mean, your question really is, what if the uncertainty remains high? I think that's a difficult environment. I think people's expected rates of return would have to be higher. I think that would weigh on, to me, investment just in general. If the United States were to become a jurisdiction where risks are just structurally higher going forward, that would make us less attractive as a jurisdiction. We don't know that at this point, but I think that would be the effect.
Well, let me turn to financial markets. We've seen some volatility, especially stock market volatility. I mean, the levels of the VIX are up to the levels they were in the early days of the pandemic, coming off somewhat now. Some people believe the Fed will intervene if the stock market plummets, the so-called Fed put. Are they correct?
I'm going to say no with an explanation. So what I think is going on in markets is markets are processing what's going on. And, you know, it's really the policies, particularly the trade policy. And really the question is, where's that going to come in? Where's that going to land? And we don't know that yet. And until we know that, you can't really make informed assessments that would still be highly uncertain. Once you know what the policies are, it'll still be highly uncertain what the economic effects will be. So markets are struggling with a lot of uncertainty, and that means volatility. But having said that, markets are functioning, you know, conditional on being in such a challenging situation. Markets are doing what they're supposed to do. They're orderly, and they're functioning just about as you would expect them to function.
So we've seen volatility also in the bond market, and at a time when usually there's a flight to safety, we saw yields on the German Bund and the Japanese government bond come down, but we saw yields on US Treasuries go up. What do you attribute this to?
So I would just say the same thing. I think it's very hard to know in real time. I've had a lot of experience with significant moves, for example, in the bond market, where there's a narrative that people land on, and then 2 months later you look back and go, that was completely wrong. So I think it's very premature to say exactly what's going on. Clearly, there's some delevering going on among hedge funds in levered trades and things like that. It's also, again, it's the markets processing historically unique developments, and with great uncertainty. And I think you'll probably see continued volatility. But I wouldn't try to be definitive about exactly what's causing that. I would just say markets are orderly and they're functioning kind of as you would expect them to in this time of high uncertainty.
So the Fed in its last meeting slowed the pace of shrinking of its balance sheet. Was this driven by uncertainty about how much reserves and liquidity the market needed, and you wanted to take a little more time to find that out? And flip side, you said the market was orderly. What if market disruptions emerge? Would the Fed intervene?
So we think that reserves are still abundant. So we don't think we're close to the point, particularly close to the point where we would stop. But we were facing a situation in which, for other reasons, there were going to be big flows into and out of reserves as it had to do with the debt ceiling and the Treasury General Account. For those of you who are Treasury market people, that'll make sense. But while those big flows are happening for over a period of 6 months, we would actually be shielded from being able to see evidence that we were or were not getting close to the level of less abundant reserves. And so we decided to slow the pace. We thought about pausing, and instead we debated it. It's one of these great debates that we have at the FOMC. We decided to slow the pace instead. And people really came to see the merits of that because, you know, the slower we go, the less, the smaller the balance sheet can get without disruptions. And we want that process to continue. And now it's at quite a slow pace. So we think that's a really good thing. So that means it can go on for a longer amount of time, and we'll be able to reach kind of very carefully what we think is the right level of reserves. Still plenty of reserves.
What about the international dollar-based system? With all these disruptions, do you stand ready to supply dollars to central banks as you've done in the past when there's been a global shortage of dollars?
Sure, absolutely we do. Just for everyone's knowledge, we have standing dollar swap lines with 5 large central banks, and they go to the jurisdictions where there are big overseas dollar funding markets. And in effect, those are overseas markets where, for example, a European or Asian institution is buying an asset-backed security that is backed by loans to American consumers. So in effect, these are loans to American consumers. And we support that. We want to make sure that dollars are available. They need dollar funding to hold those dollar assets. So the way it works is, when needed, we lend to the central bank in dollars, and they pay us back in dollars. They then pay in their currency. They lend on in dollars. And so we take no credit risk or anything like that. And it supports dollar funding markets. Dollar funding markets are very sensitive during times of crisis, and it's very helpful. The reason we do it is it's really good for U.S. Consumers. So we'll continue to do that, just as part of the dollar being a reserve currency, the reserve currency, most important. And we will do that.
You mentioned amongst the issues you were focused on was the U.S. fiscal situation. Well, clearly, U.S. sovereign debt continues to rise. And what are your thoughts on the longer-term implications for interest rates and economic stability? How much further can we go in terms of national debt before we cross a line that might be unsustainable in the long term?
So the U.S. federal debt is on an unsustainable path. It's not at an unsustainable level, and no one really knows how much further we can go. Other countries over time have gone much farther, but we're now, we're running very large deficits at full employment. And this is a situation that we very much need to address. Sooner or later we'll have to, and sooner is better than later. In terms of, if I can say from my time working on these issues, it's not the Fed's issue, but if you look at a pie chart of federal spending, the biggest parts and the parts that are growing are Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and now interest payments. And so that's really where the work has to be done. And those are issues that can only be touched on a bipartisan basis. Neither party can figure out what to do without both parties being at the table. So that's critical. All of this domestic discretionary spending, which is essentially where 100% of the conversation is small as a percentage of federal spending and is declining it's already declining as a percentage of federal spending. So when people are focusing on cutting the domestic spending, they're not actually working on the problem. Domestic discretionary spending is already going down. I like to make that point because so much of the dialogue that the politicians offer is about domestic discretionary spending, which is not the issue.
Well, let's turn to stability and regulation. Turning to the U.S. financial sector, we still have some concerns about distressed commercial real estate loans on bank balance sheets, whether they've been fully dealt with so far. There's some sense that they haven't. Add to that the very rapid growth in various forms of private credit over the last few years, which arguably haven't been tested by a full-blown recession. How would you put the resilience of our financial institutions at this point and their ability to weather potentially uncertain times?
So I think our banking system is well capitalized with liquidity and is quite resilient right now to the kinds of shocks that it may face. I do believe that. In terms of the commercial real estate, there are, and this has been the case, really we've been working on this for 4 or 5 years now. There are some banks, it's mostly medium and small size banks who have elevated concentrations of commercial real estate, some of it troubled, and we've been working to make sure that those banks have a plan, have capital, and can absorb the losses that they're doing. So, and that's been going on for some time. The very largest banks don't tend to have high concentrations. So this is a problem that we have known would take years to work through. We're really well into the process of working through it. In terms of the non-bank financial sector, it's grown enormously. The provision of credit by non-banks has grown just really fast. Most of it has been funded, though, with a private equity-like structure where it's limited partners who are signed up for 10 years to a general partner to invest that money. They're not depositors who can run. Your money's committed. And so that funding model is kind of run-proof. That isn't some law of nature, though. So when you do start to see shorter-term funding creeping in, to your point, though, Raghu, this very fast-growing and now quite large private credit part of the economy has not really been through a significant credit event or significant. It's really grown since the pandemic, and so just for that reason and for how fast it's growing, we have a close eye on it. It doesn't have the same kind of prudential regulation, though, that the banking system has. So we're watching it carefully. And as I mentioned, it's a more stable funding source to the extent its institutional investors signed up for a long period. But we're watching carefully.
Right. Wearing my banking research hat, actually banks are also involved in funding these institutions in a big way. Yeah. We do know the administration wants to relax regulations in many areas, one of which may well be banking. What can you tell us about the Basel III endgame, so to speak, which is, at this point primarily focused on additional capital for the large banks?
The Fed view, and my view, is that we should proceed to complete the Basel III accord, and we would have to do that, and would look forward to doing that in conjunction with the FDIC and the OCC. But our view is, and I think the bank's view as well, is we should complete that. You need international minimum standards. That's kind of a common good, and we're not bound by them. Really, nothing. The United States has plenty of input into what those accords contain. So our view is strongly that we should complete those, and we could do it, I think, relatively quickly. We're not so very far away from what would be a good, I think, outcome.
Well, let me move to something which is more about technological change and new kinds of instruments, cryptocurrencies. How do you see the potential for more favorable regulations coming on them, and potential risks from that for the system?
So we went through a wave of...
It's been said that there would be a new energy force in finance. Today, we believe it's here. BadlandsCrypto.com, in partnership with Block Trust IRA, offers a secure path to convert your IRA or cash to cryptocurrency, protected by a revolutionary AI technology called Animus. Unlike meme coins or scams that prey on the faithful, the patriots at Block Trust IRA offer real managed accounts with AI Animus technology that navigates the market with computer-based precision, reducing the risk of the volatile cryptocurrency market. Animus AI Technologies was named the #1 crypto trading strategy in the world in 2023 by Bitcoin Magazine. Clients across the globe are utilizing this technology within their own accounts to outperform the market. Whether you have a retirement account like a 401k or IRA, or just cash savings sitting in the bank making little to no interest. With best-in-class military-grade technology, Block Trust IRA's clients are 100% insured for up to $200 million. In fact, at BadlandsCrypto.com, they are so confident in their ability to help you succeed that for a limited time, they are offering up to a $2,500 bonus in crypto when you open an account. Visit BadlandsCrypto.com and find out how they can help you out-return the best-performing asset of the decade. That's BadlandsCrypto.com.
Well, let me move to something which is more about technological change and new kinds of instruments, cryptocurrencies. How do you see the potential for more favorable regulations coming on them, and potential risks from that for the system?
So we went through a wave of failures and fraud and things like that were the headlines for a couple of years. And I think what you see now is, and during that period, by the way, we worked with Congress to try to get a framework, a legal framework for stable coins, which would have been a nice place to start. We were not successful. I think that the climate is changing, and you're moving into sort of more mainstreaming of that whole sector. So Congress is again looking at both the Senate and the House are looking at a framework, a legal framework for stable coins. Depending on what's in it, that's a good idea. We need that. There isn't one now. And stable coins are a digital product that could actually have fairly wide appeal and should contain consumer protections of the typical sorts and transparency. And that's what the Senate and the House are working on. So that's a positive thing. I also think some of the, we took a pretty conservative, and other bank regulators took an even more conservative perspective on the guidance and rules we imposed on banks. I think there'll be some loosening of that, and I think we'll try to do it in a way that preserves safety and soundness, but that permits and fosters appropriate innovation, but that does so in a way that again doesn't put consumers at risk in ways they don't understand or make banks less safe and sound.
You have a policy review underway. Now, surveys recently tell us there seems to be a distinction between a rise in the level of prices, which is what the public seems to worry a lot about, and the rate of increase in prices, which certainly they worry about in passing, but the Fed worries much more about. That is the rate of inflation. So even though we're coming down to 2%, people remember that over the last few years, it's been over 20% increase in prices. So as you start thinking about the policy review, is there any thought about how you might want to address this sort of challenge that it's the path of prices as much as the rate of change which matters?
First of all, I think you're right, and I think the public is right. When we say inflation is back down to 2%, 2.5%, and we think that's a good thing, it is a good thing. But if you're paying 20% more than you were paying in 2021, that doesn't help you much. You're still paying a lot more than you used to be paying for the necessities of life. So it's just another way of saying people hate inflation, and it's easy to understand why. All we can really control is a world in which, in the world we were living in, prices don't go down in the aggregate except in extreme times that we don't want to court. So I don't think we couldn't have a framework where we're going to bring prices down by 10% or something. That's not something we'll be looking at. We're essentially looking at the best way to foster 2% inflation over time. And the things we did back in the changes we made in 2020 were really innovations around what to do when you're stuck near zero. Now we're well above zero, and it may be that we still need to have in our framework a way to deal with that, but perhaps the main case is not one where you're dealing with the effective lower bound, and that would be a framework that looks a lot more like the one that we had before 2020.
Now, one of the tools you brought in to deal with the zero lower bound was quantitative easing. But you've also used quantitative easing to fix disruptions in the financial markets. Are you going to be more specific about what your objective is with quantitative easing as you go through this review?
So in the beginning, it's typically we're using it for financial market function. That was the case with the global financial crisis and with the pandemic. And we did try to explain ourselves through the pandemic, and our explanations did change. But I think it's fair to say we might have done a better job of being clear about why we were doing, and that's something that we're aware of and looking at.
I mean, no discussion is complete without talking about AI.
Yeah.
With AI coming fast and furious, it could affect productivity. It could affect employment. There are some people who say we will see for the first time technological unemployment in a serious way with AI. What are your thoughts about it, and how will it impact the Fed going forward?
So like everyone who's been exposed to what it's capable of, it's beyond, I started thinking about it as like a better version of Google, but it's not. It's like a better version of a person, it can do amazing things. And so the question is, all through the 250 years of technological innovation, technology evolves and people worry that it's going to replace human labor and people will be unemployed. And that hasn't been the case. It may be the case in the short run, but in the long run, what it's done is raise human productivity and therefore living standards. So is this going to be the case where it eliminates more jobs than it creates? And we just don't know. You come back in 20 years, will it be the case that just people are much more productive in their work because of AI? Or will it be the case that AI has just replaced a lot of people? And I think it's very hard to say, but it truly is remarkable in what it's capable of. And it's, we had a demonstration by a Wharton professor recently, and you speak to it like it's a person, and it kind of responds like a person, and the things that it can do are really amazing. By the way, this is early days. They're talking about even the next couple of years will bring more dramatic breakthroughs. So I think it's one of the 2 or 3 things most likely to bring dramatic change to the economy all around the world in the next 20 years. And I'd say very hard to say how it shakes out.
Let me turn to your job. An important man once said of your job, it's the greatest job in government. You show up to office once a month and you say, let's see, flip a coin. And then everybody talks about you like you're a god. What is it that you normally do every day in the office? Is it fulfilling and, dare I say, enjoyable? And do you really feel like a god?
So I would agree. I think it's the best job in government. I would agree. I really do enjoy it. Yes, I love the job. It's a great honor to serve. It's quite humbling because everybody makes mistakes. It's just the economy is just not very predictable. All of that is true. And I do what everybody expects me to do. I read. We do a little more reading though as part of our daily. My colleagues and I do part of our daily regime than a typical executive would do. In terms of being a god, I would say that we are blessed with a large number of amply compensated critics who would kind of tend to undercut that. So we don't feel like a god.
So let me go to the more mundane. In that office, what are the key indicators you look for? What are the sources of data that you go to as you try and make up your mind?
So, I'd say start with labor. There's more labor market data and better reliable labor market data than probably anywhere else. And it's just a lot of data. And, it's new jobs, it's payroll, it's wages, it's participation. You can break all of those down in different categories. It's a million different things. So there's a lot of labor market data. It's a great field if you're going into economics because there's just so much to do. So and then we look at the inflation data. Also, I keep track of global developments pretty carefully, and I talk to my global counterparts pretty regularly just to stay aware of what's going on. Financial markets are really important, and you can and lately something that we're paying close attention to, as you would expect, what's going on around the world in currency markets, in fixed income markets, in equity markets, all of that. For me, though, my background was more in the private sector and as an investor, and for a significant part of my career. And I have to talk to outsiders about what they're seeing and what they're dealing with for it to really kind of fit together for me. I can look at only so much data, and but to really get the story and the narrative, it's more talking to outsiders and anecdotal data does help things kind of fit together for me, I would say.
You told us about speaking with business people last night and getting a sense of what was going on in the Midwest. Let me turn to Fed independence. You've reiterated that you intend to stay in office until the end of your term, and that certainly reassured many in financial markets. What are the levers the government or the legislature have to pressure the Fed? And should one worry about threats to the Fed's independence once you're gone?
So our independence is a matter of law. Congress has, in our statute, we're not removable except for cause. We serve very long terms, seemingly endless terms. So we're protected in the law. So, Congress could change that law, but I don't think there's any danger of that. Fed independence has pretty broad support across both political parties and in both sides of the Hill. So I think that's not a problem. There's a Supreme Court case people will have read probably in today's journal at which the Supreme Court may decide whether independent agencies generally, whether they're authorizing laws, can contain a provision that prevents the president from firing members of a commission other than for cause. And that's a case that people are talking about a lot. I don't think that decision will apply to the Fed, but I don't know. But it's a situation that we're monitoring carefully. Generally speaking, Fed independence is very widely understood and supported in Washington, in Congress, where it really matters. And the point is, we can make our decisions, and we will only make our decisions based on our best thinking, based on our best analysis of the data about what is the way to achieve our dual mandate goals, as we can to best serve the American people. That's the only thing we're ever going to do. We're never going to be influenced by any political pressure. People can say whatever they want. That's fine. That's not a problem. But we will do what we do strictly without consideration of political or any other extraneous factors.
Well, I have time for one more question. I'm not going to ask that question. The question I want to ask is a more personal one. What is it that you'd like to do most at home after an exhausting day flipping coins in the office?
You know, I play one of my guitars. I do Zoom calls with my kids and my grandkids, and I go to the gym a lot too, just to stay in shape.
We
All
need
those
you
things.
healthy. We
Yeah.
need you healthy. Thank you very much, Chair
Thank you.
Powell.
Thank you.
And please join me.
Are you ready for the golden age? With recent headlines buzzing about Fort Knox, it's time to shine a light on gold. We've seen questions like, is there really gold in Fort Knox? And is the government secretly moving it? But the real question is, are we going back to the gold standard? In a world where economic stability is uncertain, gold remains a timeless asset. Fort Knox, the fortress of America's gold reserves, is under scrutiny, and this might be the moment gold proves its worth once again. Don't miss out on helping to secure our future. Gold isn't just an investment. It can help safeguard against inflation, currency devaluation, and economic turmoil. Whether it's for your retirement, a family heirloom, or just to have the peace of mind, this is the perfect time to buy gold. Visit badlandsgold.com to learn how you can add gold. River announces Bitcoin interest on cash. Now, US dollars in your River account will earn you high-yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on cash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on cash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river.
Administration of the 2024 elections. Some of the topics include the purging of voter rolls, early voting, mail-in ballots, voter ID initiatives, and concerns over undocumented immigrants voting in U.S. elections. The House Administration Subcommittee on Elections held the hearing.
Subcommittee on Elections of the Committee on House Administration will come to order. The title of today's hearing is Revisiting the 2024 Election with Secretaries of State. I note that a quorum is present. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. We will do opening statements here today and then recess for the floor vote. We will quickly reconvene after the vote and begin with witness testimony. Also, without objection, the hearing record will remain open for 5 legislative days, so members may submit any materials they wish to be included therein. Thank you, Ranking Member Sewell, members of the committee, and our witnesses for participating in today's hearing. Recent elections have produced record high turnout, and in turn, those elections become the most challenging for elections officials to administrate and process. Presidential, primary, general, and special elections occur around the clock across states, requiring efficient administration to provide Americans with free and fair elections. As a former Secretary of State, I am glad to welcome our witnesses today for an important review of our nation's most recent presidential election. Voters across America went to the polls in record high numbers in 2024 to exercise one of their most fundamental rights. According to our Constitution, the states are responsible for prescribing the times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives. The role of Congress in elections is to provide oversight and to support states in those efforts. The purpose of our hearing today is to revisit the 2024 election and hear from Secretaries of State who conducted their state's elections this past November. Specifically, we will be looking at what went well and what lessons we can learn from each of the secretaries in administering free and fair elections, and how we can continue to protect and promote voter confidence. I thank all of our witnesses for coming before the committee today to share your knowledge and expertise on this matter. During the 2024 election cycle, over 155 million Americans cast their ballots in races for the White House, the Senate, the House of Representatives, governor's mansions, state legislatures, state Supreme Courts, and more. Even with record high turnout, many states were able to report their results on election night for the presidency. However, some states were significantly delayed in calling races for the Senate and the House of Representatives for days, and in some cases, weeks. Something I was very proud of as Florida's former chief elections official was how quickly our state was able to call elections with confidence in our results. Undoubtedly, states with laws on the books for pre-processing of mail-in ballots regularly enforced deadlines for receipt on election day and consistent post-election audits of voter rolls are in the best position to administer their elections without undue delay and to report results on election night, which helps instill voter confidence. Many states across the country, including most of the states the secretaries here today represent, have taken initiative in enhancing their election security laws. When Americans feel their vote will count, they are more inclined to take the time to cast a ballot. Americans must know that their vote will not be misplaced, damaged, or otherwise interfered with, but instead it will be counted in a timely manner. Americans must also know that non-citizens' votes will not cancel out a legal vote. Strengthening our voting laws increases voter confidence and leads to higher turnout in our elections. This most recent election was proof of that. In Alabama, Louisiana, Idaho, and Ohio, successful election integrity measures have been implemented. Each of these states are evidence of how enhancing election integrity and security can help to manage high voter turnout, voter access, and the rapid process of ballots to certify results on election night. While states are the primary authority on how elections are conducted, it is our role here in Congress to assist in any way that we can. One way we will be able to help provide resources to states is by passing the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility, or the SAVE Act. This bill would bring critical reform to the National Voter Registration Act that would help prevent non-citizens from being added to voter rolls. It would also provide states with free access to the DHS SAVE program and the Social Security Death Database, which will help states remove non-citizens or deceased persons who should not be on their voter rolls. In doing so, the SAVE Act would codify many of the measures included in President Trump's recent executive order to strengthen election integrity and security. Running a successful and uneventful election is no easy task. I am looking forward to learning from each of you about how you successfully ran elections in each of your states in 2024 and how Congress can assist in future elections. Thank you for being here today, and I look forward to our conversation. With that, I yield to Ranking Member Sewell for an opening statement.
Good afternoon, everyone. As a ranking member of the Election Subcommittee and as a representative of Alabama's Civil Rights District, there is nothing more important to me than ensuring that every American can cast their ballot. It was in my hometown of Selma, Alabama, 60 years ago, where John Lewis and hundreds of foot soldiers were bludgeoned on the Edmund Pettus Bridge for the equal right of all Americans to vote. However, for the past decade, extremists have fought to undo the hard-won progress that the foot soldiers sought to achieve. Just last year, lawmakers in 40 states introduced 317 bills to eradicate new barriers to the ballot box. Since his defeat in the 2020 election, Donald Trump and his Republican allies have pushed the big lie of a stolen election. They have even tried to convince the American people of the lie that non-citizens are voting in large numbers and are threatening our elections. And now they are using the lie as an excuse to pass new laws like the SAVE Act that would make it harder for millions of Americans to vote. Moreover, Donald Trump just signed an executive order that would not only give him unilateral authority to regulate federal elections, but it would open the floodgates for mass voter purges and give Elon Musk unfettered access to sensitive voter files. The executive order and the SAVE Act also create unnecessary barriers for election workers by withholding funds and threatening election administrators with 5 years of prison sentence if they make a simple mistake while trying to register new voters. Even though the 2024 election was fair and secure, it was marred with threats of violence, like the bomb threats that targeted polling stations, election offices, and tabulation centers on Election Day. However, today's hearing should present a great learning opportunity because states like Connecticut are leading the charge to expand access to the ballot box. In 2023, Connecticut passed a state-level Voting Rights Act to expand voter access. Sadly, last year, Alabama, my home state, cared more about enacting laws to criminalize absentee ballot assistance and purge thousands of eligible voters from the rolls. Alabama is one of only 3 states in the nation that does not allow any form of early in-person voting. But in Connecticut, voters were allowed to exercise their their right to vote 14 days before Election Day. Before Election Day in Alabama, the courts had to prevent Alabama from unfairly and unlawfully removing thousands of eligible voters from the roll because they were wrongfully flagged as non-citizen in direct violation of the National Voter Registration Act. Voters in Alabama and every other state should not have fewer options to vote. What they deserve is to learn on Election Day that their names were actually on the rolls rightfully, not wrongfully, and purged unnecessarily. As we examine the 2024 election, what we should be addressing are issues such as chronic underfunding of our elections, the safety and security of our election workers, polling stations and voters, and expanding access to the ballot box for every eligible American. We should be honoring the legacy by passing legislation like the John Roberts Voting Rights Advancement Act, the Freedom to Vote Act, and the Native American Voting Rights Act. Trump has no regard for the U.S. Constitution, the rule of law, or the fundamental principles that all Americans, regardless of their race, creed, or color, has a right to have their voice heard at the ballot box. The American people's right to vote is sacred, as John Lewis said, and I would never stop fighting to protect the cornerstone of our democracy. We as elected officials should be looking for ways to expand access to the ballot box, not to curb it. I want to thank our secretaries for being here today. I also want to thank Chairwoman Lee for holding this. I look forward to hearing from all of you, and I would like to welcome my Secretary of State, Wes Allen. Thank you.
With that, I yield to Ranking Member of the Full Committee, Representative Morelli, for an opening statement.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairwoman Lee, for gathering the subcommittee, and thanks for giving me a few moments. And certainly thank you to the various Secretaries of State for being here today. As we gather this afternoon to revisit the 2024 election, it's important to state up front that the 2024 election was fair and secure, that Donald Trump was elected president. You see, unlike many on the other side of the aisle, Democrats can and will acknowledge that fact. Even when we don't personally like or agree with the outcome of an election, we honor the democratic process and accept the results. In examining the last election and looking for ways to improve our country's election administration, we must address the rampant spread of myths and disinformation and falsehoods that continue to be spread about our electoral system. We must protect election workers who face continued threats and harassment. We must address the rise of artificial intelligence, generative AI, and continued foreign influence campaigns that seek to affect and influence our elections. We must fully fund our elections. Federal elections are on the ballot in every state every 2 years, and yet Congress has continued and consistently failed to sufficiently fund those election efforts at the state and local level. Congress must halt and reverse the administration's harmful decisions to attack, undermine, and defund critical federal agencies and partnerships like the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, and the Elections Infrastructure Information Sharing and Analysis Center, or the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force. These actions to cripple and undermine these agencies do not strengthen our elections. In fact, they make us less secure. We need to fix our broken special interest big money campaign finance system. Last year, one donor, billionaire Elon Musk, spent at least $291 million backing Donald Trump and other Republican candidates. According to Open Secrets, the top 6 donors in the United States gave over $100 million each during the 2024 election, all supporting the president and Republican candidates. In last week's Wisconsin Supreme Court election, Elon Musk and allied groups spent over $20 million. We also need fair maps. Look at North Carolina, where Republicans gerrymandered their way into the House majority by drawing 3 Democratic members out of their seats. The president's recent executive order on election integrity is a further assault on our democracy. The order is unlawful and unnecessary, attempting to impose documentary proof of citizenship requirements to register to vote by executive fiat, circumventing the United States Congress and our constitutional authority. It undermines the independence of the U.S. Election Assistance Commission and injects chaos and uncertainty into our voting system certification process. New York's Attorney General and a coalition of 18 other attorneys general are suing to stop President Trump's unconstitutional attempts to seize control of our elections. Voters and party committees have also sued to stop the White House from doing that. Alongside all of this is the so-called SAVE Act, a measure that my colleagues on the other side claim is necessary to prevent non-citizens from voting in U.S. elections. It's not. Non-citizens registering to vote is already a crime. Non-citizens voting is a crime and leads to immediate deportation. It rarely happens, and when it does, non-citizens are held accountable, as they should be. The SAVE Act and the president's order are 2 sides of the same coin. Now, with the economic pain of the president's chaotic tariffs just being felt, members of the majority are planning to charge millions of Americans, potentially billions of dollars, just to register to vote for the 150 million Americans who don't have passports. Last week, I testified before the Rules Committee that the SAVE Act and the executive order would disenfranchise women, rural voters, military voters, overseas voters, Native American voters, seniors, students, survivors of domestic abuse, and survivors of natural disasters, millions of Americans. There is, however, real work Congress can do to improve our elections. Election officials take on essential, often thankless tasks in running elections. They face increased threats and too little and inconsistent funding from Congress. That could stop. As ranking member of this committee and a member of the Appropriations Committee, I'll continue to push for additional funding and consistent elections funding. We can work to combat mis and disinformation, to meet the challenges posed by AI, and to improve access to the ballot for every single American. Providing both support and accurate information will allow election workers to administer secure, accessible elections and give Americans the confidence in elections that they need. I was honored to join Ranking Member Sewell in her hometown of Selma for the 60th anniversary of Bloody Sunday just last month. We must honor the legacy and continue moving forward in the fight for voting rights, not backwards. So I'm anxious to hear from each of the secretaries today. Thank you for your work, for the work your staffs do, and all the election workers in your respective states to carry out these important elections. With that, Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity, and I yield back.
Without objection, all other members' opening statements will be made part of the hearing record if they are submitted to the committee clerk by 5 p.m. today. At this time, votes for members have been called. We will take a brief recess to go vote and then return as quickly as possible to the hearing room to hear the opening statements and testimony from our witnesses. At this time, this committee stands in a temporary recess.
Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution, and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate
business. Today we have one witness panel, and I will now introduce our witnesses. First, we have Wes Allen, the Secretary of State of Alabama. Next, we have Nancy Landry, the Secretary of State of Louisiana, followed by Frank LaRose, the Secretary of State of Ohio. Then we have Phil McGrain, the Secretary of State of Idaho, and Stephanie Thomas, the Secretary of State of Connecticut. Each witness will have 3 minutes to provide an opening statement. We thank you for your cooperation and your patience with us in that regard. You have just witnessed what was not an exercise in efficiency. We're so glad to have you all here and to have this time with you. So with that, I now recognize Secretary Allen for the purpose of giving an opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon, members of this subcommittee. It is my honor to be invited to represent the great state of Alabama as its chief elections official. I bring a unique perspective to today's proceedings as my career in elections began more than a decade prior to my election as Alabama's 54th Secretary of State, when I served for nearly 10 years as probate judge, the chief elections official in Pike County, Alabama. The foundation of election integrity is voter file maintenance. Moments after I was sworn in, I signed a letter notifying the Electronic Registration Information Center, also known as ERIC, that Alabama would no longer participate in their program. My team and I developed and implemented the Alabama Voter Integrity Database, better known as AVID, which utilizes state-to-state data sharing agreements, partners with Driver's License Division of the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency, the National Change of Address Database, and the Social Security Administration's National Death Master Index to identify individuals who should be placed on a path for removal from our voter file. Since taking office, more than 500,000 ineligible voters have been removed from Alabama's voter file. Our voter file, which was a bloated mess on the day I took office, is now the most accurate record of eligible voters our state has ever had. However, two major hurdles remain. First, the immediate removal of deceased voters from our voter file should be common sense. However, obtaining access to the Social Security Administration's National Master Death Index was absurdly time-consuming and overly burdensome. Unnecessary red tape makes it more difficult than it should be. You, as members of Congress, can cut through that red tape and make this important data immediately available to all 50 states. Second, my efforts to gain access to non-citizen data held by the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS, were repeatedly denied by the previous administration. Fortunately, President Trump's EO directed DHS to cooperate with states to eliminate non-citizens from our voter file, will allow batch comparisons of DHS non-citizen data to our state-level voter files, allowing for the immediate removal of those who are illegally registered to vote. Granting states immediate access to this data is crucial. Only United States citizens should participate in our elections. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. It has been my honor.
Thank you. I now recognize Secretary Landry for the purpose of her opening statement.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Lee, Ranking Member Sewell, and members of this committee. It's an honor to be with you here today to discuss the successes Louisiana had and the lessons we learned in the 2024 election. As Louisiana's Secretary of State, the most important function of my job is to reinforce voters' confidence in our elections. I believe our work did just that and led to a banner year in our state's election administration. Just months after taking office in early 2024, I announced a legislative package of 11 bills intended to strengthen our state's election integrity posture. I'm proud to say that all 11 bills passed, 8 of those with bipartisan support, and our governor signed all of them into law. Last August, I joined Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry and our Attorney General to announce new steps our state is taking to ensure that only U.S. citizens can vote in Louisiana elections. This included a directive from the governor requiring the Office of Motor Vehicles to share information on non-citizens who hold a Louisiana driver's license or ID. Additionally, in the weeks leading up to the presidential election, I embarked on a tour that took me to 21 of Louisiana's 64 parishes. I met with civic groups, local election officials and staff, and conducted countless radio and TV interviews to reinforce what I call the 4 Ps of election security. And those are our people, and that is my staff and our local election officials, the only people that ever program our equipment, our policies, the legislation that we've passed over the years to ensure election integrity, our procedures such as our logic testing and sealing procedures that we conduct before each and every election, and the last P is our physical security. Every machine is stored under lock and key when not in use, and no machine is ever connected to the internet. While Louisiana has employed these for several years, I felt it was important to meet voters where they are and to empower our local partners with the knowledge that they need to speak with authority on our election processes. All of that hard work we put in last year resulted in a record-breaking presidential election. Among other records, we saw the fastest reporting of results in any presidential election in Louisiana's history. Full unofficial results were posted within 3 hours of our polls closing. These efforts led to a noticeable increase in voter confidence in our elections. Over an 8-month period in 2024, a poll found a 9-point jump in the number of voters who believe that our elections are safe and secure. Louisiana proved that states can make it easy to vote and hard to cheat, and that doing so will instill confidence in our elections. I believe every state in the nation can replicate the strides we've made. In doing so, they can reassure voters that their elections are safe and secure. Thank you again for having me. I look forward to your questions.
I now recognize Secretary LaRose for the purpose of giving an opening statement.
Well, thank you so much, Chairwoman Lee and Ranking Member Sewell, all the members and the staff for inviting us here today. We had a simple bit of wisdom that we used in the military, that you sweat in training so you don't bleed in battle. Maybe sounds a little bit dramatic. We summed it up a little bit simpler when I was in the Boy Scouts with the slogan, be prepared. And the work of elections administration is all about being prepared for that next election. It's a massive logistical undertaking, running an election. Sometimes we lose track of that because for each of us individually, it's a very individualized experience. You show up at your voting location, check your ballots, you walk out with your I voted sticker, and then you see the results at the bottom of your screen that night. But it's a massive undertaking. In Ohio, we created what we call the Ready for November Task Force that started well over a year before the election with training seminars for each of our county boards of elections, working through the after action reports of previous elections to make sure that those best practice had been put into place, recruiting and training over 35,000 poll workers that it takes to run Ohio's elections, our 5th security directive that built on the 4 before them to make Ohio a real leader in cybersecurity. And then, of course, we run an election day operations center, some call it our war room, where we can quickly work through those issues that inevitably come up on election day and make sure that none of them can become a showstopper for the voters of Ohio. Ohio has implemented a number of best practices that I think are worth considering. Prompt reporting of our election night results. That comes about as a result of pre-processing those absentee ballots as they arrive and making sure that those are ready to be the first ones reported at 8:15, 8:30 on election night. We're already reporting those early votes and those absentee votes. One of the other things that we've done in Ohio is standardized our data. Now, to start, we have a bottom-up system in Ohio with each county being run by 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans, but we needed to create standardized definitions. We did that through a bipartisan effort called the Data Act. Simple things like what constitutes a voter registration date or a ballot cast or a ballot counted, standardizing all that data, reporting it publicly, has made Ohio among the most transparent election systems in the country. And of course, photo ID, which is widely accepted. In Ohio, we provide that for free, and it includes an indication of your citizenship status. There are things that the federal government needs to do. The president took a good first step with the executive order on citizenship data, but we need more access to that through DHS and others, as well as the U.S. Postal Service. There's a list of things that we as secretaries proposed in September of 2024. Many of those still require action. In 2024, we ran a record-breaking election in Ohio. Voters went to bed on election night, whether their favorite candidates won or lost, knowing that it was an honest result. And ultimately, that's our goal. So look forward to the questions you all have for us later. Thanks.
I now recognize Secretary McGrain for the purpose of giving an opening statement.
Chairwoman Lee, Ranking Member Sewell, and members of the committee, it really is my privilege to be here before you today. My background in elections goes back to right when I got out of college. I landed a job as an elections specialist, counting ballots when we were voting on punch cards and training poll workers. And I've had the unique opportunity to work my way up in a variety of roles along the way. And I can say I've seen just about everything when it comes to elections. And I stand proud to represent the state of Idaho here to really highlight that the 2024 election was one of the most successful in Idaho's history. We had a record 917,000 Idahoans head out to the polls and vote, which really stands out. But I also think, this committee, I think I came to your attention based on a local election. You mentioned that in your opening statement, Chairman, regarding judicial review, right? Whenever there's an error, errors can happen in any election, but the ability to correct those errors, no matter how granular. We had an election that was determined. It was 47 votes versus 48 votes. And we put that before a judge to make sure that we could get the right result for that community. And that's the level of detail that we'll use in Idaho to get it right. Over the 2024 election, I think one of the biggest things that stands out, though, is our use of the SAVE database and the SAVE tools. Governor Little and I signed an executive order last summer, the Only Citizens Can Vote Act, to ensure that only American citizens were on our voter rolls headed into the November election. And we did a comparison with all of the data and had a close working relationship with DHS. But I think one of the telling things and something that you can do about this is we talk about the SAVE database or the SAVE program. It's not actually a program or a database. It's a patchwork of varying databases that really was never intended for election integrity work. And I think one of the things this committee can do is invest in the tools that we need as states to ensure that our voter rolls are accurate. I think that's something that all parties should be able to get behind, is the accuracy in our voter rolls. Additionally, I think one other thing that this committee can take up, and it was already mentioned before, is voter ID. 36 states already have some standard of voter ID. And when you look at polling, whether it's Pew or any other resource, it shows heavy bipartisan support. And most notably, last November, Nevada, and just 2 weeks ago, Wisconsin, the voters, when they get to choose, overwhelmingly choose for identification. We have the Real ID taking effect. We all see this when we travel. All of us experience it. This is something that we can do. I really look forward to the conversation today in terms of our elections and what Congress can do to help support us as states. But most importantly, I really stand proud of the work that all of the county clerks, the election workers, poll workers did to make sure that 2024 really was a success, both in Idaho and across our entire country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I now recognize Secretary Thomas for the purpose of giving an opening statement.
Good afternoon to all the members of the committee. It's a true honor to be here today to reflect on an incredible year for the great state of Connecticut, home of the Yukon Huskies. At a time when election mistrust was in the headlines, Connecticut expanded our voting access while maintaining voters' trust. We submitted more than 20 pages of written testimony, extremely long, I know, but I hope others can learn from us as we made voting more accessible while maintaining security. Like most states, we face many challenges in 2024. The introduction of early voting, skittish election workers, a potential poll worker shortage, and a proliferation of false claims about election integrity. But we've been at this a long time. Connecticut is known as the Constitution state because ours is the first written constitution in America, dating back to 1639. But we're also known as the land of steady habits due to our thoughtful approach. We've always used paper ballots. We've never used equipment connected to the internet. We audit regularly. We perform robust list maintenance. We require certification and continuing education for our election workers and more. But today I want to focus on several of the elements that helped our elections run smoothly, even as 40% of our voters switched to early voting for the first time. First, we took a very collaborative approach, hosting monthly meetings beginning in 2023 with members of our election workforce and our Fusion Center partners. This enabled us to create trainings as we needed to keep everyone in lockstep. For example, police didn't know what they should do at a polling locations, so election workers created a training for them. Our election workers weren't sure what to do in certain emergencies, so law enforcement created scenario planning drills for them. Second, we visited over 100 groups to teach them how early voting would work, and we've recruited over 250 businesses and organizations to join our CEO program, which stands for Civically Engaged Organizations. We, third, because we don't have a county form of government, each town administers its own elections run by an elected Republican and Democrat, which help keep our elections fair and transparent. And lastly, we have an investigatory agency that any individual can report any claims of election malfeasance. And we have volunteer attorneys who also are deployed on election day if needed. Our team felt great coming out of 2024, but my message to Congress today is simple. We don't need complicated mandates for what states are already doing well. I believe we need to focus on continual funding, education, recruitment, and global security. Thank you so much for listening today. I know we had to adjust our minutes downward by 2, so I hope I'll receive some questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll begin our questions today, followed by the ranking member. I now recognize myself for the purpose of questioning our witnesses. Secretary Allen, I'll start with you and follow up on your testimony that related to your efforts to have accurate and contemporary voter rolls. Under your leadership, the Alabama Voter Integrity Database System entered into a memorandum of understanding with my home state of Florida through 2027. Can you share with us what that is and why it is so crucial to have states communicate with each other about voter rolls?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. It is vitally important that states talk to each other, and we have been so very, very proud of these memorandums of understanding, not only with the state of Florida, but with Georgia and Tennessee and Mississippi and Louisiana, Arkansas, Kentucky, and most recently Texas. Those are vitally important to have a bilateral agreement to where we can get our IT departments to talk to each other to make sure that we do not have anyone that is double registered in both states. And we are very, very proud of this effort. We have exchanged data with a number of states so far, and we found over 40,000 individuals that were double registered in other states as well as Alabama.
And tell us what sort of adjudication process occurs when you do identify somebody who appears to be registered in more than one location.
So we get that information and we send out to the counties, to the different boards of registrars where that person was last registered in Alabama, and they send out correspondence to this person to let them know that there may be some question about their voter registration, and if they indeed have moved to another state, to call them back or to correspond with them and to remove themselves from the Alabama voter file. If they do not correspond with us, there's a time period for the, in conjunction with the NVRA that places them on a pathway to removal. So we don't remove them instantly. We put them on a pathway in case they do not call the state of Alabama to remove themselves.
As Secretary Landry, Louisiana recently enacted safeguards for mail-in ballot returns via third-party collection. Can you share with us how these safeguards reduce fraud in third-party ballot collections?
Sure, certainly. We passed some legislation last year that closed loopholes regarding ballot harvesting, and in addition to prohibiting individuals from picking up multiple ballots, we also now prohibit delivery by any method where one individual is delivering multiple ballots. So if you're not a family member, you can only deliver one ballot, whether it's to the registrar of voters office or to a post office box.
Have these additional safeguards reduced voting via absentee ballot?
They have not.
And in your opinion, did these measures unduly burden absentee voters in Louisiana?
They do not. In fact, we had a lawsuit regarding one of our new laws, and the plaintiffs, after the most recent election, moved to dismiss the lawsuit. And in the motion, they mentioned that they were unable to find a single plaintiff who was impacted by the legislation, in spite of their thinking that they would. They couldn't find anyone. So we think they're just common sense measures, and they protect our most vulnerable voters.
Secretary LaRose, Ohio, much like my home state, implemented pre-processing for mail-in ballots, which you mentioned in your testimony. We attribute rapid processing of absentee ballots as a crucial part of calling election results in a timely manner. Will you explain to us how early processing of ballots increases confidence in elections in Ohio?
Yeah, thank you, Chairwoman. As soon as an absentee ballot arrives back at a county board of elections, it can be opened by a bipartisan team, a Democrat and Republican sitting there, slicing it open, checking the name, date of birth, last four of the social, state driver's license, and verifying the signature against the signature on file in the database. At that point, they can flatten it out. And let's not trivialize that. They have to be flattened out to go through the machine. Sometimes that takes some time to do. They flatten those ballots out, and they're ready to scan so that on election night, at 7:30 p.m. precisely, the very first ballots counted are those early votes and absentee votes, because they're all processed and ready to go.
And tell us, if you would, around what time was Ohio able to call the race for the presidency on election night?
It was in the 10 p.m. hour, and we were at 90% reported by 11 p.m. However, that last 10% took us until about 3 a.m. because we had a few counties that needed some help. But before everybody went home for the night, we had every vote counted, every election day vote counted and reported.
Thank you, Secretary LaRose. I now recognize Ranking Member Sewell for 5 minutes for the purpose of questioning our witnesses.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to welcome to the nation's capital my Secretary of State, Wes Allen. Sir, you mentioned in your testimony that the foundation of election integrity is voter maintenance. And I know that you mentioned that you withdrew Alabama from the ERIC organization and replaced it with AVID, a Alabama voter integrity database. To partner with state agencies to identify individuals to purge from the rolls. Last year, you led an effort to clean the rolls in Alabama by directing the Board of Registrar, to remove registered voters that were, quote, non-citizen identification number, end quote, by the Department of Homeland Security. Shortly after implementing this purge, a group of civil rights organizations challenged, sir, your voter purging program in court. And do you know, sir, what percentage of voters that you purge were actually U.S. citizens and should be eligible to vote versus not being eligible?
Well, I'm extremely proud of my staff who worked to implement this program. And I will say that
it was 93%, 93.8% of the 3,251 voters that were purged from the rolls were actually U.S. citizens and should have been eligible to vote. Federal courts have acknowledged that relying solely on databases like the State Department of Homeland Security, state DMV databases, and the Federal Systemic Alien Verification for Entitlement database can, quote, have a very high rate of inaccuracy. How will you ensure, sir? First of all, is the voter purge program still ongoing? And how do you ensure that you're actually capturing voters that should be ineligible?
Well, I will say that our staff is working extremely hard to make sure the voter file maintenance is top of mind each and every day when we come into the office. And we will continue to make sure that only United States citizens are on Alabama voter files.
Yeah, that's the law, that only American citizens can vote. How much did it cost to defend that program in court? Do you know? How much money did you guys?
I don't have that number, but
Well, all I can say is that Alabama taxpayers shouldn't be paying for a program that has shown such a high rate of inaccuracy. And while I totally understand the importance of making sure that every person who is on the voter roll is eligible, I think that there are better ways to do that than voter purging. Mr. Allen, Secretary Allen, you also mentioned in your written testimony that the state banned ballot harvesting last year. The state legislature passed an initiative that would criminalize people for assisting others with their absentee ballots. For example, if someone pays their family member to actually take their ballot, to deliver their ballot, that person would be, that assistance would be criminally charged. And I'm not sure if that was the intent, but I can tell you that several of my constituents called me in fear of voting absentee because they were afraid of it being rejected for simple reasons like, not being able to provide the ballot themselves, but actually having a family member deliver it. Can you give us assurances that we in Alabama can actually, make it easier for voters to access the ballot box? I mean, we're one of 3 states that don't have early voting, so I think it's really important that we get it right.
yes, ma'am. The right to vote is sacred. And what that bill did was to protect absentee voting. Paid political activists should not be involved in manipulating the absentee process. And
I
that's
hear what you're saying, but these are
that's what
family
it did.
members who are trying to help their elderly parents actually vote. And they shouldn't be in fear of actually turning in a ballot if they have to borrow money from their mother to actually get to the post office or to get to the to the agency, to the voting registration.
Yeah, there's no need to fear. We mimic federal law. If anybody's disabled, they can have anybody that they choose to help them with the application. It doesn't pertain to the ballots themselves. It's already illegal in Alabama for anyone to return a ballot for anyone else. SB 1 specifically talked about the application portion of the absentee ballot process, and it did that. It protected the absentee process.
Well, sir, I think that both of us, given the great history, the amazing history that occurred in our state, we really owe it to every Alabamian to make sure that not only are they eligible to vote, they have access to the ballot box.
They
Having
do.
said that, Secretary Thomas, I note that you all passed a state level Voting Rights Act in 2023. I know I'm about to run out of time. I wanted to ask if she could just answer one question with respect to that.
Go right ahead.
Sure. Can you talk just a little bit about this initiative and how it will make it easier for folks to vote, your new law?
Sure. So the Connecticut Voting Rights Act passed last session to codify some of the elements of the National Voter Rights Act, such as pre-clearance, making sure that materials related to voting were provided in languages and communities that were majority in certain languages. It also provides a great transparency for members of the public. They can access statistics and data about voting in their communities via a GIS system. So in Connecticut anyway, it passed handily and many
implemented in 2024 election.
Not the Voting Rights Act, other than the language access. But we did implement early voting in 2024.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging me. I also would ask unanimous consent to submit several articles to the record.
Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, for 5 minutes for the purpose of questioning our witnesses.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate the job, the work that you all do. It is so very important for our free republic to have integrity in our elections, and that has been something that has risen in the interest of the American people in the past several years. I've been the longest serving member of this committee. And this used to be an obscure committee when all that our jurisdiction was security of the Capitol and federal elections. And then in 2020, that became important to a lot of people for various reasons. And I thank you for being here. Secretary McCrane, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. I understand that the Idaho state law requires voters to be documented U.S. citizens.
Correct.
Has this requirement unduly denied the vote to any lawful citizens?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I also understand that Idaho recently removed a number of non-citizens from the voter rolls. How was your office able to accurately identify and remove non-citizen voters in a timely manner?
I appreciate the question. As I mentioned, last summer, we signed the Only Citizens Can Vote Act, and working through a process using our Idaho Transportation Department, Idaho State Police, and then most notably Department of Homeland Security. We ran the entire 1.1 million registered voters in Idaho through those systems to verify citizenship. I mean, easily determining citizenship for the overwhelming majority, but then really dialing it into a case-by-case basis to narrow it down to 34 individuals who were non-citizens on Idaho's voter rolls. But I think using that precision and scrutiny really helped. But as I identified in my remarks, there are still tools that are needed to help really bolster this for all of us.
Had you done that in the past, or was this the first time that you really started drilling down looking for non-citizens?
This was the first time that we'd actually had that. And I think this will be continued work, as you see from the president's executive order and other efforts.
Okay, I appreciate that. Some of our colleagues continue to maintain that non-citizen voting is a non-issue. Is that true, or do you have a different opinion on that?
I think every American wants to make sure that their vote can count and that their vote counts the same as everybody else, and that there is no one who's ineligible participating in our elections. Because as we know, anytime that happens, especially that razor thin election, like I mentioned earlier, it can cancel out somebody else's vote. So I do think this is an issue for determining accuracy.
Also, Idaho recently adopted the Only Citizens Can Vote Act, as you've mentioned. Can you share with us about how you and the governor were able to successfully collaborate with state law enforcement and verify citizen status, which you have a little bit? Is there anything specific in there that we can learn from how you work with law enforcement and other agencies?
I think specifically, it really does tie in both to voter ID, right? So identification that identifies citizenship. I think that's an ongoing conversation and something that you can continue to do work on. And then the other part really is investing in USCIS. So earlier today, I met with USCIS officials to talk about how can we bolster these efforts. I think they're eager to do the work. One of the things they reiterated to me was they are going to remove whatever barriers. So you heard from Secretary Allen some of the challenges other states had. To remove those barriers, but to make sure we have the accurate data we need to do this voter verification. Idaho competes with many of the states you guys represent for one of the fastest growing states in the nation. That means people are moving, people are coming in, and this is an ongoing effort to keep our voter rolls up to date and accurate.
So what can we do as Congress to assist you going forward with this? What would you like to see Congress do to make that more efficient and more accurate?
I think first and foremost is invest in this database. There needs to be a database built with this purpose in mind. And then also to review some of the policies. I will say there are some really unique incidents we identified, and I know this is a concern to make sure both non-citizens are not participating, but also citizens aren't interfered with. There's the Child Citizenship Act of 2000. There are what I would classify as undocumented citizens. These are people who've become citizen through their parents' naturalization, but it's actually not recorded because we haven't built the tools in place to do the verification we're doing. I think the efforts of this committee, though, you look at whether it's the SAVE Act, the President's executive order, are aimed towards that. So if you can continue to invest in those resources and these agencies, that will really make a difference.
Okay, thank you. And Secretary Landry, I have one question for you. I have a very good friend that used to serve in this chamber, is now the governor. Is there any relation?
We are not related. Governor Landry and I are from the same area of the state, and Landry is a very common Cajun name in Louisiana. It's the second most common Cajun name, so it's sort of like Smith in South Louisiana. But
well, I assumed you weren't because I understood everything that you said while you were here. With that, I yield back.
I won't tell him you said that.
Please do.
Thank you. I now recognize Ranking Member Morelli of our full committee for 5 minutes of questioning our witnesses.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thanks to the secretaries for being here. I want to start, Secretary Thomas, with you. As I understand it, you allowed for the first time in-person early voting in the state of Connecticut. And as you look back on the election, what tools and techniques did you use? Particularly, I'm sort of interested too as it relates to misinformation and disinformation, but did you have any challenges with information as it related to early voting for the first time? And are there any challenges that you think you'll face moving forward that you have to adjust to?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, we definitely, I think, like states around the country, were struggling to explain how elections worked. There's this narrative that they are not safe, et cetera. So we did many things. We proactively, as I said, reached out to many communities, over 100 grassroots organizations. We also held regular media activities for the press, answering commonly misunderstood aspects about election administration with our Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. We got together and put together a social media campaign in all communities to make sure that people understood where to go for trusted information. But as you say, I still think no matter what safeguards have been put in place, there's still this narrative. Most Connecticut residents think our elections are great, but feeding into the national news media, like I get emails all the time saying, disconnect our election machines from the internet, although they never have been. So I think we have this conflation of fear and mistrust that is often not well placed.
Gotcha. Thank you. Secretary Allen, I noted in your testimony, you said we do not, in Alabama, we do not accept any ballot received after Election Day with the exception of UOCAVA ballots, which must be postmarked no later than the date of the election. What's wrong in your mind with the idea of taking ballots that have been postmarked before the end of in-person voting on Election Day?
Because I believe in Election Day. Election Day is Election Day. We set it out in state law. It's set out in federal law. And if the further we deviate from that, I think it can lead, it's a very slippery slope.
Is it that you don't trust the U.S. Postal Service?
We've had problems with the U.S. Postal Service in the past.
Really? So when you file taxes with the IRS on April 15th, which is the filing deadline, if you file it, if it's postmarked, should you be fined for, or should you in some way pay a penalty for filing your taxes late?
Well, fortunately, I filed my taxes early this year.
Yeah, but April 15th is the deadline. So if you, but I mean, we accept, I'm just, honestly, I don't even mean to be argumentative. I just find this sort of a strange argument that voters in America could vote on or before Election Day, but vote in mail. But if it's received after election, you could have, to your point, you could have sent it in early. You could send it in 3 days before Election Day, but the post office, and you could send it by absentee ballot in most states, postmarked days before Election Day. And if it doesn't get to the post office by Election Day, why is, I don't understand the theory of that. I mean, I don't understand why that's an issue.
Again, Representative, I just believe that we have rules for a reason. The further we deviate from that is a very, very slippery slope. And if we start accepting, and then the date's the date.
But the date is the date. So if you did it 2 days before Election Day, you've done it, you complied with the date. There's no way that you're changing the outcome of the election after the end of the election period. I mean, unless you don't believe somehow the United States Postal Service is doing something to the ballots, I think we generally accept for all kinds of business things, tax purposes. I mean, postmarks actually mean something in America. Does anybody disagree with me? I mean, I'm sorry, I hate to belabor the point in my last minute, but Secretary Landry, do you subscribe to the same view?
I think the ballots should be in by Election Day, and that, you know, manipulation can occur once you start reporting results, that people can go out and gather more ballots and
No, not if it's postmarked. I mean, you could not, I mean, I hate to, this is like a physical impossibility. You can't affect the election after Election Day if you submitted the ballot prior to the deadline. It's just physically impossible. unless you go back in time or do
I
something
think we
like
should
that.
have
which-
an end date to the election, and the end date to the election should be election day.
Do you feel the same way about taxes also? The IRS should not accept anything that's
I don't think
postmarked
the
before election day?
IRS, I don't think the IRS is the same thing because they're not waiting to report a result of income tax collections, whereas the whole state is waiting for us to report the results of an election. And we need to give them the timely results to secure the confidence in our elections.
I yield back.
I now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy, for 5 minutes for the purpose of questioning our witnesses.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you all for coming today. I think everybody in this room wants free, fair, safe elections, so I think that's uniform. I think there's very much consensus about that. How that happens, I think there may be a little bit of disagreement, but this is why, I think our House passed the SAVE Act that requires states to prove citizenship before registering an individual to vote and to remove non-citizens from existing voter rolls. The question is, why do people fear that? Because here in Washington, D.C., they passed a law which had to be reversed, or passed a rule or whatever they call it here in the county or the city that would have allowed people from the Chinese embassy to come and vote. In New York, they wanted non-citizens to be able to vote. So there is precedent in this country that is justified fear for being able to say, am I not coming on? Oh, hello. Do I need to speak louder? Okay, good. Anyway, long and short, there is, I think, justified fear for people saying, hey, we want non-citizens not to vote in our elections. Secretary LaRose, in your testimony, you mentioned that Ohio requires voters to present a government-issued photo ID to vote, and your state requires driver's licenses and state IDs. Can you tell us how this has safeguarded the elections in Ohio?
Yeah, thank you, sir. By just proving that people are who they say they are when they come to vote. And by the way, vast majority of Democrats and Republicans support this. Ohio provides a free ID if you don't have one. We even have a religious exemption for that very small minority that doesn't allow them to be photographed, and so they may not have a state ID. So we cover all the bases, and our state ID has an indication on it that says whether you're a citizen or not. Shockingly, I actually had to go to court last year and defend that because there was a group saying that we should give people a ballot even if they give us an ID that says non-citizen.
Amazing. Ballot harvesting requires a lot of attention and for good reason, receives a lot of attention and for good reason. Fraudulent actions committed by third parties are a threat. Can you tell me what election security initiatives do you find to be the most effective in reducing fraud from these third-party collection of mail-in ballots?
Well, Ohio recently outlawed the pre-populating of these forms by some of these third-party organizations because in many cases they were sending out pre-populated forms with inaccurate information on them. So now you have to fill the form out yourself. But we also have strict rules around the use of so-called drop boxes or secure receptacles, whereas only the voter may return their ballot. If you're returning somebody else's ballot, which Ohio law allows you to do for a family member or a disabled person. In those cases, you just have to come inside and present it to the election officials.
You have to present an ID if you bring in somebody else's ballot, a family member?
No, but you do have to sign an affidavit that says that you've been designated by a disabled Ohioan to return their ballot. And that has obviously the power of law behind it.
All right, thank you. Secretary Landry, in your testimony, you shared that your governor issued a directive requiring the Office of Motor Vehicles to share information on non-citizens who hold Louisiana driver's license or ID. How can illegal immigrants take advantage of automatic voter registration, particularly when they come in contact with a state DMV?
In Louisiana, illegal immigrants are not allowed to get a driver's license. Only those here legally can get a driver's license. And we previously did not have access to that information. And the Governor Landry, our governor now, ordered the DMV to provide that information to us, and it allows us to now audit our voter rolls to see if there are non-citizens on the voter rolls. But it's not enough. There's still information that we need, and getting access to the SAVE database will allow us to find even more people who may be on our rolls who are not citizens.
You know, I've worked in some other countries during election periods, just playing doctor like I do sometimes, and I think it's a good look for this country that we want voters to be citizens, and we want our elections to have integrity. Secretary McGrain, your office has been sued for removing college student identification cards from the approval list of voter IDs for voter registration. How did that happen? What happened there?
Idaho 2 years ago updated its voter ID requirements to register to vote. And I think to the core, how did it happen? I'm not sure. Like was mentioned earlier.
Did it affect turnout?
It did not affect turnout. Actually, in this last election, overwhelmingly, so 98.1% of Idaho voters showed an Idaho driver's license or ID card when they voted. It doesn't impact students as well use driver's licenses.
Yeah, they drive.
Yep.
Thank you.
I now recognize the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, for 5 minutes for the purpose of questioning our witnesses.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this hearing. You know, Texas is the hardest state in the union to vote in, some would say. We've been assaulting the right to vote in our state for quite some time. I've seen firsthand how troublesome it is to make voting difficult. I want to address the previous question on student ID. You go through the university process, right, Ms. Thomas? When you go to admit to a university, you have to submit birth certificates, you have to submit all things about who you are to get that student ID. Why in the world would we not want students? The whole point of ID is here's a picture, here's who you are you who you say you are to go vote? What in the hell is wrong with using a student ID to vote?
Nothing.
I agree with you. Absolutely nothing. Most of these state universities paid for by the taxpayers to make sure that they know who their students are. And when they issue a student ID, the problem without using student ID is a lot of young people, for what reasons are beyond to me, they don't get a driver's license. I mean, I remember my son, my oldest son, when he turned 16, he decided he didn't need a driver's license because I could drive him. And I thought, well, that's a huge problem. I am not your chauffeur, sir, and I can get you a bus pass, or you can decide to get your driver's license. And he miraculously decided to get a driver's license. But I am constantly amazed at how many young people don't get a driver's license right now. And so I don't understand why in the world we would not want to use student IDs. And that's an argument of why I think what makes this whole voter integrity discussion somewhat disingenuous. Because yes, we want to make sure American citizens vote. Absolutely. There's no disagreement amongst party lines that we want citizens to vote. The disagreement comes in how easy are we going to make it for those citizens to vote? And what it seems like right now with the SAVE Act and this legislation that comes through, we are more interested in making it harder for people to vote in the name of rooting out 32 people who may have improperly voted, as opposed to making it possible for 20 million people to vote. And so, you know, my question is, you know, when we have, the other problem is we have a lot of people born in rural Texas. We have a lot of people born in places where they don't necessarily have access to their documents. They don't have this, but they are citizens. What are we doing to make it easier for these people to vote? And what about people with disabilities? You know, how are we making it possible for people to go in person and vote? Ms. Thomas, does Connecticut have online voter registration?
We certainly do, and it's how 33% of our voters register.
And that makes it easy for people who are seniors, people who may be homebound for whatever reason. Maybe you're part of the sandwich generation where you're caring for young kids, you're working, you're caring for senior families, to be able to participate in our democracy. And it seems to me that states like Texas that don't allow online voter registration, which is insane to me, are more concerned about people who may not vote Republican to keep them from voting, because it disproportionately affects young people who trend more progressive on average, and it disproportionately affects poor people, and it disproportionately affects people of color to not be able to exercise their constitutional right to vote. And what is very frustrating to me in this building with this whole election integrity discussion is, it seems that people on the other side of this aisle are not committed to ensuring that people have the right to vote in this country. And we are making it so hard. You want to say something?
I was just going to say, it also helps election workers, and I would love for this Congress to actually spend its time fighting for American citizens. We know for a fact that there are more women who have changed their last name, more young people, more people living in nursing homes, more people serving in our military overseas than there are non-citizens voting. So when are we going to prioritize American citizens instead of making them jump through hoops?
I completely agree. We should be doing everything we can to make sure every American citizen can cast their constitutional right to vote. And Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 4 letters in opposition to the SAVE Act, the first from the Brennan Center for Justice, the second from the American Civil Liberties Union, the third from Vet Voice, and the fourth from the League of Conservation Voters, all in opposition to the SAVE Act and the barriers and burdens it would place on millions of Americans' ability to register to vote and participate in our democracy. With that, I yield back.
Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, for the purpose of questioning our witnesses for 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here. And I do want to address my colleague, Ms. Johnson. You just insulted the young, the poor, the rural, and people of color by insinuating that they don't have enough wherewithal to go get a photo ID or a driver's license. Ridiculous. Voting is a privilege. Being an American citizen is a privilege. And we want to make sure that American citizens are, that their votes are not being canceled out by people that are not U.S. citizens.
I would like
And
to respond.
So
Are you
anyway,
gonna yield and let me
I have a question
Order.
for Secretary Landry.
Direct remarks to the witnesses. Carry on.
I have a question for Secretary Landry. In 2024, Louisiana enacted House Bill 476, which requires that an absentee ballot delivered by a third party be accompanied by a signed statement of the voter prepared by the Secretary of State, which attests the voter authorized the Postal Service or commercial carrier to deliver the ballot. So Secretary Landry, why is signature verification so crucial to ballot integrity?
So we believe that the custody of your ballot is very important, the chain of custody and keeping track of that. And so when you hand your ballot to somebody, you need to know who has your ballot and what they've done with it. And so if they're unable to deliver it themselves, or they need assistance, we ask them to put their name and signature on there as well so that we know who's delivered the ballot and we know that they have permission to do that.
What kind of consequences are there if someone doesn't get the voter's authorization or they turn in something that's fraudulent?
There's no consequence for the voter, actually. The vote is still counted, but if someone there's a prohibition on witnessing more than one or delivering more than one, so the prohibition, the penalty is on that person who didn't put their name or who delivered more than one. So we still count the vote, I think, in those situations where the ballot is delivered. But if it's missing a witness signature, it's not counted.
In the last election, were you able to identify anybody that turned in some kind of fraudulent, whatever?
In the last
attestation?
election, no, we had a lot of complaints in the election before that of people who were harvesting ballots and going to apartment complexes and offering to assist vulnerable voters, and family members had contacted our office and asked that we investigate because they felt like there was some manipulation going on with the assisting with the ballot. So that's what prompted that legislation.
Well, I think until we have severe consequences for people that are engaged in activities, like what you just described, I don't think we're going to have free and fair elections. So I'd like to see.
So just to clarify, if they're missing any signatures, the ballot is not counted. But if it's just something untoward that or against the law that the ballot harvester is doing, that person is punished and the vote is still counted.
Great.
So.
Thank you so much, and I yield back.
I'd like to thank our witnesses for appearing before the committee today and for the work that you do for your communities and voters across America. Members of the committee may have some additional questions for you, and we ask that you please respond to those questions, if any, in writing.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
Okay, so apparently that blew out some people's ears. I apologize for that. I can't change the volume on that. But excuse me, I thought that we would, before we go into the next hearing, in about 50 minutes, there's supposed to be a White House press briefing with a special guest. So we'll see what that's about. But in the meantime, I thought that we would check in with what's going on in the border situation. And Senator Van Hollen, Rapid Response, has been putting out a bit of content about this, and some of it's hilarious. So wait, you can't hear me now? Is that for real? You guys can't hear me? Let me check my audio. Can you hear me? 5x5? No. All right. I can't tell if you're. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Joking. All right. Gullible day. All right.
This is a really big deal, and I want our viewers to understand why. If we can pull up call for number 1 here, it's a 60-foot stretch of federal land that goes across the southern border. Doesn't sound like anything big, right? Well, now that the feds are handing it over to control of the military's previous mission was just supporting roles like building structures, surveillance. Now that this is going to be military land, they will be able to arrest illegal aliens for trespassing on that federal land, on that military land. And that's going to be a force multiplier because you'll have Border Patrol agents making arrests and now soldiers of the U.S. military making arrests. Just talk about how that's going to help you guys out there on the front lines.
Yeah, Bill, just like you said, in simple terms, it allows the troops that are out there to now go hands-on. And so in the past, we had to wait. They had to wait for us to get out there and go hands-on. And, you know, these illegal aliens would cross the border and try to become gotaways. So now it allows them to detain them until we get there. So that's a game changer for us. They bring a lot of technologies such as counter UAS, counter drone technology that we don't have. So it also serves as a deterrent to crossings, and it gets us closer to complete operational control. It also sends a message to the cartels that this isn't the place to cross, and those days are limited.
I mean, based on what you and Bill are describing, it seems like this should have been done a long time ago.
No.
Yeah, absolutely. President Biden had absolutely no appetite to secure the border. I mean, look at the amount of people, the millions that he let in unvetted. So this is the complete opposite. This is exactly what President Trump said he was going to do. He's fulfilling that promise, and this gets us closer to complete operational control of the border and allows us to secure America.
So in an earlier clip that Rapid Response put out, they were talking like kind of those two hosts, Sandra Smith, and I don't know what the other guy's name is, but they were talking about how they were shocked that the before and after situation at the border had changed pretty much overnight. This guy's now confirming what they were saying in that, but I paused. I kept this up on the screen because K Nickel 5 says it's Alpha's dad, which is delightful. All right, moving over to Jamie Raskin's take on the border, because everybody definitely wants to hear Jamie Raskin's take on the border. Here we go.
And Donald Trump could not be airlifted to another country and just deported from the United States because he's a criminal convict. And this guy was never convicted of anything, has no criminal record at all. And Donald Trump.
Okay. So first of all, we do know that he, and I have it here. Yeah. We do know that he has two, where is that picture? 2 domestic violence restraining orders from his wife. This was put out by Andy No and Post Millennial today. So everybody was talking about the one in 2021. Apparently there's a second one. So he has never been convicted of a crime, but he is apparently violent, according to his wife, who has just raised over over $160,000, I think. And so her tune has changed. He's always been a model husband and all that kind of stuff. But back in 2021 and 2020, she got temporary protective orders against him twice. All right. So that's our, and then Rapid Response says to Jamie Raskin, the illegal immigrant gangbanger was deported to El Salvador, his home country, because he is an illegal immigrant, as in not a U.S. citizen, here illegally, not legal. Hope that clears things up, Rep Raskin. Love it. All right. So we're going to check in on what I am referring to as Senator Van Hollen's days of Albrego Garcia's life. Because he has, we played this on Daily this morning. John played it on the Daily Herald, but this is the beginning of the saga that we're going to follow through. So let's start. This video compilation is from Western Lensman, and he's put next to Van Hollen's video at the airport. For the audio audience, illegal immigrant convicted in Mama 5, Rachel Morin's rape and murder after jury deliberates for less than an hour. Chris Van Hollen has never spoken about that, according to a search on his Twitter profile, but he is very concerned about Albrego Garcia.
I'm here at the airport. I'm about to board my flight for San Salvador. The goal of this mission is to let the Trump administration, to let the government of El Salvador know that we are going to keep fighting to bring Albrego Garcia home until he returns to his family. I hope to meet with representatives of the government. I hope to have the chance to actually see Kilmar and see what his condition is. But we are going to keep fighting because this is a miscarriage of justice. The Supreme Court has ruled 9-0 that he was illegally taken out of the country and put in a prison in El Salvador. And this is about due process. This is about rule of law. What bullies do is they begin by picking on the most vulnerable. But if we get rid of the rule of law and due process in the United States, it's a short road from there to tyranny. I'm here.
So someone said in the chat on this morning's Daily that I just forgot what I was going to say. I'm sorry, I got distracted. It'll come back to me. So anyway, Senator Van Hollen, I just landed in San Salvador a little while ago, and I look forward to meeting with the team at the U.S. Embassy to discuss the release of Mr. Albrego Garcia. I also hope to meet with Salvadorian officials and with Kilmar himself. He was illegally abducted and needs to come home. So no, it's not exactly what happened. We talked this morning about facilitate versus effectuate, and how the Supreme Court explicitly said that effectuating his return, meaning forcing them to bring him back, saying that the U.S. government has to bring him back, might exceed the court's authority. And that was what the Supreme Court said. 9-0, as Senator Van Hollen said. Yeah, he is home. And anyway, Senator Van Hollen landed in El Salvador. Here we go.
I just landed at the airport in San Salvador a little while ago. I'm now en route into the city, looking forward to meeting with the team from the American Embassy. And I do want to thank our Foreign Service officers and the whole team at this embassy and embassies around the world for all the good work they do on behalf of our country. I'm proud to co-chair the bipartisan Foreign Service Caucus that stands up for the men and women who are serving our country overseas and at home in the State Department. After that, I hope to meet with some high-level government officials from El Salvador. As I've said before, the goal of my visit is to talk to people here about the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I told his wife and his family I would do everything possible to bring him home, and we're going to keep working at this until we're successful. I also hope to have the chance to meet with him, but we'll have a better idea if that works out a little later on.
That is hilarious. Never seen this guy show any kind of intention towards any American citizen the way that he is prioritizing this gang member. All right, so he goes down there. This is where it gets really good. He goes down there. He this set up. He goes down there. He's like, I'm, really looking forward to getting in and negotiating with the president of El Salvador or whatever. From Pulse Zapula. Senator Chris Van Hollen, Democrat of Maryland, just had his request to visit deported MS-13 gang member Kilmar Abrego Garcia denied. Van Hollen completely wasted our tax dollars going to El Salvador. And then this is a 12-minute video press conference that he did. And the look on his face is delicious. We're going to watch this now.
This is an unsustainable and unjust moment, so it cannot continue this way. I also told his wife and family that I would try to meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia while I was here. So I asked the vice president if I could meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia. And he said, well, you need to make earlier provisions to go visit CCOT. I said, I'm not interested at this moment in taking a tour of CCOT. I just want to meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia. He said he was not able to make that happen. I asked, he said he needed a little more time. I asked him if I came back next week, whether I'd be able to see Mr. Abrego Garcia. He said he couldn't promise that either. So I asked him if I could get on the phone, either video phone or just a phone, and talk to Mr. Abrego Garcia. So I could just ask him how he's doing so I could report back to his family. He said he could not arrange that. He said maybe if the American embassy were to ask, maybe that could happen. So I will certainly ask the American embassy to ask the government of El Salvador to connect us by phone. I asked him how about his family? How can he talk to his wife so that she can hear his voice? I let him know that the family has requested that. He said he was not sure whether he could make that happen. So we have an unjust situation here. The Trump administration is lying about Abrego Garcia. The American courts have looked at the facts. In fact, the Trump administration lawyer, the government lawyer, admitted to the court that Mr. Abrego Garcia had been mistakenly taken in administrative error, that it was a mistake. But instead of fixing the problem and addressing that injustice, do you know what the Trump administration did? They put that lawyer, who's a 15-year veteran of the Department of Justice, on administrative leave. And berated that lawyer who told the truth to the judge. So I want to just close by reading you what the judge said. This is a federal district court judge, the District of Maryland. And I'm quoting from Judge Zinnes here. As defendants acknowledge, and the defendants here are the government, or the Trump administration. They had no legal authority to arrest him. No justification to detain him. And no grounds to send him to El Salvador, let alone deliver him into one of the most dangerous prisons in the Western Hemisphere. The judge went on to say, and I quote, having confessed grievous error, the defendants, and again, that's the government, that's the Trump administration, having confessed grievous error, they now argue that this court lacks the power to hear the case. And that they lack the power, the court lacks the power to order Abrego Garcia's return. So a U.S. district court judge has ordered the Trump administration to bring him home. The United States Supreme Court, by 9-0 vote, has ordered the administration to facilitate his return. So the Trump administration needs to obey the law. But I'm also asking the government of El Salvador and the president and vice president of El Salvador not to keep a man who was illegally abducted from the United States and charged with no crime to remain in CICOT, when as a sovereign country, they have the power to let him go and let him go now. And I hope they will. Thank you.
Are you concerned whether Mr. Abrego Garcia is still alive?
I don't know about his health status. That's exactly why I wanted to meet with him directly. That's why I wanted to talk to him on the phone. That's why I want to arrange a phone call with his wife. I mean, this is a notorious prison. And the family, this is a guy, again, he just got disappeared off the streets of Maryland. He ends up in, I'm sorry. This is why I wanted to see him. I also want to say to everybody here, you may know, in the state of Maryland, we have a very wonderful, robust Salvadorian population, and they contribute greatly to our state.
¿Su pregunta cuál es? Que si es una afrenta del gobierno de Bukele al sistema de justicia de Estados Unidos. From the Bukele administration to the United States of America.
Well, I'm asking President Bukele to. Okay, I'm asking President Bukele, under his authority as president of El Salvador, to do the right thing and allow Mr. Abrego Garcia to walk out of a prison, a man who's charged with no crime, convicted of no crime, and who was illegally abducted from the United States.
Do you maintain any hope that you'll be able to meet with Joe Biden?
I'm going to keep pressing. You want to? I will keep pressing in my remaining time here, and I will keep pressing beyond that if necessary.
Última pregunta, por favor, última pregunta. Después de la reunión que tuvo con el vicepresidente Ulloa, ¿va a generar otras gestiones o qué otra estrategia puede desde el Congreso puede generar usted para reunirse y para garantizar las condiciones del señor clima? What other strategy do you think that you can undertake, or what other activity are you going to undertake to make sure you know that we can have the release of Mr. Abrego Garcia?
Well, I will say that as a member of Congress, we'd like to work to have good relations between, the people of the United States and the people of El Salvador. And that's why we need to make sure that we keep working to secure justice, because Congress has a very important role to play in the relationship between the United States and the people of El Salvador. And so, for example, the Trump administration is reportedly going to pay the government of El Salvador up to $15 million to house people sent from the United States. 15 million. And, I don't think there are going to be a lot of members of Congress that will clearly be unwilling to spend money to keep people like Kilmar Garcia in CCOT, because again, he was illegally abducted from the United States and charged with no crime. So why? So why should the taxpayers of the United States pay the government of El Salvador to lock up a man who was illegally abducted from the United States and committed no crime? Okay. Thank you all very much, gracias.
Muchas
And have
gracias.
a-
Con eso finalizamos.
Okay, I gotta find all the mutes. All right, so illegally abducted. He's been kidnapped, everyone. The illegal who had a valid deportation order, the only point in question is whether or not he could be deported to El Salvador, not in general, but to El Salvador. He was kidnapped, as we showed during that and before. He's got 2 temporary restraining orders from his wife, who is now claiming that he's always been a dutiful, loving father and husband. And also, she raised over $100,000 in the past week or so. Someone in the chat mentioned that Senator Van Hollen's mother is in the CIA. I'm like, well, if that's true, ChatGPT would know. And sure enough, ChatGPT, I asked, was Senator Van Hollen's mother in the CIA? And ChatGPT says yes. Senator Chris Van Hollen's mother, Edith Eliza Van Hollen, had worked for the CIA. She began her career as a Russian language expert with the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS. So she's OG CIA, the predecessor to the CIA, and later served in the CIA itself. Subsequently, she held a significant role in the U.S. State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research, where she was recognized as a leading analyst on Afghanistan and South Asia. And I'm sure that that had nothing to do with her son's eventual senatore tenure. And certainly, there's no CIA connections happening here in this days of our lives. Estos son los días de nuestras vidas. These are the days of our lives. Although it's not fair to call it a soap opera. It's really more of a telenovela. Okay. We have just one more thing on the border. And this is all the stuff that Rapid Response 47 is talking about today, which, as we've talked about before, that's what the administration wants to spotlight. So we're going to show you what the administration wants to spotlight. And apparently it's Mayor Eric Adams.
And when you hear people state that we should not collaborate with our federal authorities, ICE, HSI, FBI, Postal Service, that is just wrong. Public safety is the foundation. Those who commit violent crimes after they serve their time, I've been clear from the beginning, they should be deported from our country. And I continue to stand by that. And the courts will work out the outcome of this. And when you hear people...
All right. Deanna Bash's face says everything. Like, what? We're going to cooperate with the federal government? Which was mandated, basically, by the Democrat National Committee onto state elected officials during the Biden administration, but now it's all resist, see? Everything is resist now. And I will say it sort of looks like Mayor Eric Adams is being held hostage, though. I mean, he a little bit overwhelmed. All right, one more from Rapid Response 47. We've got this one.
Obviously, Trump is a deal maker. Besson's a deal maker. That's the Wall Street negotiator, folks, right? That glimmer in the eye, like, come on, there is a sense of urgency. And I do believe that the White House would love to have the first major deal sort of setting a template of sorts, right? So that the other deals that come after are easier to negotiate. You see what the bar is. You see what this is. And listen, first come, first serve, that kind of thing. So there's again, adding this sort of urgency, cut to the chase factor, I think is important. Remember, it's the clock is ticking. I'm going to have fun with my show today. That old Jules Verne, 80, around the world in 80 days. Well, we've got 83 days right now, right? The clock is ticking. So, the street wants to see things, the American public wants to see things, but the White House also has to make sure this is a once in a lifetime opportunity for them to try to fix this thing in a way that's good for America.
Yeah, we do have a once in a lifetime opportunity. And I agree with him. That's what we've been saying this on Badlands for a while, that the public disclosure, while that will scratch an itch for the American people, and it's what a lot of people really, really, really want to see and feel and hear and everything, if it interferes with the ends of justice, if it interferes with the ability to build the golden age, if there are things that that, are evidence in a trial. I would much rather that we prioritize justice over scratching the itch. All right. So that is what we have from a rapid response. Let me just check real quick and see if they did any other big ones while we were watching that. These people are hilarious. Oh, we have a new one. All right, hang on. So we've got an education something or other. Let's hear from Linda McMahon. It's Trumpomania time.
Do you have a date that you want to have this department closed by?
We don't have a specific date. We are working to make sure, this is being done very carefully. While the president's directive is very clear to close down the department, he wants to make sure that all the protections are in place, that those, the policies, that are there are going to continue to be protected. So we're doing it very carefully.
Do you have a date that you want to have this department closed by?
We don't have a specific.
Sorry, I lost which tab I was on. All right, so we have. I'm excited to see what's going on in the DOE, just FYI, because they've now gone after Harvard, froze $2.2 billion in funding for Harvard because Harvard is like, we're not complying, but the taxpayers still have to pay us all our DEI money. And they're like, yeah, no, actually, we don't, which I love because we don't actually. So we'll see what happens with the Department of Education. Lots of stuff to come. We have where to go. Yeah. Okay. So that is the updates that we have right now. It's like 22 minutes until the presser starts. I don't see. Let me go to their YouTube page. There's no. They're not live on their Twitter profile, the White House. But it looks like they're about. Yep. Here we go. Perfect timing. Share this tab instead. I'll just turn the sound off for a moment. Yeah. It's not, it's supposed to start in 20 minutes. I have teed up a AI video, but we're definitely not going to get through the AI video in 20 minutes. Also, that press room doesn't look full. So let's see. Let's see here. All right, we will be right back.
You're still looking good. I'm still feeling good. I've got all your MyPillow products. Mattress topper, bed sheets, MyPillows, towels, slippers, blankets.
I'm interrupting this commercial to do something I've never done before. Get 2 MyPillows absolutely free on orders of $100 or more. I can't do this forever, so get on board with this great sale today. Our best-selling 6-piece bath towel sets or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Our famous standard MyPillows only $14.98. Queens $18.98. King size only $1 more. Body pillows $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase $9.98. Save $40 on our spring percale Giza Dream bed sheet sets. Any size, any color. So go to mypillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And when you spend $100 or more, get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/Badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply.
All right. So I have the press conference pulled up and we will go to it when it starts. And until then, we're going to check, I guess, so the opening statements of these hearings are the absolute worst. And we just have time for like one opening statement, which doesn't, I mean, it just feels mean to do that to you. I'm looking to see if in the list that Jessica, oh, here we go. We got a press conference on a plane crash that's only 25 minutes, and the White House is usually late. So this is what we're going to do. Because I think timing wise, it's going to work out better. And we will cut this and go directly to the White House if they go live while this is still going. But this is the NTSB news conference on upstate New York plane crash. National Transportation Safety Board officials held a news conference on a plane crash near Kopaki in New York, in which all 6 people aboard were killed. Well, that's very sad. All right.
Now to a news conference with National Transportation Safety Board officials on the fatal plane crash that happened in upstate New York.
Hello, I'm Todd Inman. I'm a board member of the National Transportation Safety Board. As we reported yesterday, investigators from the NTSB arrived in Albany, New York, Saturday night to do an investigation regarding a crash involving a Mitsubishi aircraft. We began the on-scene investigation yesterday morning. So before I actually go into the investigative update, again, on behalf of all of the NTSB, our sincere condolences to those who lost loved ones in this crash. It's truly a tragedy, and we hate that for the families. It's never an easy thing. So our thoughts are with them, very much so. Our family assistance group has been working to assist and inform the families and survivors. They'll continue the support throughout the entire investigation. Max Greene, who's leading that, is with us today. And in fact, Max and I have just finished about an hour and a half ago a briefing for the family members of the similar information that I'll be briefing you. We want to go into a little bit more, since this is our second day of explanation of the NTSB's process and parties. We've been using this practice for about 30 years. We offer the party status to those government agencies, individuals, operators, government officials that may have experience or been a part of this accident. We conducted a organizational meeting, as we said yesterday, and established the parties. They are primarily the same in that it's Honeywell, the engine manufacturer, the Federal Aviation Administration, NACTA, which represents the air traffic controllers. And we also have one clarification. Due to the Mitsubishi aircraft being manufactured in Japan under the International Civil Aviation Operators, Annex 13, we offer accredited status to the Japanese Safety Board to be a party to this investigation. And through that accredited status, the manufacturer, Mitsubishi, will be considered a technical representative to the overall party structure. It's a small nuance, but we wanted to clear that up from yesterday to make sure we had the right language. We began to put together a multidisciplinary set of groups to investigate every accident of this investigation. The team is being led by Albert Nixon, who is here with me now as the investigator in charge. Albert is a 12-year veteran of the NTSB and over 30 years in aviation in general. He's out of our Phoenix office. He's also a certified airline transport pilot, one of the higher ratings. So he's been pulling together a really good team to help us work through this. To give you a little bit of update about what we've been doing and how we've been doing that. As of this afternoon, we've had our drone and UAS team in. They've done a full aerial view and mapping of the entire wreckage location and the surrounding area. They completed those activities about 2 hours ago. And they have a lot of good imagery that we believe will be very helpful for the post-impact inspection and evaluation. We've also conducted additional video and photo documentation of the scene and surrounding areas. And I want to call out again Columbia Sheriff's Office. They provided us with over 1,000 images post-impact of what occurred and how the plane was found. That will be very helpful for us, as some of the items in the wreckage had to be moved for the extraction of the passengers. So those are very helpful details, and they've been very accommodating from not only having a command post, but security on the scene. So the community's been very welcoming and helping us in this overall investigation. We brought in a team of air traffic control specialists who have assembled. They've begun interviews. They're doing those interviews in the Albany Air Traffic Control Tower, which was controlling the aircraft at the time. We are beginning the interviews. Those will go on for the next week. We'll be interviewing every one of the controllers that were involved in the entire flight and making sure that we're getting all the details along with the management. The FAA has brought an air traffic control manager from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania in to help facilitate. The reason for Harrisburg is it's a similar sized tower that does similar operations. So we want someone who can assist us as a technical expert that was not in the tower itself. It's a normal and customary part of our practice. We pulled a number of pieces of equipment from the actual aircraft itself, and these are going to be the avionics that had been upgraded. So we've secured a large number of those. Some of them are damaged. None are in its pristine state due to the force of the impact, but we do believe that they may be helpful in whenever we get them to the laboratory to being able to determine whether they were working and the accuracy and the level to that. From that, we've also secured multiple memory cards, and those are being sent right away now to our laboratories in DC, where we have a team of experts that do recorder device and downloads, and once they get there, we'll have a better idea of what additional granular data they will provide. But we were very happy to have pulled those additional memory cards. We have begun the prepping for the engines, and they are being transferred. They will ultimately be torn down in Phoenix, Arizona. And so we anticipate a full tear down of both of the engines, and Honeywell obviously is working with us very closely on that. Aircraft recovery experts have arrived on scene. They arrived a few hours ago. They're currently working on the extraction of the aircraft itself. We anticipate this will be concluded by tomorrow evening, at which point the wreckage will all be moved to a secure facility in Massachusetts, where part of our team will relocate in order to do a more thorough examination of the aircraft itself and the structure. We've also received from the FAA ADSB data. This is Automated Detection Surveillance Broadcast. It's commonly referred to as ADSB. We have received that data from the FAA, and that gives us a much greater fidelity of information regarding altitude, speed, location, trajectory. It will be overlaid with a number of the other parts of our investigation, including the air traffic control radar information. As part of the FAA review, we will also be doing video replays of the actual ATC or air traffic control scopes that were being seen at the time. And we'll also be looking at the low altitude alert that was presented to the air traffic controller screen that we mentioned yesterday. Here's a few things that we know about the actual flight itself. For this aircraft, it was the second flight of that day. It had taken off at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time from Norwood Memorial and arrived at White Plains at 10:19 a.m. It then departed White Plains at 11:34 en route to Columbia Airport before it was lost on air traffic controller screens and subsequently found in a post-impact crash. We're at the location that we found it. Automated weather at Columbia Airport was recorded 4 minutes prior to the actual accident. And I'm going to make sure I clarify this. It was at the airport. The crash scene is approximately 10 miles from the airport. So there can be a slight variance between the airport and what was experienced at the crash scene, but it would be fairly consistent. And we're actually going back out and looking at other reporting stations en route to make sure we're providing the best investigative picture of all the information. Automated weather at the Columbia Airport 4 minutes before the crash indicated a minimum ceiling of 400 feet AGL. wind from 10 degrees at 8 knots, a temperature of 37 degrees with a dew point of 36 degrees Fahrenheit. Relative humidity was 93%. Now, what we can say is weather was at that time what we consider to be deteriorating. And I mentioned the ceiling at the airport being 400 AGL, that's above ground level. At 400 feet AGL for that approach at that airport, it would be the minimum for a landing under an IFR or instrument flight approach. So at 400 feet, the altitude would be the absolute minimum, 400 feet ceiling would be the minimum for that type of landing on that approach at that time. We have reviewed some of the records regarding the pilot of this aircraft. And if you look at the Mitsubishi series, you may notice that this type of plane requires additional training beyond just a normal FAA private pilot's license. We're reviewing all details regarding that pilot and the licensing, all the inspections, all the check rides. But for this specific aircraft, additional training was required to operate it. The training was completed and the pilot was proficient. It was completed on October 8th of 2024. Our teams have been working around the clock to try to gather this information and put together the facts that will help us determine what caused this accident and, of course, help prevent such tragedies from happening again. Now I'm going to ask if the IAC to come forward, tell you a little bit about some of the working groups that he started to establish that will ultimately lead to the investigative report.
As mentioned, for the investigative update, we formed several teams. The first is the weather team. And obviously, as you mentioned with the weather, they're gathering all the pertinent weather data from the National Weather Service for the accident. Previously mentioned, we also have an ATC team here, plan to be here all week. I'm not gonna, I think you talked a little bit about it already, but their role is the reconstruction and review of the air traffic control services provided to the accident aircraft, obviously. And this includes flight track, surveillance, radar, ADSB, etc. And any, of course, any communications with ATC. Another group we have formed is structures. And basically, those are the ones that are currently on scene finishing up. They're looking at the airframe, the engines, and also they'll be looking at impact angles, and they're trying to determine the angle the airplane impacted and also the attitude. So that's being worked as we speak. And finally, power plants, the engines. We mentioned where they're going ultimately, but obviously they'll be looking at the engines and the propellers and all the accessories associated with the engine.
Thank you, Albert. So these, as I said, they've been working around the clock. As to our schedule going forward on the investigation, we're working closely with not only the parties to gather that principal evidence and key measurements to expedite on our on-scene activities. Our goal while we are here is to collect all perishable evidence that can be stored for later examination and evaluation. Once that is concluded, the team will wrap up in the area. We anticipate being in the area, we believe, another 5 days, depending upon weather and what we find. However, if we need to stay longer, we will. If we need to bring people back at another point, we will. But we feel comfortable with where we're at currently in obtaining that perishable evidence. We've made good progress today and yesterday, and it's still very early. Our objective is not just to find out what happened, but why it happened, so we can make recommendations so this does not happen again. We're not going to be speculating about what may have caused the accident. We hope to have the preliminary report out in 30 days and the final report in 12 to 24 months. However, I do want to stress, if we find a pressing need, we have no problem issuing an urgent safety recommendation before then. The NTSB has had a history. In fact, we did a similar urgent safety recommendation. I was the board member for the DCA crash. Once we found information that we thought needed to be corrected immediately, we will make that urgent safety recommendation to either a manufacturer or to an organization or a regulatory authority. So we hope to have the investigative report in 12 to 24 days. We will be sending out, as I said, the preliminary report. It'll have the facts of the accident itself, more information that we've pulled together regarding additional reports. This will also be probably our last media briefing on site, because at this point we know where we're kind of going with the investigation and feel comfortable with where we're at. I'm going to stress again, we ask anyone that has any information regarding this, and I mentioned yesterday, door cams or ring doorbells, things like that. We don't believe, because of the post-accident or the accident video, we don't believe that there would be any reason. But even if someone finds a little piece of something in their yard that may not look right, please contact us. And the email address is witness@ntsb.gov. That email address is witness@ntsb.gov. If you think that you have any evidence or any information that could assist in this investigation, those tips and clues are usually very helpful for us. Since this will be our last briefing, I also wanted to call out the first responders who were there, and they did a really amazing job considering not only the notification but the conditions. There's a lot of jet fuel that is in that area. I know a lot of us had to decontaminate 3 times yesterday in a wash bay. So they were really working very hard, and we're very appreciative of their efforts. Those are really, truly unsung heroes of your community. Those first responders who are involved in the initial response were the Columbia County Sheriff's Office, the New York State Police, the Community Rescue Squad, the Craryville Fire Department, the Hillsdale Fire Department, the Columbia County Fire Coordinator's Office, Columbia County Coroner's Office, the New York State DEC Spill Response, Greenport Rescue, and I would also like to mention the school systems in Columbia, where they've allowed us to use as one of their facilities in their wash bays, as we've been doing some of our meetings, and also LifeNet. The Sheriff's Office and others were hopeful enough that they actually had an air transport on call if necessary for this incident. It ultimately was not needed, but we were appreciative of everything they did. So with that, we're going to try to take some questions and hopefully get some answers for any information you may need. I ask that you just tell us who you are and from what outlet you come from. Yes, sir.
We asked last time about the airworthiness certificate that was first in 1985 and then it was updated in 1995. More information recently on if there's something significant that happened, crash or anything like that. Can you give us any insight into that airworthiness certificate?
So the question was about airworthiness ticket, and we did take that back, and we've had a discussion with the Mitsubishi representative. Of our initial review, we feel comfortable that that plane should be flying. We see no issue with that, especially with its inspections. We do know that occasionally when an airworthiness ticket is opened up at an original delivery, it sometimes creates one airworthiness certificate, and sometimes you can have either a major upgrade or a change in the aircraft. It can be several other reasons. So one of the other things that we're actually doing is going back through every maintenance record for the entire life of that aircraft. We're pulling together every inspection. We will most likely talk to anyone who did work on that plane recently. We will also talk to anyone who may have done any check rides or anything in regard to follow-up maintenance on it. But we are feeling good about the specificity of the information we're receiving. Because of the sale that occurred last year, there was a lot of updated information, and there were several reviews from different regulatory authorities. So I appreciate it. Other questions? Yes, sir.
You mentioned that the pilot would need additional certification in order to fly a plane like this. If you can go into a little bit more details about what type of certification that's needed, what type of training or education that's needed.
So the question is about basically additional training regarding this type of aircraft. The Mitsubishi, this is a twin propeller turboprop. It is what operates what I would say at a very high speed, close to jet speed. So it's a very agile, high performance type of plane, even though it's registered as a turboprop. Over the course of investigations, the NTSB has found and made recommendations, specifically making sure that an operator has an additional level of expertise beyond just a standard private pilot's license and possibly a certification under, say, a piston single engine. And so through those recommendations and working with industry and regulators, that is now a requirement for that additional training. I believe it's around 8 to 10 hours specifically to that aircraft, but we do know that we verified that this owner and operator, and we have confirmed the owner is the same person as the operator, that this owner and operator went through that training and was fully certified to be on that aircraft and flying.
Follow.
Yes, sir.
8 to 10 hours of flying time?
So the question was 18 hours of flying time. I don't know the specifics of that. I know it's specific to that airplane and that air structure. I don't have that training curriculum at that time. I do know that it was, as I said, a suggestion from the NTSB and others, and that we closed that recommendation acceptable. So we felt comfortable with the action that was taken by the manufacturer and the regulator to ensure that the training would be adequate for that type of aircraft. Other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Question about the year of manufacture, 1985, and then the year that it was certified to be safe to fly was 1995. Anthony touched on this. Is it normal for there to be a 10-year gap between that time, and then also that you said it should have been flying fine and there could have been major operation changes? Is it normal for there to be a 10-year gap for all of that?
So the question exists about some records that show 1985 versus 1995. I would say we're digging into that further based on the question, but I would say this: with airworthiness certificates, there can be sometimes events that change it after a 10-year period that may say it needs a different or a new airworthiness certificate. You could have in this model, you could have a major modification change, such as the propellers. The propellers are a very specific and unique thing that could change the airframe itself. We will, as part of our investigative process, we will obviously be looking at that, every maintenance record. So right now, we don't see information that would lead us to the fact it was not airworthy at that moment. But the history of the aircraft, along with the history of the pilot, what they were doing 72 hours before, what the air traffic controllers were doing, all of that will be a part of that investigative report that will ultimately come out. And it'll be a part, while it's not in the investigative report, it will be a part of the docket that will be released publicly. One of the main things we want to do is be as transparent as possible with all of our investigative material. It's important that the public have trust in the investigative process and that we've not only ruled in, but ruled out everything that could have been a contributing factor to this accident. Yes, sir.
Sean Kavanagh, CBS 6 News. Do you have any information on how often this plane was flown?
The question was the amount of usage. We are pulling those records, and I would say in the amount that this plane was flown could be a relative term. Some people may use a plane every day. Some people may use it once a week. Some people once a month. The reason why we wanted to indicate it was the second flight of the day, it may be helpful to our investigators in regard to not only condition, but startup from a previous flight that may have occurred. And so we have an idea if there was a storage issue, possibly there was movement damage, or that something is fluid leak. Those things factor into. But that's one of the reasons why we wanted to offer the second flight of the day and the timing of that. Obviously, no reported problems during the first flight that we know of at this time, but we will be talking to that. And that's also, we've talked to the FBO operator, the fixed base operator, where the plane landed and took out from at White Plains. That is how we initially identified the 6 people that were on board from video of them actually getting on the plane prior to the crash. Additional questions? Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever seen any recent videos of the day or any sort of videos or tips from the public about this crash?
The question was about additional videos or tips, and I don't believe so. I was looking to the IAC to confirm. I know we have had the one video we had from a general location. The way that works is whenever people reach out to our witness at ntsb.gov, there's a certain clearance process to make sure that it's valid information and worthy of ours. And I got to admit, 24 hours a day. It was a late night last night. It was early morning. So those typically filter to us from our response operations center, and there may be a little bit of a small lag time. I know the investigator in charge mentioned he's got about 12 phone calls to return just from this morning. So I don't know if we have anything yet, but we're very appreciative. It's very often that those tips are very helpful for us. They help paint a better picture. So that's the reason why we try to reach out to as many people as we can. I will again stress, we don't believe that there's anything based on the one video we have that there was any type of mid-air breakup. But if someone does find a piece of debris, most aircraft parts typically have some form of serial number on them. if you were to find anything in that general area within a 5 or 10 mile radius as you're going through, I'll go back to the Alaska 1282 investigation we did with the door plug. It was found in someone's yard later that day. Those things you never can tell when they will pop up. So we want to try to get that witness and ntsb.gov email address in case someone would find something in the future. Anything else?
Roger Henning, Gilson Times Union. The one camera, the images you have from that, would you be able to say where it was being shot from, and does it have like a wide angle, or does it just capture like part or the end of the impact?
So the question is about the video again, and this was it's an important part because it's helping us. Again, it was in a close vicinity of the crash. The exact frames per second, I would say, cause a little bit of a skipping. You can see the initial plane come into the frame, and then there's a good clear image of what I would call the profile, the full profile. If you can imagine seeing a picture of a plane on the side to a certain angle, you're only seeing that side. You're not able to see everything across it. So if you can imagine a picture coming across at a full profile, that lets us know, and that's the reason why we have a better degree of confidence that there was not some type of specific breakup. And so that picture actually helped us. And then from there, it jumps down into the impact. And the impact, of course, had a large amount of, I would say, debris that came up from it. So those are the specific frames that we're looking at. And that was, again, very helpful. The sheriff's office was able to give us, before we took off from DC Saturday night, they actually did a video camera with the video camera. We actually flew in one of our people from our CIO's office, an IT specialist, specifically to help us with this. But more importantly, they were at the location whenever we were able to obtain the actual master copy. And so that's the reason we brought in a CIO person. We want to make sure we're investigating every possible aspect of this incident. We appreciate your time. Again, our thoughts and condolences definitely for these families that are affected. We'll look forward to bringing out the preliminary report to you in 30 days. Thank you.
River announces Bitcoin interest on cash. Now, US dollars in your River account will earn you high-yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on cash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on cash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river.
President Trump campaigned on the promise to secure our homeland and deport violent alien criminals from our communities. That is why the American people overwhelmingly reelected him back to this office, and it's why the American people defeated the Democrat Party in devastating fashion. Today, we have officially learned Democrat officials still refuse to accept the will of the American people. Maryland Democrat Senator Chris Van Hollen rushed to Dulles Airport this morning to fly to El Salvador, potentially using taxpayer dollars to demand the release of deported illegal alien MS-13 terrorists. The Democrats and the media in this room have continually and wrongly labeled Kilmar Abrego Garcia as a Maryland father. There is no Maryland father. Let me reiterate. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member and foreign terrorist who was deported back to his home country. And when Kilmar Abrego Garcia was originally arrested, he was wearing a sweatshirt with rolls of money covering the ears, mouth, and eyes of presidents on various currency denominations. This is a known MS-13 gang symbol of hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. Abrego Garcia was also arrested with two other well-known members of the vicious MS-13 gang. And two separate judges found that Abrego Garcia was a member of MS-13, and that finding has never been disputed. And just this morning, it was revealed through Maryland court documents that Abrego Garcia's wife petitioned for an order of protection against him for 2 instances of domestic violence in May of 2021. And here is the order right here. The court ordered that the respondent committed the following acts of abuse. Once in May of 2021, assault in any degree. And on May 4th of 2021, he punched and scratched his wife, ripped off her shirt, and grabbed and bruised her. This is from a court in Maryland. So not only are Democrats rushing to defend an illegal criminal foreign terrorist gang member, but also an apparent woman beater. To set all of that aside, the basic fact that he was illegally inside our country and had a lawful deportation order made him subject to removal back to his home country of El Salvador. And if he ever ends up back in the United States, he would immediately be deported again. Nothing will change the fact that Abrego Garcia will never be a Maryland father. He will never live in the United States of America again. And the United States Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the President of the United States and the Secretary of State could not be compelled to forcibly retrieve this citizen of El Salvador who is currently locked up in a maximum security prison in his home country due to his MS-13 membership. To remind the media and the Democrat Party, MS-13 are among the most vicious and dangerous individuals in this world. They pose a direct threat to the United States, El Salvador, and any other country who maintains basic law and order. MS-13 rapes innocent girls and women, runs sex trafficking operations, murders for sport, and terrorizes law-abiding people. That's why El Salvador President Bukele made it clear this week that he will not be releasing this MS-13 gang member from his prison. But that is not enough. All of that is not enough to stop the Democrat Party from their lies. The number one issue they are focused on right now is bringing back this illegal alien terrorist to America. But where are the Democrats applauding the fact that southern border crossings just hit a historic low? Where are the Democrats supporting our brave men and women of law enforcement who are putting their lives on the line every single day to arrest the violent illegal alien invaders that the previous administration allowed into our country? And where are the Democrats when innocent Americans are victimized by illegal criminals that Joe Biden let in? It's appalling and sad that Senator Van Hollen and the Democrats applauding his trip to El Salvador today are incapable of having any shred of common sense or empathy for their own constituents and our citizens. Nobody knows this more than the woman standing to my right, Patty Morin, whose beautiful daughter Rachel was brutally maimed and murdered at the hands of an illegal alien in August of 2023. Patty no longer has her daughter because of the failed Democrat Party's open border, and these are policies that President Trump is bringing an end to. Patty should not have to be here today, but she is. And we are grateful and we are honored for her willingness and her request to share her powerful story with the world. Thank you, Patty, for being here.
Thank you. A lot of you don't know the whole story about Rachel and about the crime that was committed against her. Even us, her family, we didn't know all the details. They kept most of it close to their chest, the detectives, because they didn't want to do anything to hurt the case. They wanted to keep the integrity of the case, so they kept everything close. I sat for the last 2 weeks in her trial, and we saw layer upon layer upon layer of evidence against the accused, an illegal immigrant from El Salvador. And the things that we thought, well, maybe this might have happened, we didn't know. But when we were at the trial, we got all the puzzle pieces. And I want to share some of those things with you. You know that Rachel's a 37-year-old mother. She has 5 children. We've walked the trail for the last 25 years that we've lived in Maryland. It's a safe place for our family. It's where we go to get a little bit of New England, because that's where we're from, New England. When she went on that trail that day, she was not planning on dying. She wasn't planning on walking to her death. She was planning on going to the grocery store with her girls afterwards. Victor Martinez, he waited for her. He waited for her to come closer. He saw her. He saw that there was nobody around. He attacked her. He dragged her 150 feet, blood gushing from her head. It left a 150-foot trail of her blood to the culverts, where he picked her up, he threw her against the wall of the tunnel, and he raped her. But before he did that, he stopped on that trail, and rocks, still stained with her blood, he used them to hammer her head against those rocks. They say at least 20 times they could count the cuts in her head. They said that when they did the autopsy, and I've seen the pictures, there's a 6-inch square in the back of her head where the skull is shattered the way that you would crush an eggshell in pieces. 3/4 of her brain hemorrhaged. Her right and left side of her face bashed in. Her beautiful face bashed in. Her head bashed in. Broken bones, fractures. He takes and he drags her some more. He drags her through the thorn bushes. She has all the scrapes and cuts on her body. There wasn't 1 inch of her body that didn't have some kind of injury, whether it's bruising, broken bones, contusions, the scratches. She had a fractured rib, fractured nose, fractured skull. And then he takes her into the tunnel and he picks her up. He throws her against the wall. Blood is gushing from her head. Her hair is soaked in blood. And they showed us pictures of her body against the wall, outlined. The blood outlined her body. And you could see where the blood ran down around her as he was raping her. And then he threw her down and raped her some more. And then he strangled her because he didn't want her to be able to live to tell the story. They said that when they did the autopsy on her neck, that one of the things they do is they open up the neck and they look to see how far the injury is. And they went all the way down as far as an injury is possible, hemorrhaging in the muscles because of how strong and violent the group was around her. These are the kind of people that have no compulsion. Like, to them, this is nothing. And when he was sitting in the courtroom, he actually looked like he thought he was going to be set free. There was no remorse on his face at all. This person took my daughter so violently and so gruesomely and so graphically that they sealed the pictures, because I don't want my granddaughters to see these pictures. These are the kind of criminals President Trump wants to remove from our country. These are the kind of criminals that we need to remove from our country. We are American citizens. Why should we allow people like this, violent criminals that have no conscience at all, to murder our mothers, our sisters, our daughters? What? I don't understand why there's even any kind of problem with this. And it's not that it's political, like the left or the right, although I understand different parties have used it in the past. But we have to look at it as we are American citizens. We need to protect our families, our borders, our children. I don't care about politics. Well, I do, but I want to preserve life. And that's the only reason why I have taken and spoken about Rachel all this time. If you're a mother here in the room, can you imagine standing there alive? You're alive, and someone comes and puts their hands into your chest and rips out your heart. That's what it feels like. It feels like a part of you is being ripped out of you. You can't even describe the pain. Just like you can't describe to your husband what it feels like to carry a baby in your womb, or to feel those first kicks, or to know just intuitively if it's a boy or a girl. It's only a thing that a mother knows. Why are we not protecting the American citizens? It's just common sense. Why are we not protecting our children? And to have a senator from Maryland who didn't even acknowledge or barely acknowledged my daughter and the brutal death that she endured, leaving her 5 children without a mother and now a grandbaby without a grandmother, so that he can use my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to bring back someone that's not even an American citizen. Why does that person have more right than I do, or my daughter, or my grandchildren? I don't understand this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to say that as a mother and as an American citizen, the president and our entire team, and I hope people in this room are grateful for your willingness to come here and your request to share your daughter's story. And I think the country hears you loud and clear. So thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Patty or for me? No?
I have a question.
No? Anybody? Okay. We'll see you all later. The president will be at his dinner later this week.
Thank you for being here this morning.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, I'm so sorry
So sorry for your loss.
Thank you. Please tell the truth. Exactly. Tell the truth.
Yeah.
Tell how violent it really is. This is about protecting our children. It's more than just politics or votes or just anything. It's about national security, protecting Americans, protecting our children. Thank you. And thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. Oh, I'm going to cry.
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.